competitors from around the world are gathered in stormy Texas to fight it out and be crowned the first OWCS Major champions after the day one gauntlet. We've already eliminated 2 teams. Twisted Minds have had their last spot until stage 3, and the newly minted Energy Shock, they now get to sit back and await their next turns. We're here once more on the analyst desk. I'm Zoe, joined by Jake, by Johnny, and we're ready for a beautiful day 2 here in Texas.
We got some great matches today, Jake.
These are the ones I think the fans have really been waiting for, to see the best of Europe and North America going up against the Titans, frankly, from Asia. I'm a little worried for them, honestly, with the strength that Falcons and Crazy Raccoon have shown. They look really dominant right now.
I remain hopeful about SSG and Toronto Defiant. So we'll find out today, Zoe.
You know, I want to say you're the voice of reason this event, but you're actually
I'm actually not.
He's the voice of like hopium and copium and all the good stuff.
Someone has to do it, Zoe.
Someone has to do it, and you're our guy this event.
It's not me.
Yeah, I can get behind it. There's always got to be one person on the desk, though. You know what? We're not just celebrating great Overwatch. No. You know what date it is? That's right, it's June 1st. That means we can be loud and proud. And we will be doing so, not just here in the venue, but also in our game. We once more get to dive into Pride celebration all month long, and I couldn't be happier about that, as we have a lot of cool stuff coming your way. Once again, Midtown will get a beautiful redo. That's right. And that will be on all month long, where you can celebrate Pride and stroll the streets of Midtown. Also, there is a new graphic novel, which actually features our newest hero, Venture. That's right. We're gonna dive deeper into the backstory of this non-binary hero, showcasing their heroism that takes place at a dig site on Ilios. Also, we witnessed never-before-seen interactions between Venture and other Overwatch heroes like Maga, for example. And you can even listen to a read-through by Venture's voice actor, Valeria. So definitely worth checking out. I love Venture's design. It's so fun, it's so quirky. I can't wait to read this graphic novel.
I'm not the biggest lore head, but Venture is quickly becoming one of my favorite heroes in the game. Just like gameplay-wise, so much fun. And it's sweet to see them really being employed by the best teams in the world here. It looks like, I think, one of the most important heroes in this current meta.
And some of our voice actors, they're here at DreamHack, of course. They've done some meet and greet, so you can find the voice actors. You can give them a chat.
That's right. So lots of stuff to celebrate. And we, of course, also will be awarded all month long with sweet drops. If you're watching Calling All Heroes, which, I mean, if you're not watching it, what are you actually doing with your life? But make sure to tune in, because you can earn these beautiful Pride rewards this very month. To see the dates, mark them all on your calendar. Make sure to tune in to Calling All Heroes. A fantastic competition with so many great faces in the Overwatch Esports.
I always welcome some Venture skins, Jake. I got the ice cream one, but I'm ready for this one too.
I like that recolor. I've been using the default Venture skin because I like the default skin. It's like
some heroes, I feel like the default is just
Venture and Sojourn. It's hard to compete. The default
Reinhardt
is just so
aura.
sick.
The Reinhardt default has aura. I'm just saying.
Maybe
it's because I'm watching too much Super, but
default skin with like the jade or gold weapon. I mean, that's the classic.
I mean, you're
flex.
also doing it from like the competitive side of it, right? If you're rocking up in a default skin, you know things are serious.
You're showing presence on the server.
Exactly.
You're showing presence.
I think that's like some weird establishing dominance in there somewhere. But I have to say, for the Reinhardt, Spark all the way. Nothing beats the Spark Reinhardt skin. No.
I'm an agreeer, actually.
It's
the
a
big
massive,
pink Ryan is
so
swaggy.
good. It's so good.
I hear you on the Winston, but not the Reinhardt.
I'm a BlizzCon Winston skin enjoyer, just flexing.
Oh,
Ultra rare.
I like that. Now, as we just mentioned, Calling All Heroes, and of course the rewards that you can get yourself by tuning in. We have a cool announcement we get to make here. Yes, that's right. We love announcements, guys. In case you were wondering which lovely voices you'll be hearing when you're watching Calling All Heroes, well, we're very happy to announce the on-camera talent that will bring you the stories of our heroes that answer the call. Let's take a look at the faces who will be bringing you all the action. Gatmaxi and, of course, Dustin, CB, and Tiny Shiny will be casting you and getting you through the action. And you know what? We actually have CB here at DreamHack. Danny is standing by with CB. How's it going down there?
Thanks, Zoe. Yeah, I'm right here with CB for a quick chat. CB, thank you so much for joining me. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling wonderful. I'm loving being here. The games have been incredible so far. Which ones we've had to see, they've been worth the wait, I'll say.
Oh yeah, we had some great games yesterday, and of course we're gonna have great games today. We're at DreamHack. How's DreamHack going for you? Anything exciting?
Just getting to see old friends, getting to see, you guys hanging out with everybody, getting to meet, all the other fans of Calling All Heroes, everybody outside. It's been great. Just getting to see everybody, give lots of hugs.
Right, and also you just mentioned about Calling Our Heroes. You're gonna be casting that again this year. How excited are you for Calling Our Heroes?
There is nothing that I am more excited for in life than whenever I get to cast Calling All Heroes. I love the initiative to death. It's the most important thing in the world to me. And please come out and support it. It's incredible.
There you have it, everybody. Thank you so much, CB. And back to you, Zoe.
Thank you, CB. Thank you, Danny. Nothing but love. As CB said, make sure to tune in for all the action. Esports action in Overwatch, it's always on. So let's give the people what they want. And what is that, Johnny?
Drops.
No, no, it's gameplay. But okay, fine.
You
want
also
drops,
getting drops.
Get drops. You also getting drops. We can have both. Why not? Let's take a look at what you can get if you're here.
There we go.
On site in the venue, you will actually get insta drops. That's right. Don't even need to
That's
do
for you in the
anything
audience. This
That's
is for
you. In
you.
the audience.
I need
Everyone
that name
here.
card. I need that name card. That's
The name card.
seriously. I'm in a big way.
I do love it.
I feel like I'm a hoarder. I'm a name card hoarder.
You're a hoarder.
I have so many name cards.
I'm not gonna lie, I like some of the profile icons, but that would require me to change off the Chewan Target, which is not gonna happen. So those are nice.
They are nice. Speaking of side things, of course, if you're not here in Texas with us, you still can get your rewards. We have viewership incentives once again for watching for a certain amount of hours. You see all the details on your screens. All you have to do is, of course, connect your Battle.net account to your preferred streaming platform where you can catch all the action. That's right. Do that right now. I mean, at this point, I think everyone has done that,
You
right?
don't have to type drops in the chat, though.
But maybe you should.
If you type exclamation point drops in the chat, it won't help you get them. You just have to watch, so don't do it.
But it would be funny.
But it will be funny because it is a meme.
Mods! Mods!
Drops, where's Danny? Every time I hear drops, I think of Danny. Or of the weird 2021 skit that we did with Costa. We'll never forget.
Some weird years.
That time.
It's a
What
deep
is that?
cut.
It was, yeah, it is a bit of a throwback. But let's look ahead into the future, or let's just start with the present. Why not? Because we want to talk about the games we get to see today on this very stage. Let's start off with the brackets to see where we're currently standing, as we are eliminating some teams today. Here's the lower bracket, so the teams which are still in the lower bracket, they're fighting for their lives right now. ENCE and M80 both waiting for their respective opponents, which will drop down from the upper bracket. So obvious at this point, it is a double elimination bracket that we're playing here at our OWCS Major in Dallas, Texas. So let's take a look at where we're at in the upper bracket. We'll kick things off with our number 1 EMEA seed, SSG. They will be going up against the number 2 seed from our Asian region, Team Falcons, of course. I'm very interested to see where those two teams take it, because I think we've got some really, really interesting looks from both of those teams on our day one here. Let's actually start with SSG though, and let's go further back than just one day, Johnny, because they had quite a glow up in OWCS. They came in, expectations high, lots of name value obviously on those teams. Stage 1, probably a bit of a disappointment to them. They ended it in 4th, but then stage 2, they're winning it all. Incredible performances across the board. How are we feeling?
I mean, this has been a really long journey for SSG, even dating back to the Overwatch League with London Spitfire, of course, had a really tough 2022, and then brought it all back, 23, of course, and now really establishing yourself with an identity, Hardy, Reinhardt, of course. But progressively, I feel like this core has improved over time. They've added versatility. Of course, Hardy can play a lot of Winston now. Psycho coming into the mix with that Tracer gameplay. But really, for these guys, they've never really been considered an elite team. They've never really competed with the best teams around the world until this year. And yes, they finished 4th in stage 1 behind Oblivione, of course. A bit of a disappointment for this squad, but then came back in stage 2 with a vengeance. And really, these players firing on all cylinders. But I feel like they have a little bit of a incentive here in this tournament specifically, because they don't feel like they get the props. Hardy, I'm willing to say Hardy is the best Western tank player we have right now. I think he's earned himself that role with his versatility. Sparker, never discussed when it comes to elite hitscan players around the world. But the way Sparker has been playing, I really do think that this guy deserves some props. He's really taken it to the best players we have in EMEA. And now on the international stage, I feel like he could go head-to-head against Lip. And at least a possibility of proving himself against some of these best players around the world. So I'm really looking forward to see what SSG got in store. I mean, Landon wasn't even on Team USA, but has one of the best Baptistes in the world. And also the Kiriko play has been phenomenal. So this is an SSG squad that is really motivated, want this win so bad. I saw Psych on Twitter. He's tweeting the LeBron James gif. Like, he's all over the place. He's motivated. He wants to get this dub. So I'm really excited to see what they can bring to an international competition.
And I think Funny Astro for me is we're not just talking regional. I think Funny Astro's in the serious conversation about best Lucio player in the entire world. I think this is one of the most important heroes in the current meta. We're seeing almost everyone using Lucio. Occasionally people play dive with the Brig, but even the dive style, I mean, Space Station, they don't swap the Lucio. They go Lucio Kiri, they make it work incredibly well. And so the asset that Funny Astro offers them, perfect synergy with this team. I think Landon as well, just slotting in exactly where they want to be, but also showing the versatility to play Sigma yesterday. I think they're going to need that against a team like Falcons.
This is just a team which has such a strong identity in the way they're approaching the game. And that's why I'm extra excited about what we saw from Team Falcons yesterday. Because they showed us a look that we haven't really seen before. They played this double flex DPS with the Maga composition. You were quite intrigued by it. Does that change the way you think these games are going to go?
For me, after watching Falcons and Crazy Raccoon yesterday, I think this is the read of the meta. For me, it is this Mauga rush. I mean, for me, what Ent showed, the Sigma playing very slow defensively, protecting the hit scan, trying to counter these Mauga rushes, I think that's the best thing you can do, and it just fell flat. I mean, you got one draw against Falcons. I do think SSG is a stronger team. I think they have a better shot against Falcons, but for me, the teams coming out of the APAC region are just head and shoulders above the competition right now. No one has made really more than a dent in the armor. I think you've got to look at Proper as, yes, he's been playing hit scan for the most part in this season. A lot of people have been talking about as Lip as the best hit scan, but for me, the place Proper is undoubtedly the best in the world is when it comes to flexibility outside of hit scan. He's elite on the hit scan, but when he brings out the Genji, I mean, I think also world class. When it's the Tracer, also world class. No other DPS player in the world has as many heroes where he's in consideration for top one. For me, with Fielder's Ana, how consistent he was landing these aggressive bio-nades, yes, you're going to die a lot. When the Mauga runs in, Lucio comes in, the Ana's left hanging out to dry, but Fielder makes it work with absolutely no resources. He finds those aggressive nades. He's there to enable Proper, and just the potential of this team is incredibly explosive. Stalker has shown yet more flexibility, bringing out the Hanzo and just being deadly accurate on this hero, but at the same time, he's got the creativity to look like one of the best ventures right now. At least their read on how to execute with this Mauga is just incredibly clean, incredibly good. I think Falcons right now is the team to beat. I think Crazy Raccoon is incredibly impressive as well, but I like this read of no hit scan. We have no backline. You can kill my Ana, but we've already finished the rest of your team by the time you're done dealing with Ana. And so for me, I think what Falcons is rocking is going to be what we're going to see in the grand finals. I think it'll be Falcons. I think they're, right now for me, I don't think anybody is beating the APAC teams. I think this is going to be a really favored match for Falcons.
Well, let's find out. We are ready. The teams are ready. Is our audience ready? That's what I thought. So let's get this show going.
They clutch it up in the final seconds.
And M80 aren't out of this just yet. Ents take the round, take the map, and start off the series strong.
And what? The Falcons will be the champion.
This Primal, you cannot do anything about it.
Students of the game are headed to land, folks.
And Space Station demolish Ents and claim the title as Stage 2 champions. The new kings of EU have been crowned. Twisted Minds take the series.
And it's a 3-0 victory for the Raccoons. The revenge is there.
Toronto Defiant tower over the competition, and they are back-to-back stage champions.
And now it's time to meet the teams. DreamHack Dallas, put your hands together for Space Station Gaming!
Our EMEA Stage 2 champions, packed with veteran experience from years past. They've been here before, they know what it takes in playoff scenarios, and they're arguably playing the best Overwatch in their careers, with Sparkers flank heavy Cassidy leading the way and finding opening peaks, and Landon holding it down with Baptiste and Kiriko in the backline. The big question for me, what tank heroes will we see them lean on this tournament as it develops? We know Hadi can brawl and also play the Winston dive, but will we see the Hadi Reinhardt come out on some of these maps to maybe throw a bit in the wrench of things?
And their opponents. Everybody give it up for Team Falcons!
This Falcons squad might be going up against fan favorites, but these players are no strangers to crushing dreams. One of the strongest rosters ever assembled in the history of Overwatch. Proper MVP Rookie of the Year in his first season in the Overwatch League, and he has only continued to shine brighter. Who better to match him than players like Chio and Fielder, one of the most storied backlines in Overwatch history. A serpent of ridiculous talent on this squad. This is a terrifying team to be facing off against in the server today. Team Falcons.
Now we met the teams, it's time to meet our casters, bringing you all the action for our first match of the day. Of course, Mr. X and Uber.
Thank you very much, Zoe and the desk. Great to see how teams hit the stage here. Our top team from EMEA and our number 2 from the Asia region. But the whispers have been that there might be a changing of guard in Asia. A lot of teams are fearing Falcons even more than Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I mean, they did not look like number 2 yesterday. I mean, they were sick yesterday. Something that they've been doing throughout that we've watched is they've been running this kind of like Ana composition there with the Maga, and, you know, Fielder and the Ana is sick.
Yeah, really leaning, I think, into what Fielder can provide on that Ana. But, you know, this team has depth on their roster. When they want to play the Baptiste, Majid comes in, looked really good on that role. He said, I'm not really playing ERE right now. My job is to play that Baptiste. And, of course, that you can use Smurf and Hanbin interchangeably here. There's a ridiculous amount of depth. Something that, of course, the Raccoons also boast in the tank position. But this is arguably the more veteran squad of our APAC representatives. A terrifying backline.
In the first map today will be Ilios, not the best draw here for SSG. I did love yesterday, right? I know it's like, oh, well, let's try and take Falcons to a map, or maybe they don't play the Maga. It's like, okay, well, they have Hanbin. They just put Hanbin in. Like, it's not like it's some huge kind of gap between those two players, but I think Jake was mentioning it a little bit on the desk, where you did see some versatility out of SSG yesterday. Don't believe we saw any Maga, so it'll be interesting if they decide to maybe even try and bring that out. I don't think you can play, Reinhardt, traditional SSG style against like a Maga kind of composition. Hadi obviously has been working on lots of different tanks for a while in terms of getting up to speed or up to the highest caliber of skill on them. So maybe you see like a Sigma here from Hadi, but why'd you make that noise?
It feels a little rough. Because also, you got to bear in mind that our teams from Asia also aren't afraid to play dive. They can play dive. If there are maps that require it. I think Ilios, out of all the control maps, is the kind of stage where that's very viable. We've seen a lot, like, let's take Ruins, for example, right? We have seen teams want to play Sigma, play the left side, or play Reinhardt in the pit and brawl out. Malka just seems to be far more suited on so many of those contexts here. And it's something that Europe hasn't really adopted at the same rate. But I think it was Laya that was saying that, this one comp, this Malka comp, a lot of regions it's just starting to creep into a lot of regions.
Well, the one thing that Falcons has been doing, though, is they've been playing it with like Genji Venture, which is something that's a little bit different. So SSG playing a little bit slower, maybe around like a Sparker kind of Cassidy, with how aggressive you're going to be with Maga, Venture, Genji in combination with an Ana. It's going to be real difficult keeping that Cassidy alive.
We're not always so direct when we ask players questions, I think, about their matches. But when we spoke, I think when we spoke with a few teams, and I think when we spoke to Ents, Kai, we just asked Kai, why did you lose to SSG? Just straight up. Try to give a direct question. He said, well, Sparker was flanking all the time, and he absolutely ruined us. And look, to have a team call out one player as the reason for them being unraveled, and of course, the context is that was that EMEA Stage 2 final. But that was a big problem. So Space Station here have got a lot of tools and a deadly arsenal, but they're dealing with the Falcons here, who've already shown dominance on stage yesterday. SSG know they're up against it. And what better way to really examine these regions, take the best from Europe and take the second seed from Asia. And if this isn't close, if our Falcons team just rolls over them, then I fear for any region who wants to challenge Asia right now.
Yeah, and I highly doubt that Falcons is going to let Sparker just kind of wander around in those flanks, kind of like how Ents was talking about. So as we get into game, obviously still some time to make some changes across the board. Space Station, this is something you can definitely see them play, right? This is in their wheelhouse of compositions that feel good.
Yeah, it's right up their alley, folks. Here we go, out of the gates onto Well. To start off this series, this is, of course, an upper bracket match, a semi-final here. So no elimination on the line, but falling down to the lower bracket could prove even more treacherous at this stage of competition.
And the one thing that has seemed pretty consistent with Falcons thus far, you're changing the DPS line, you're changing the tank. This Ana Lucio seems to be favoring this so far here for Falcons.
I mean, again, Harvard Baptiste keeps their Farah topped up. I think that's a huge consideration. That's beautiful, though. Smurf gets caught in that side room, trying to go a little bit aggressive. Stalker needs a longer fight to have impact. But now everyone's looking at the Farah with the Doom out of the picture, and Sparker is able to play boots on the ground, deal with Proper appropriately. And Stalker lacks teammates in a big way, but forces that recall there from Psycho while he was trying to threaten Fielder, and he's got to get up early in the morning to challenge this guy. He almost gets a second there.
Yeah, I mean, that's like a 2v1 scenario there on Fielder. Incredible he's actually even able to get one, as is Space Station in control of the point first. And I think a positive sign for SSG is you saw that they were able to keep everybody alive, Sparker long enough to make a dent on that Cassidy, where, especially against a team like Falcons and with a composition with Farah, Tracer, Doomfist, he's going to have to be sick.
Falcons, he might struggle with this composition at times. We haven't seen much out of the Doomfist yet. Stalker's going to build that barrage at the very least. We haven't seen him credited for too many of those eliminations either. Takes a licking there briefly. I think Psycho really trying to check the location of this Farah when possible, and then inhabit the right-hand side of the map by the coastline. Here's the dive. Smurf going to get a nano boost here, and Stalker wants to follow it up instantly. And they're coming to find a kill with that barrage, but Psycho finds a double with the pulse.
Smurf got the nano and then just
fell a little bit.
No, I think he actually just kind of sent himself off the side. I would love to get another view of that, but I'm pretty sure when he got the nano, there's like a rocket punch kind of whiffed on the player and actually may have not have had the slam, right? Because he slammed into punch and then it ends up off the side. Yeah, have to get another angle at that.
Well, that might have been the round there, Matt. Nice nano. You don't have beat to play within Space Station. In a very strong position, ultimate economy-wise. Maybe a magic moment from Proper to salvage this situation, maybe in order. Landon, Immortality Field has to use it for himself here, but here's the response. Sound barrier for Space Station, they turn and answer the threat of the Doomfist. Sparker eventually able to bring him down. Fielder, elsewhere, got picked off by Psycho. What a chaser showing we're seeing from Psycho here, and this round is over.
Yeah, I was just thinking that as well. How we said we had to see Sparker really play at a high level. Psycho here to open things up. It's been fantastic. Stalker going to go over, play the Sojourn here at the end, just trying to keep this one in overtime for Falcon.
It's got to be a proper pulse. It's got to be something pretty brilliant here to save this round. Maybe spoke a little too soon, but Falcons can only really trickle in at this point. Here's that sound barrier. Chigo finally able to build it up. How do Falcons make use of this window? They get rid of Sparker. Here's the Annihilation though. Landon's Immortality Field has expired. That protection layer is gone for Space Station. In fact, SSG may opt at some point in this fight to give it up, but Landon's kept alive. Psycho turns up at just the right time, and Proper is down. Now Falcons are running on fumes. Forced to back away. Fielder takes a lot of poke and uses a Suzu there. Maybe just a window to get some healing through that invulnerability. Psycho's patient. He's ready. Fielder eventually brought down now. Pulse Bomb doesn't quite connect, but we'll open up the space.
Meteor strike. Honestly, even if you thought that Space Station would get off to a great start, you probably don't even think it looks as good as that. I mean, now that looked really strong there for SSG in our first point on Ilios. Can they do it again? Put Falcons on the back foot in this series. So this is a point here. And like how you can play, obviously, Mog is really strong here going into this type of area. Looks like potentially hovering the venture though for Falcons with a little bit of a different look.
This Smurf really did punch off the map on the nano boost. There probably was a round there just kind of being tossed away. Really hard to come back from that for Falcons. Maybe some jitters, despite the ridiculous veterancy of this team. We have a life weaver here for Chio. Proper on the Pharah.
Yeah, so we saw them run this with the Life Weaver the other day with the Pharah in play. You can use that pedal to kind of get that Pharah up in the sky without using, I know a lot of the propellers.
I like
gets
this guy.
quite low as it is Hottie now on the Winston. So these are two tanks that we've seen from Hottie thus far. They can be really effective, but Psycho yet again making plays to the back line there with Astro.
This dive composition feels very powerful against what the Falcons are trying to do. Yeah, especially with the Life Weaver. They switch it up over to the Brig here. And they're going to mirror this dive. Stalker switches over to the Echo.
Yeah, and I mean, this is something that Falcons obviously should be extremely strong on. No Lucio in play. I think you're really doing this because Psycho's been making really nice plays to the back line, trying to keep Fielder up.
So now the question, can Space Station hang with Falcons in the dive? This will be a huge proof of concept for this team. Proper has to recall there. Funny Astro ensures it. Threatening, he can't recall again. He has to go back to the Mega. That's going to open up a bit of space here on the point. Geo as well sees Psycho go to chase, pop it down, and is able to defend him, but Fielder's in trouble. He's in deep trouble. Able to get topped up briefly. Sparker though has an off angle. He's undetected right now, but Hardy gets burnt down by the focusing beam. Again, it's Proper under pressure. This time Landon finishes the job. But in the meantime, Proper was able to find Funny Astro. Falcons have the numbers and they've flipped the point.
Yeah, and I think SSG, they actually thought they had a kill there onto Fielder as Psycho finishes off Smurf. I mean, you're still going to have to back up here. You're not going to be able to just kind of...
You have a window
in straight away. You do have a slight window here as the point probably will end up flipping off of that.
Just the one kill on the Winston. Smurf charging too deep. Hardy now in the primal rage. Looks like he's inside that mega room, so Falcons are going to struggle. Stalker just got nanoed, kept alive. He'll be waiting for an opportunity to make a duplication. Does it look like Winston is the option here? Geo also made that rally happen, and there's a proper pole. Sparker out of the picture. That's the Cassidy gone. Looks like the Falcons will be able to flip it back pretty quickly. Much more back and forth round here.
Yeah, I mean, this one, this is the type of pace, though, I feel like that Falcons is totally fine with, right? They want to play this really fast, aggressive style, allowing Proper to just kind of run around and the Tracer do as he pleases. You'll get up to near a tie game here when this next final kind of break down. It's the big difference. Yeah, Astro has beat. I mean, this is huge.
Here's that primal from Smurf this time. Funny Astro, one of the best at manufacturing these environmental kills.
Hardy slept.
Okay, or Stalker. Oh, I don't know if he knew he was within the shot there. Smurf brought down that bubble, not even broken by Deadeye. Very, very low is the Winston for the Falcons, though, and they've lost Geo. Still a point flipped back here as the Space Station take their time. Hardy got slept there, so they couldn't push with him, and eventually he's brought down. Sticky bomb from Stalker. That's another one for the Echo. This could be a problem for Space Station, and Falcons are going to equalize yet again.
Scaling up.
Fights everywhere. I mean, that is there's Sparker kind of push all the way in towards the other team's mega health pack there. Is Stalker still with this dude? You'll probably end up building a nano here for Falcons during this fight. So pretty large advantage here for Falcons coming on in. I think the equalizer here would be Psycho landing a pulse bomb. It's had a pretty good map thus far.
Looping a heal as an option for Stalker, the Winston as well. Oh, the potential here. Hardy Vince burst down too quickly. It's so hard to play against the Echo. It's so hard to predict when you need to leave. Well, now the chase down will be here. Falcons now within one fight of winning the rounds.
Yeah, it looks like Landon actually kind of like went to go through the Suzu in there for Hottie so he could stay in maybe for a second longer. And Hottie jumped out, just missed, and ended up burning down that Winston as we get into OT. Desperation here for SSG. Till the Falcons sign it up.
A lively back and forth. The dive mirror. But the C is something a little bit different there, and it's pretty clear that Space Station quite solid with that composition. I mean, Hardy ground out that Winston for 2 years in the Overwatch League. It wasn't pretty to start with, I think we can all agree. But by the end of that second season, it was very good.
Right, so this is what we saw Falcons play a decent amount of yesterday, except Fielder on the Ana instead of the Baptiste. So we'll see if this is what they decide to stick on. But Space Station, I think if you're obviously not going to match this, we haven't seen so far this weekend anybody match this kind of like Maga v Maga. Sigma is kind of the consensus answer to that.
I mean, it's really struggling against this comp, that. On Antarctic Peninsula.
In theory, if you play it at a really high level, though, it can be very difficult to dislodge the Sigma.
Hardy will have to take the high ground start. Proper on the Genji. Terrifying. Builder on the Baptiste, maybe less, commonly selected for him. Oh, they're going in. Oh my goodness. Okay. Smurf feigns it. Goes off to the right-hand side, hits the masonry. Stalker, though, definitely indicating he wanted to go in and fight there. Space Station had to back up here. They had to try and give Hardy some space, but he's been offered none. Immortality Field, Hardy was playing outside of it, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, you're also asking a lot for Potty, right? No, you say, okay, this is the answer in terms of composition, right? Potty is not, in theory, a player you would say is a Sigma player, right? No, slightly different. I actually like this switch. So we were talking a little bit about this in the back earlier today. Echo potentially a little bit underutilized in certain situations could be quite good here for SSG, make it a little bit easier, right? You get some of these squishier DPS in terms of the Genji or the Venture quite low, and then being able to finish them off, make them pay for going in that back line.
Stalker went pretty deep there, Hardy. Oh, that's a scary spot to be. The Air Matrix right up in front of him. But there's no escape from that. And now Stalker knows he can get his hands a little dirty. Only a couple kills there for Space Station. Hard to bounce back after losing. Your Sigma first again.
Yeah, the pace of play here, every fight being dictated though by Falcons. This Fielder gonna stay on the Baptiste. Look like maybe just kind of getting a little bit of a forward movement in the spawn there on the Moira, and then switching over. So he'll be Chio with a sound barrier here, trying to keep Falcons alive on through this, but then you're gonna have Ventral, and you're gonna end up with, I was gonna say a Blade, but there's the benefits of that Echo.
Can't deflect that. It's a continuous particle, that beam. Genji gets brought down. Immortality Field this time looks like it did its job because Hardy is still standing. The sound barrier from Funny Astro, though, can't be discounted in its role in making sure the front line of Space Station can hold strong.
He was so weak there. The Immortality Field, the sound barrier, able to kind of keep him alive.
That's what it
on
takes against this comp, man.
Yeah, I mean, it is so deadly as see now Stalker actually switch over to Tracer here. So Tracer always pretty good against the Echo, where at least it seems maybe they've given a little bit more trouble than usual.
Whereas Venture can't really interact with Echo much of the time. Basically like ships in the night. Well, Echo can interact with you in fairness. Okay, here's the Flux. Oh, I think Smurf got caught in that one. That's a big one. Good purchase, but Immortality Field is there for just that reason. Falcons able to heal up most of the damage done there. Cardiac Overdrive in play. Okay, cage fight. Immortality Field was there though for Space Station, and they're happy to throw down. Smurf is removed. Spark is able to break them out of there. Playing proper, doing everything he can, every cooldown, every button getting mashed. But Psycho's still able to pick off Fielder, so no Baptiste. That is smooth stuff from Sparker.
Yeah, Smarter is still pretty healthy here. You're not going to have the Astro get back in the fight here in just a second.
He has to go.
You have one player here on the point. You have some time. Astro's going to get back. You're going to be able to contest.
But Astro very low. Stalker doesn't give him a chance. Almost a one clip there. Now, you definitely have to regroup.
I mean, he ends up killing Astro in seconds there. The Astro probably thinks he can get untouched. Maybe Sparker kind of comes back out and you're able to keep things going. Where Space Station, they do give themselves a chance, though, right? They kind of get back into this game.
See Landon there, having to use the walls to heal Psycho as opposed to trying to direct hit the Echo, which is a bit svelte. Here they come. Smurf. At the front, it's going to be a sound barrier here for Team Falcons as Sparker gets crunched immediately. Immortality Field for Stalker, he thinks about it, but it wasn't that important because all the Space Station were playing outside of it. Sound barrier gives him a window, it gives him some time. Smurf eventually falls to the focusing beam, but now that Echo of Psycho is under some serious pressure. Space Station off the point they need to touch, but Astro is too low, and Stalker lives up to his name. No escape. And that'll be Falcons taking Ilios away.
It's really back and forth, map number 1. I think if you're a fan of SSG, it's still a pretty good sign, even though in a loss. Because now you can pick a map that you think, in theory, could definitely play to your playstyle much better than Ilios can, right? Ilios is probably one of the worst maps in the pool you could get in terms of control.
To be fair, I think a team like Space Station is probably going to be better at handling it than most. Right, I'd say that they have that flexibility because Hardy can do it all. He just has a strong preference not to, if he can help it. Pretty strong showing from Space Station. I enjoyed the dive mirror on Lighthouse. That was lively. Yeah. It's very, very hard to play it at this level against the team that features, well, basically anybody on the side of Falcons.
Look, I mean, your damage dealers for Space Station are playing quite well here early on in the series. You saw Hadi play the Sigma. They were able to win fights on it. They made it a pretty competitive last map. And then in the first map, right, you looked really good playing that Reinhardt, no, the Ramatra composition, right? So now you think there is a, maybe it's a different map, different
Maybe
kind of combination
a
you can
May
go
map?
to. Yeah, if
We're seeing Psycho get subbed out.
if Psycho's coming out, right, and Backbone's coming in, it's going to be probably with Space Station's going to be a map that's a little bit more rush friendly. But now that you see this substitution, right? Psycho's kind of like their tracer all the time player. So if he's going to come out, Backbone's going to come in. You're going to see a different composition here for SSG.
Curious indeed, that one. We also might see Fielder get substituted out here, which means that they might be expecting, or they might know, Falcons, that they're dealing with a full-time Baptiste map. That's a reason why Majed would come in.
Yeah, and with Smurf kind of packing it up here as well.
Yeah, Majed's on the stage.
It's Hanbin coming in, so
okay.
That's kind of just wholesale changes across the board here. Probably.
Maybe it's Circuit Royal. Do you think Sigma Baptiste?
Would you pick Circuit if you're SSG? It's not like you can play Ram on it, but you can play the Sigma at such like long range and poke. It's not exactly like a May Ramatra rush type map, I would say.
It's a fair question. You did see Hardy on that Sigma. I think Legland he has such a difficult job, I think, when he's playing the Baptiste in the Sigma comp against the Malga. That is brutal. You have to be ready at any moment. And you also need to make sure that immortality field doesn't get baited out of you for no reason. Because we saw it a couple of times. Stalker pulls up on him in his Hellcat and tries to blow him up. Landon has to lamp himself, and then that's not available for his tank sort of later on in the fight.
It's also one of those odd scenarios where a team loses a map, but they should actually gain confidence from the map loss. Like, I think SSG, you come in here, it's obviously the unknown on the other side with Falcons in terms of how they're playing today and in terms of the matchup. But to play them really close there in map number 1, it's a pretty positive sign, and especially when we talk about how the map's not ideal for SSG.
Well, I think we saw 3 different looks from SSG, right? And that gave us a pretty good understanding of, okay, well, they stood with the Sigma setup. Look, the Winston setup is good. I like watching Dive for them. They also had the right players in to be able to flex to Dive. I thought Psycho had an incredible map in general on that Tracer. You're up against Proctor, though. So, yeah, just incredible, unfortunately, is not quite enough. We're going to head over to the desk here and hear from them to break down. We saw map number 1.
That was map number 1, SSG. They did put up a fight. Team Falcons did manage to get the dub here in the end. Let's talk about how they got it done. You smiling? Why are we smiling over here, Jay?
I'm smiling because Junkbuck, you fell for the Doomfist bait again. It's Winston. You know this. You already know this. Don't even tell you.
It's a kryptonite.
You just gotta play Winston. Smurf on the Winston, so different. I feel like the pace change when that hero came out of the dive was really huge. I mean, honestly, map 1, I was really impressed. Sparker looked great. Psycho was lighting it up on the Tracer. I was a little worried. I was like, wait, what is this Doom Pharah comp? This is a little bit too much of a cook. They come on Light Weaver. I'm like, all right, well, come on now.
If you're SSG, that was honestly a bit of a freebie. You're like, oh, they're rolling out Doomfist. Like, we win this round here, and now you're up 1 round to nothing on control. You feel like you want to close this one out, right? And they got pretty close. Lighthouse was pretty competitive as well. That Hardy death on the point where he didn't get suited by Lambda because there was some, missed timings there. It's really unfortunate, right? But really good signs for SSG overall. The series is not over by any margin. Yes, Falcons have been looking really good at this brawl composition with the Genji, with the Venture. And I mean, Falcons is one of the few teams that can actually play this comp at this level because they have 2 really flexible damage players. So it's really hard to prepare for. Like, you haven't practiced against this comp that much this series or before the series, right? So Falcons, they're looking dominant on this composition. If I'm SSG, I feel like I want to shy away from this Malga composition being played because you just get overrun on this Sigma, and it's really hard to position correctly and get a good pre-fight positioning to work around this Malga.
The problem, though, is, if you're Falcons, you've stolen away Space Station Gaming's biggest strength. The strength we talk about every time we talk about this team is their ability to play rush. They're so effective. They can bring you to these close range maps. Now you're scared to take it to a close range map? I mean, based on those subs, I would guess Circuit Royale is what we will see. Like, we're saying,
I agree with that.
We're saying Backbone coming in.
Also,
I mean,
they got
that's
to
when
see
we see
Falcons
Majet
yesterday.
and
They got to
Hanbin
see
coming in.
Falcons on that match, so you can learn some from that.
Maybe you've got something prepared. Maybe you feel good about that. But this is a Space Station Gaming forced off of their comfort zone coming to a sniper mirror, it's not bad for them. I mean, I think Sparker's great. I do think the Cassidy better than the Widow for him. I think for the overall team, you know, they want to be a looser team. Maybe they can find a way to play fast. On Circuit Royale in the past, we've seen some like very aggressive sim comps actually be really effective on Circuit Royale because of how popular Sigma is. Sometimes you can catch them off guard, but even a Rhine, dare I say, maybe like a Ram Rhine with a sim and a Mei, cutting off that Sigma from any kind of support and punishing him, maybe you can attack some of the flexibility issues. But with Majed and Shio in, you could always go back to a Rush Mirror for Falcons.
We have talked a lot about this specific map pick format though, and how do you plan for this? I do think that we could make the case that maybe Space Station, they feel a bit comfortable on some of these hybrid maps, perhaps even like Flashpoint and Push to an extent, but you want to get the escort pick out early to avoid potentially playing Falcons on Gibraltar, for example, a team that they are really good on dive for. So maybe you feel like early in the series, we lost control, we just want to get the escort map out of the way, but we feel pretty confident still on hybrid. So I don't necessarily feel like just because hypothetically we're thinking maybe they pick Circuit Real, that doesn't mean that that's SSG's best map. That could just be the way they strategize about this mapping format.
I still feel that your biggest strength has been taken away, right? Like, it's a huge difference if you could take us to Shambali and be really confident, hey, we can win the Rush Mirror. Right now, I think Falcons is the better Rush team. I think Falcons is the better poke team, and I think Falcons is the better dive team.
Space Station's played a lot of Ramatra so far. I'm like, you can't play Ramatra in this matchup. You pretty much have to play the Sigma or like some kind of Malga mirror, in my opinion.
For me, honestly, I don't think Space Station has a road to victory. I don't see a chance for them. Maybe the Sim is like their last
You're just
hope.
out?
I mean, for me, it's the Sim. The Sim is like the last bastion of hope. Maybe the Sim can work, but for me, that style, it's so passive and slow. I mean, you can play fast and aggressive, but against heroes like Genji, Kiriko, Malga, Venture, these heroes can't really be controlled by heroes like Mei. They just, you know, fly away, climb over the wall, jump over the wall. They all have movement skills. They can all escape. And so for me, I think Falcons has out-strategized Space Station. They've taken Space Station's biggest strength, their mainstay, what made them an elite team, what made them one of the best teams in the world, and now they're dominating on the Rush comp. We thought that was Space Station's hope. I mean, I think going into this tournament, for Space Station, they were thinking, all right, we can win with Rush. We can force our strengths with this loser map pick format. We can come to maps where we can play Rush. Now, you can't do that anymore.
I will allow you to put a lot of
heart.
labels on me, Jake, but I'm not giving up faith. I'm not giving up hope. There's a chance. There's a chance.
There's always a chance.
To the
If you
audience
just
out there, to the
believe
viewers,
hard enough,
there's
Johnny.
a chance. I'm not giving up.
Let's look at the numbers, though. I mean, yeah.
Close, statistically,
Johnny,
close match.
it's not been as much of a beatdown I think that a lot of people would have expected.
No, I mean, I think, and it's not to take anything away from Space Station. I think these are incredibly great players. I think we saw that in the first round. We saw how many impressive kills Sparker and Psycho are making. The DPS from Space Station are keeping up. I think on an individual level, I think that this team can absolutely keep up with Falcons players. But for me, it's the strategic depth that Falcons has brought as a roster that is giving them such a huge advantage, and the fact that Space Station has been bullied off of their comfort zone, their favorite comp, what their old standby. It remains to be seen if something from Backbone
We
can
did
mix it
praise
up.
them as being a flexible team, though. Like, we do know they can play other stuff. Yes, they initially were known as that one-trick team, but that's not what they are. So let's take a look at where they take us map pool-wise, and then see what they've been cooking up. They did have some time, obviously, to prepare to this for this particular match. Johnny, give us some more hope. More hopium. Like, gas it
I
up.
haven't given you enough
Dude,
hope.
I want more.
Here's some hope for you.
Circuits.
It is going to be Circuit Real, which is the map pick. And look, Falcons, they're subbing in Surmajed. Hate to break it to you, Surmajed is not as good as Fielder. So maybe Surmajed coming out playing the Baptiste. I still think that SSG, they're positioning themselves to get the worst out of Falcons in this regard and trying to at least find some key to victory here. I do still have faith in SSG here.
Maybe you do block the Gibraltar, and so I don't hate the pick. I mean, I think there's wisdom to it. I think if I'm Christopher in this position, I'd probably make the same choice. I just mean I feel that there's like a degree of strategic inevitability here. I think the road back for SSG is the worst possible scenario where you're relying on like essentially widow gapping proper. Good luck. Sigma gapping Hanbin. Good luck. Like, I mean, you know, you guys know I'm a realist. I keep it 100%. This is what makes Falcons such a terrifying team to go up against. I really think the one weird piece is the guy you've got on your screen right now. Can some sort of cheeky symmetric comp blow this hold open It's possible. It's possible. But
I mean,
think
it's been
with Gio
catching
in,
people
you still
off
can play
guard,
Rush.
right? But I also would say, like, obviously we know that Team Falcons, they will be coming prepared. Like, they know what
They know the
can
risk of this Rush
expect,
comp.
right?
They know
and
the risk of
exactly,
sin.
but when you
Yeah.
see that sub coming in, like, they know what most likely will be happening and transpiring on the server. Well, made for a good, entertaining series, I dare say. Yeah, not all
I mean-
hope is lost. Also, we're in a double elimination bracket.
Exactly.
So there we go.
Hopium, it's
I'm
not
with you,
over
I'm
yet.
with
There's
you.
the hope.
It's
There's
not
the
over
lower
yet.
bracket.
They would be falling down to the lower bracket, of course, where their opponent will be waiting for them. I'm not entirely sure who they would be facing off against. It would be one of the two. It's
It would-
either
it would-
X or
it would
M80.
flip. It would flip.
M80?
Yeah, you go to the
Yeah.
other side of the
we
bracket.
flip.
So
We flip
SSG,
it.
the loser of this
M80.
will place M80.
Yeah.
It's not SSG yet.
And look, if you really want to zoom out, think macro here, I do think that Falcons, with this venture composition with the Genji and the Mauga, that's kind of like the composition to beat, right? So not only in this series are you thinking like, how can we beat Falcons in this series? But if on all these other teams, even M80 to an extent, right, Toronto Defiant, what is our answer to this Mauga, Venture, Genji, Brawl composition? Because the pace that Falcons play with this composition, it's unmatched. Like, it's because of the brawliness of that composition, the pace they're playing at is just something you haven't really practiced against. So the entire weekend, really, you don't really scrim that much in your off time. It's hard to schedule these scrims. You can't always play your scrim against opponents, of course. So you have very limited practice time to figure out answers, adaptations. You're sitting back at the hotel in the room and just like, well, guys, what do we do here? That is kind of like
But
the
the
approach,
frustrating
right? So
thing here
it is you have to like come up with small alterations all the time to try and break down this composition. Because I think you agree with me, Jake, that Falcons right now, when they play that role composition, that is the composition to beat. How do we figure that out?
I think what Psycho bringing out the Echo there in the final round of Ilios, I actually love the Echo response. I think Echo has a very, very favorite matchup into both DPS, Genji, and Venture. I think Mauga, although you can shoot up at Echo, it's really not what you want to do, right? You want to be getting on top of those supports, cleaning up players close to the ground who can't really escape from you. Echo's also pretty good at damaging Mauga. Copy Mauga, super effective. So I think the Echo's a great pick. But you also became exposed now. Stalker back to Tracer, and I mean, he ate them alive on the Tracer.
And
A different player can't replicate.
That's what I want to hit on here, because the important thing to remember here, if you're looking at that roster, yes, this composition looks scary and people haven't figured it out yet, but the real scary thing lies within the fact that they don't care if they have to switch off of that because they can play everything on the highest level regardless. These individual players have such a deep hero pool. They're not worried about having to switch it up.
It's only the first layer. That's what's so scary.
Exactly.
What I'm really excited for, frankly, is Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons. I think that'll be the first time we're really going to see
We're not
the
there
layers
yet,
of
Jake.
innovation.
We're not
behind
there
it.
yet, Jake. Please.
I know.
We're not there yet.
I know.
Give us
You
some
think
time.
you think at some point in this tournament that won't happen? At some point.
It is very likely.
Upper, lower bracket.
Very likely.
If this doesn't, I'm going to lose it if we don't get to see that match. Come on. Maybe it won't be in the next match. Maybe.
I love your enthusiasm,
Why
Jake.
do you-
That's all.
Actually, speaking of that matchup, Falcons and Team Raccoon, of course, both talked about the competition at large on our media day where we picked their brains. And the Falcons had some interesting things to say when they were together. This is the camera. Hi. No, actually, it's this one. Never mind. They had some interesting things to say when I had a chat with Danny 2 days ago. Let's hear it.
Hi everybody, Danny Lim here, and I'm here joined by Team Falcons coming all the way from Korea. Guys, welcome to Dallas. You guys are living in Korea, right?
Yeah.
Team Falcons?
Yeah.
I'm guessing this is your first time actually living in Korea?
Basically, yeah.
How are you liking Korea?
So nice. Everything is so good. The food is insane. I love it.
What's a go-to Korean phrase?
Saying like kaja and scrims.
Kaja and scrims?
Kaja. It's like when we push.
You guys are definitely one of the top teams in OWCS right now. Is there a team that you guys consider as rivals right now?
크레이지 라콘 아니면 토론토?
토론토. Why Toronto?
그나마 잘하는 선수들이 제일 많고 해외에서 그리고 연습을 했을 때 좀 약간 다른 팀보다 조금 더 힘들었어요.
You guys are literally all superstars. You guys are like crowd favorites. You guys are all just like really good at the game. If you have to choose, besides from yourself, who is the best player in your team and why?
들었을 때 저희 팀에서 이제 저 빼고 그냥 잘하는 선수는 아무래도 스머프 명환이 형인 것 같아요. 아무래도 우승을 제일 많이 했으니까 잘하지 않을까.
I'm gonna count to three, from 3, 2, 1, and then you guys, everyone, point at the player that you think is the best player on the team. Okay? All right, I'm gonna count. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Best player, go. All right. We got some Smurf. Okay, we got proper. We got 2 proper, 2 Smurf, 2 and 2. Okay.
Are you pointing at me?
Oh,
You're best player.
Thank you,
all right.
bro.
Smurf, why'd you pick Sir Majan?
He's best player.
Best
World
player?
champion.
Eh?
World champion.
World
I
champion.
appreciate you, man. Thank you.
He's world champion.
Do you guys like feel pressure to perform because there's so many big names in the group?
I don't think there's a pressure. We're just gonna have fun and then beat everyone.
How confident are you guys that you guys could win the whole event?
100%.
100%?
100%.
무조건 저희가 이긴다.
저도 지금 무조건 이긴다 생각하긴 해요.
무조건이죠. 저도. 100%. Everyone says 100% they're gonna win it. All right, let's see if that comes true. Team Falcons, thank you so much for taking the time to do the interview. And yeah, let's say bye to the camera, everybody. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
I mean, has there ever been a singular interview where the answer was, "Oh no, I think we're gonna lose. It's gonna be a beatdown."
But for these guys, that's
You've got to
this
come
is
in
real.
confident.
That's real
have
confidence.
to.
That's confidence born of experience. That's a different level. There's nothing false about that.
I mean, rightfully so. The performance we've seen thus far, looking like pretty stiff competition. They have a target on their back, of course, when you're performing like that. Let's see if SSG can get something done in map number 2, as they're currently down 0-1. Let's send it back over to Uber and Mr. X. We hear from them about all the action.
What do you want to know?
So he
Anything
looked
in
over at us
particular, or-
like to make sure we were still here. But we've been here the entire time.
And as you try to talk to us, just pick the mic up. That doesn't do anything when they turn it off, you know.
I know.
Oh! They turn it back on. What do you want?
Just
What do you want?
keep us
What do you
on our
want?
toes, man.
What do you want to know? Like, what do you want to hear from us?
Anything. How's your day going?
Pretty good.
New hobbies?
Trying to stay alive at DreamHack. That's my current hobby. Yeah, Jack's nodding. It's an experience.
Mitch has been pretty
It is-
angry.
it's a
There's somebody
gaming
over at the
festival, my
VR
man.
station that's better dressed than him. So he's
Yeah,
just
who is that
dealing with
person? We need to vibe. The
Yeah.
guy has great taste in shirts. I'm not going to lie. We're back, of course, everybody, with map number 2 just around the corner. And I was right. I'm not going to gloat too much, but Circuit Royale was the pick here. It's a common one, I think, if you don't want to get Gibraltared. So, not a huge shock. That's why, of course, we see some switch-ups on the Falcon side. Margent comes in, Hanbin comes in, Baptiste, Sigma seems like a very solid approach. And it's something that I think you were hinting at, Matt. Yeah, SSG can do, but maybe not a preference of theirs.
You don't want to get Gibraltar. That's a new one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and look, you can. What they're hovering right now. This will be Falcons on defense. It looks like. So we'll get that one on the top of your screen swapped up. But this is what they ran the other day, right? They played
the Life Weaver.
They played the Life Weaver around that corner. Space Station. This is something kind of obviously in their wheelhouse. It's specialty.
And they might stay on this sim, gang. Yeah, buddy, we're keeping the sim. All right. Let's see how this goes down.
So you can also, you can know that they're going to do this, but I imagine trying to find somebody to play against who plays this at a high level and try and scrim or practice against something like this is almost impossible. As Space Station, really the only team who plays competitions like this is it's going to be Immortality Field. They're used to pumping up. They're just getting some space.
Yeah, they need to keep Hardy standing. That's the problem. Yes, he got an Immortality Field map, but he didn't get enough healing. Finding a disconnect there, but landed. Uses the Exo boots to get some height. Landed with 2. Hang on. You lost Hardy, but he's still got a bit to go on with now. Geo a little bit low, needs to back away. A question here from Space Station as they thunder in towards the underpass.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, right, Falcons should end up being able to kind of create distance between themselves and Space Station, and then with the damage from the Hanto and Afara, able to win that long game. That's a huge one there, taking out Funny Astra.
So who kills Stalker here?
I think it's kind of almost a little bit of let's see if we can go and get enough players where it's Landon or somebody else can finish Stalker off. That's kind of the game. And kind of playing with fire there for a second. Kaya with dies. Stalker using that pedal around that corner to not have to hit that ground off.
Space Station have to go fast. They need to get their right in position with a Sim TP quickly before Stalker can take over the fight with that unanswerable damage from high. Here they come again. Hardy gonna drop off. Pressure coming down, but there it is, the response. Yeah, beautiful barrage, and of course a life grip to get Stalker out of trouble. So often that the barrage leaves you so vulnerable as Farah. Almost guarantees you get killed in response. Now though with Black Weaver, that's less of a certainty.
Yeah, traditionally Rocket Barrage is a press Q to die ability. I know kind of up there with Death Blossom at times. Right?
Press Q to try to kill. Kind of thing.
Yeah, where right there able to get 2. Also with like the knock, right? When you want to use these TPs, obviously for the TP you have to be all close together. Just add extra displacement towards the side of the space station.
Armanetta back up there, plenty of time though. The poke coming in, you can see these health bars on the side of Space Station, seeing better days. Sparky got topped up. They have to, what? Okay, they have to use the Immortality Field already. They won't have it to respond to this flux.
And they have to use beat just to like get around this corner.
Not good.
Back up. Yeah, I mean.
The flux though wasn't ever really triggered by Hanbin. I think he was satisfied with the disengagement there. Here's a Blizzard. Okay, it's going to be used pretty defensively though now as the pressure starts them out on Hardy with proper the Dragon Strike to cut the back line off from the front. Tree of Life though, good healing as those pulses come out. The Immortality Field is down for Falcons. They want to push up. The Maywall's going to make it hard though. And Matrix, Shadow came out there. Copper and Geo both got caught and there's Hardy running over the top of them. Finally, Space Station have a chance to reach. But Stalker's found 2. Unlikely that's going to be enough though for Falcons.
Yeah, it's a really nice Maywall there from Backbone. They end up dropping in Amp Matrix. They get a kill off the back of that, and then the Maywall falls right into the shadow there from Hadi. And a classic combo there for Space Station as they get that first checkpoint. And now some just a change here for Falcons. It'll be Hanbin now playing the Maga. So we'll see how this Reinhardt can go toe-to-toe with the Maga.
Sigma doesn't cope well with someone getting up in his face normally. And the Symmetra means that the Falcons can't really avoid that. That has to be an early ice block for Backbone. He's in trouble. The poke damage has been pretty impactful from Stalker. Make no mistake though, Space Station have the ability to circumvent that and start a fight on their own terms. If the Sim TP works out, Prom's a little bit low. He's back in the fight instantly.
A lot of card progress here though for Space Station. You're going to have a sound barrier here for this next fight as well. Amp Matrix 2, so you're taking a lot of this poke damage for Space Station, but you're getting lots of support value out of it.
Symmetra Wall comes up now, that poke damage essentially nullified for Falcons, and look at how quickly Space Station looked to take advantage. They pushed up, now work just around that little kiosk display. That'll just be pokes and prods from Sparker. Backbone trying to do much the same, but he's a bit more exposed over on the card. He'll need to be topped up. Here's an Amp Matrix TP now for Space Station to get past it, and Hardy is running over them again. Munch and proper fall. Hardy now has a chance to get topped back up. What a nuisance this guy has been. Hanbin really struggling to have any impact, and Backbone's threatening to move the card up. Space Station had to use the Maywall, but it's worked brilliantly. Falcons now have to try and contest here desperately just before the checkpoint. Tree of Life comes out. Stop for Hanbin, but he's going to get frozen stiff here. Amalgus Kill gets dragged out of the fight though. His life grip from Chio connects onto the tank. What a shutout! Classic Hardy, folks. Space Station, get another tick.
Yeah, I mean, those Sim turrets in the doorway, a little bit of a car wash action there as everybody for Falcons just starts to funnel out of that. So, team kill there for Space Station, but they were able to get so much payload progress out towards that second checkpoint. And you mentioned like the chip damage coming down from Falcons, but you were able to heal it up so fast there for Space Station that you gave Funny Astro and Landon both support ultimates coming into that last fight.
And again, you can see how impactful this poke damage is. It really means Space Station has to be careful about how and when they engage. Especially because they now have to contend with this high ground advantage that naturally is afforded to Falcons. They want to push up though, create some artificial high ground with the pedal. Hardy wants to drop down now, pressure that Hardy's shield, which really has to be put away awful quick once those miniguns start rattling. But look, they've circumvented Harvin entirely. They've gone around the Malga. They've taken up the high ground, and now the map has been flipped. Harvin plays low. Look at him drag them in. Stalker got life gripped out a little bit early there, but the cage fight is still going to make it hard for Space Station to get away from this engagement. But they're happy with it. They want to fight. They want to brawl. And they're more than ready to throw down as Hartman drags him in.
Yeah, I mean, the longer these fights go, right, the Sim starts to ramp up in it. It's a cage fight. It's actually an Amp Matrix up on the high ground from Landon as well. Funny Astro with a nice beat. Look at this, the TP gets right on top of Servajet. They take him out. That is a huge kill.
No healers.
I think you were a little bit worried about, how this Reinhardt would play into the Mog. It's looked pretty good so far.
Random falls there. Can't get back on the same side of the Sim wall. The Stalk had nowhere to go. He basically got trapped by the Bay wall, and that's a pretty impressive tires to work with. Space Station get the map down and show why they're not afraid to play Ryan almost anywhere.
I mean, look, you get the sim TPs, you start getting that Ryan into positions that you normally do not expect. Nobody in the world, I was going to say does it better, but nobody in the world does it at all outside of Space Station.
Still correct.
At the moment. So we'll see now what they decide to do on defense. I think the more interesting thing is what in the world do you do with your Falcons, right? You're going to play like a Sigma and try and move up and methodically take space. Are you going to try the Maga into this? What exactly is kind of the game plan here, right?
Even last year, the Space Station core were playing right hard on Watchpoint Gibraltar. Any map, it didn't matter. Because the Symmetra allowed them to circumvent so much of the verticality that they lacked. It allowed them to get hardy time and time again in positions for this Reinhardt actually to be effective. Those situations are narrow most of the time. Sparker offers a heck of a lot more than the ability to reposition the rest of this team on the sim. The damage as it ramps up is terrifying, and Hardbin can't do much about it.
Potentially a spawn hole here.
You think?
It's like, I think that's what we're setting up for potentially here. As Falcons and Go will open up. All right, so the Venture Genji comp here, so we've been talking a lot about this. So just throw by for names and make a switch here over to the back, but see how this goes against that Ryan.
I mean, it's a very good brawl composition.
Immortality goes instantly.
Venture is so well suited to this, and that's why they've been preferable to Tracer. Look at that, you just tucked out under the hammer swing. Again, Tracer was often the go-to in these brawl compositions, but she couldn't hang in the fight like Venture can. You gotta just drop down, duck up, have some CC as well. Plus good burst damage in a melee that tears you to shreds.
I mean, eventually fit so great into compositions like this with that Maka. Typically, yeah, you mentioned this would be a spot that occupied by Tracer, but just so much extra damage and whatnot that added survivability as well with the Venture in play. So this will actually be Adi now making an adjustment, goes over to Sigma here as they'll keep the May and then bring in a Cassidy.
Maywall though's effective. Crawford though just walks up on them. He won't be denied. Accretion doesn't connect. Hopper's able to avoid that. Stalker drill rushes back to safety as a Maywall seeks to try and catch someone from Falcons out. They're able to group up together once more.
Well, the Venture ults here, you're also just building these support ultimates, right? As,
Here we go.
It's going to be Hanvin going around the corner, Immortality Field fused, and now an Amp Matron.
That's a great stop. Immortality Field has been taken down. Stalker did get Sparker on the way out. And the Cassidy is going to be the real part of this composition that Falcons want to try and dive upon over and over again. Proper now with no threat of that mag grenade though. Cassidy headshots in play to be that much more aggressive. Maywall here just to stall the Blizzard, also to the same effect here. Perhaps Backbone's expected to switch off at some point. But no one really affected by that May ult. Space Station will give up the first checkpoint.
Yeah, you're in an even fight there at one point there, and it just comes down to that Space Station not able to keep Hottie alive, right? They lose Hottie, even with both damage dealers alive and then one down for Falcons. It's still impossible for them to get that Maga out of position. Blizzard used there by Backbone, maybe thinking if Sparker comes back into the fight, you get Landon there as well, and you're able to keep things going. Not the case, as that is a Gravitic Flux, that is a swing and a miss here, a Blade. These are rarely missed from Proper. That is a Blade combo with a cage fight, and that is a fight win there for Falcons.
Cage fight synergizes so well with Genji. He does not have the travel far to complete those kills. Sparko comes back on spawn and takes Chigo down. This could be an issue when it comes to Falcons properly capping his checkpoint. Space Station back to 5 here. And no Lucio for the attackers.
Space Station just needs a fight win here in a bad way, right? Because they do end up completing the map at a decent amount of time, right? You know, you get a fight win here, you start to burn some clock, you give yourself a real chance of having a better time bank. Then Falcons. So Falcons, they back up here a little bit. They're going to play for these double support ults again.
Another stop. Look to get into the back line. Pressure the Cassidy once more. Surely had to be the plan. Landon's Immortality Field only keeps Sparker up for so long, but it's traded back. Hanvin falls. The Immortality Field there for Marjet. Not quite enough to keep him standing. He's still a dominant showing from Falcons. It's another checkpoint guaranteed.
And it seems like Space Station is potentially here just trying to get out and cast, but the backbone in the ice block, and not able to get it though. As Funny Astro actually they come back.
They're going to have a go at this, but they've lost backbone already. Accretion connects with Hardbin, but he seems unperturbed. The Stalker gets in the back line and deals with Landon. That venture, absolutely filthy. 4 minutes and 13 to play.
What I was going to talk about was that Space Station just seems like they're choosing between two pretty bad options, in the sense that when the Maga Slam comes in, they were running the Cassidy, so the Cassidy's going to take big damage there with Landon. So do you use Immortality Field and all the Baptiste cooldowns there and then just sacrifice Hadi? Do you just lose your damage dealer but then also potentially lose your backline? It's a no-win scenario there for Space Station Gaming with those types of decisions.
Dragon Blade is here for Proper once more, and a sound barrier going to be used to start the fight. Proper absolutely in this one. Going to be Funny Astro removed first, and Space Station do not sit to using the ultimates they banked. Hardy has no chance to find a good flux there anyway.
They are making it look easy with this composition. We've seen them running now with the Baptiste. We've seen it also run the Diana when Fielder is in, but the combination of Maga, Venture, Genji seems to be extremely strong.
It's hard for Hardy to get a good flux here as well because of how dispersed Falcons are over the points. They start to make their way in with the card. Hardy steps up and look at that, blown up instantly. No chance for Landon to get that Immortality Field in play. A Blizzard, that's a pretty good one, but Harman's playing from outside of it. It is enough for Backbone to get in and deal with Stalker, but Landon's fallen. An Immortality Field, not an option. Once more, Funny Astro will be staggered simply out on the cart. Here's a Sojourn play, but Sparker only has a little bit of mobility. Once that's been exhausted, he's in trouble. Here's a cage fight. Kinetic grasp here from Hardy. Good time by as Hardy goes lower and lower. Eventually going to be removed. Now a chance of that gravitic flux. Should it be required? It looks like Space Station have been out of hold.
I mean, just barely. You see how difficult it is to take down that Maga. You need like a whole spawn cycle of players. Space Station makes some changes here, so they'll have the Echo. We've seen the Echo used early on in this series against this type of composition. Now also they'll have a Flux here to use in this next fight. So we'll see Flux overclock, right?
Flux going back
up in the sky.
They've got to know about this.
Drop down here, so.
Drill Rush used to gain a bit of height here. Cardiac Overdrive in play now. Gravitic Flux will be the answer. Sparker with overclock from that high ground, can't do much. But Marjan, and out of nowhere appears Stalker. Sparker's taken down, but Harman wants the casualty of that Gravitic Flux. It's Backbone getting traded, at least able to pick off a player with that focusing beam. And again, Space Station set their feet. With Hardy standing, Falcons cannot advance. And now they're at risk of falling behind in time bank.
If they switch off the Venture here, it might just be a little bit harder to kind of like access the backline. You saw there when the pop-up happens, not able to get towards that high ground completely. Also the Tracer, as we talked about, really effective against the Echo, but the clock dwindling down here. Space Station with a chance for the better time bank.
Blade Proper for a time, looked like he was happy to sit on the low ground, but then heads upstairs with pressure on Funny Astro, who has to drop down, and Hardy eventually falls to that Blade itself. Backbone Duke Amalga for a time, but he can't hang, and Spark is going to step up and have a cry. 10 seconds separate these two teams.
Still, SSG has to, I mean, look, their points A and B defense not great. Even kind of point C all the way towards that end. You know, the map completion, ultimately, but still able to hold there for, two really, good fights, right? With burning a lot of this clock off, gives them that time bank advantage. So you can't feel too terrible about the position that you're in if you're Space Station Gaming. It's just figuring out what you can do here on the defensive side early to prevent a little bit of a snowball.
Yeah, when we get down to this kind of time bank, that first checkpoint hold becomes far more important than under nominal circumstances. And against, first we'll think about Space Station's defense, but they are going to have to play offense against that Pharah once more. They're really necessitated speed. Space Station won't play the Rhino on defense, though. It will be the Sigma. Something far more robust, dependable here for, only would be a minute and 8 seconds if required.
Yeah, and I was talking about how, you're playing that Cassidy for Space Station when Maga Slam comes in and you're, in a terrible spot deciding, okay, what do? Keep the Cassidy. Sparker on the Sojourn can avoid that a little bit more. Yeah, a little bit
Go
safer.
to the high ground or something.
Yeah, you can dash away from, you see the Maga coming on in. Pretty difficult to miss. So you can kind of dash out of the way, get to a high ground position, get away from that Maga Slam. Maybe it allows them to keep Hadi alive a little bit longer as they'll play close at Spawn yet again.
Last time Spawn Camp didn't go great. They're trying to do it with a Sigma as well, by the way. This is just to buy a little bit of time. Space Station expecting probably to lose this fight here, but they're giving as good as they get thus far. Literally. Proper and Margin taken down here on the attacking side. Stalker that wants to make his way in behind, and Funny Astro, yeah, knocked back by that melee. It is devastating. Beautiful stuff for Stalker. And they'll be on the road here, but they have lost about 25 seconds.
Yeah, this also allows Space Station to make some changes, right? It's kind of it's going to be Tracer here for Stalker. Yep, so as soon as the backbone switch to the Echo comes in, you switch over to the Tracer. You a little bit of a, not a huge advantage, right? The Tracer are always pretty strong against Echo. As soon as Echo kind of comes out of the sky, an easy target.
Eyes on the Sojourn here. Sparker is going to have to avoid that Margaret Stomp. And the Genji and Tracer somehow. It's a lot to ask. The flank already being occupied by Stalker, who look to make their way in, and there it is. As the power slide away from the Malgore, now he can start just plugging away with these shots. Railgun hits have been good for Sparker. Probably the first casualty. He knows Stalker starting to flank behind, but this means Backbone has a bit more freedom to pressure. Hardman exposes his back to the Echo, and that's an easy pick off for Sparker once more. Nobody able to get to grips with this Sojourn here in Space Station. They're in a great spot to hold off. Pulse bomb, Sparker ignores it. It's far enough behind him, it's not a threat. Oh, the beat! It gets delayed, but Falcons can't exploit that. Geo now, eventually the beats run out for Team Falcons. They're going to have to go for it. But it's a gravitic flux they're going to play into. Hardy lets it go now. Who does he catch? Gets the Genji. No chance that Proper would have survived without that healing. And the Immortality field comes in after the fact. That's already been used now. It's been expired. Landon gets his ammo. Air Matrix is in play, but Harbin seems to be able to play out of line of sight of it. Yes, on the low ground away from that damage amp. Stops to reposition. Deflect with a sticky bomb. That is disgusting. Unreal from Proper. And now he's got a chance to do even more. Falcons should have been stopped there. It looked like it was over. But these guys won't be denied.
It feels like SSG played that as good as you possibly...
That should have been it.
Could there, yeah. I mean, should have been it, right? You had that later sound barrier. You kind of come in. But Falcons, they are just so sick at keeping the payload alive, keeping it in OT, keeping it going. And now, Proper's got a blade. You're going to have Sparker coming huge here with this overclock.
Or at least get away from the blade. Here it comes. Ahead of the first target. Even able to get Immortality killed out, but that gets cleaned up pretty darn quickly. Proper able to play behind some of that attacking Baptiste utility. They're going to back up for now. Falcons got what they wanted there. They want this checkpoint more than anything. So over-aggressing at this point would be devastating. Sparker now is down. The Doom is expired. Backbone isn't the extra Malga on the field. And the Falcons are still going. Space Station no choice but try and regroup for one more crack at this. But Cage Fight is available for Hanbin.
You're even going to get it.
They can't touch.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're going to get another fight here. You're going to have to give up that checkpoint. Not ideal that you want to kind of like push up and fight like by that staircase. You're going to back up here, give up a little bit more spaces. Sparker now over on the Cassidy is going to have a funny Astro beat, but look at Falcons. They're going to have just about everything here. This looked like potentially a point A hold, which is now looking like Falcon potentially runs down the map.
Still opting not to hold the pulse bomb for the Cage Fight. Maybe a little bit easier to stick it there. Lets it go, doesn't find anyone. Here's the stop, backs away. Look at that echo damage, it's frightening. Cage Fight used, but Harmon doesn't really want to be there. He drops down to the low ground instead. Who steps up in his stead? Chia with the sound barrier kept Harmon standing as well as the Immortality field. That's enough room for the Malga to pick off the echo. But Sparker playing from that off angle, that left-hand side, the shots are darn good. Chia wants the pressure, but Sparker won't be denied. Fantastic Cassidy work. Harmon gets out of the flux, but eventually gets brought down. It's down and big enough for the two of them. Space Station puts that attack to rest.
You know, Space Station obviously finished with a better time bank, but that is a brutal one, right? One where you look like you can get a point A hold, potentially in a fantastic spot to tie the series up. They got that fight win there, and then they kind of run down. You know, they don't complete the match, right? Thankfully for Space Station, but you know, they get it past that second checkpoint, which is quite brutal given the situation they were in.
The prospects for Space Station don't feel great. We saw them struggle a little bit with that Lifeweaver Farah composition from Falcons. Yes, they may be able to get the map done, sure.
It took a little bit of a while to get going, right? It took a little bit of time for things to develop, so.
And that's something that gets put to the test here in extra innings more than any other point. It's about that first checkpoint. Unfortunately, Falcons have made it even harder for you by just how far they've been able to get, and they instead opt to play the Venture over the Fara here, man.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. You know, they come out on that comp, and then obviously something in the comps, they decide to go back, make this change. Maybe they feel like, yeah, okay, let's say you play this Fara-based composition, you lose a fight, you're going to switch off of it anyway. Where the clock is and how much you kind of draw on, right? Even if you lose a fight or two with this composition for Falcons, once they get the ultimates, once you get cage fight blade, you're good to go, right? You feel like it's an automatic win, and by that time you would be in OT. So, kind of playing the long game here for Falcons.
Space Station here want to try and circumvent an all-in brawl straight out of the gates here.
And it's a Maga here for Space Station, so we were wondering, like, will we actually see like a Maga v Maga matchup you actually do here early on? And it's actually the comp they were playing with the Reinhardt, but instead of the Reinhardt, they're playing Maga.
This is anti-venture positioning as well. They don't want to run in and take a full fight straight out the doors against that. They know if they can outrange Venture, it's much easier to deal with them, especially with the Cassidy. Harmon quite low. That's the immortality field. And Space Station say, okay, we're going to use one of our own here. We can't lose any players. Can't afford that with 37 seconds left. Sim starts to ramp up here. You can see just how devastating it is to Malga as it is anyone else. Chico there gets picked off. Backbone. Starting to put him in the microwave.
But you burned about, I mean, you burned more than a minute of clock, right? So this is actually, you know, obviously Space Station, you get the part rolling, everybody claps, but it's actually pretty good for Falcons.
Everybody clap, okay.
Where, I know, proper builds basically a blade in that first fight. You get all of the time bank basically gone, right? But where the kind of golden box victory is, I mean, you're giving yourself a 4-fight potential here.
See, Stalker's ult charge, though, hasn't been able to be much of a factor in these last couple of fights. This time, though, different story, because Space Station have nowhere else to go. And Matrix is there. Falcons try and push through it, but Hardbin takes far too much damage to be kept in the fight. Another great fight for Space Station. This time, you might have cause to get a little more excited.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for Space Station here is you win that fight while holding on to that beat. You're desperately needing that beat for that blade that is just inevitable, right? So what you see from Falcons is proper go pretty deep. They're trying to make a play onto the A player. Get Funny Astro to have to drop that beat minute. Then even if you lose that fight, you come back to blade. But being able to hold on that sound barrier for Funny Astro is enormous.
And Matrix here is strong for Falcons, especially when they have the high ground. Space Station don't have the option just to get off the card here. We are in overtime. For the slimmest second, if they were to leave, the round would end. That TP there, just to get Space Station ready on the card. It's not an aggressive one. Here's an air Matrix zone, instantly landing gets brought down. Symmetra Wall comes a little bit too late. Now the cage fight's going to force Space Station to stand and deliver. And they can't. Proper, too sharp for them. 4 with the blade. I might have seen an extra one there as Falcons close it out. And that's a map pick for Space Station. That falls by the wayside.
And that end sequence is kind of what I was talking about a little bit previously, is that Proper goes in, the kill happens onto Landon so fast. At that time, you have no Baptiste. What are you forced to do? You're forced to use the sound barrier to kind of keep everybody alive. As soon as the sound barrier comes down, cage fight to keep everybody in place. The beat kind of wears off a little bit, and then a huge blade from Proper to seal the deal.
Might have been a bona fide 5K there for Proper. I think he got landed at the start of that fight with a little melee. We see why Cage Fight is so synergistic with what Genji tries to do, and Tracer to some degree, which is why we were a little surprised to see Stalker pulse sort of before that ultimate came down, but a very minor thing. Yeah, how do you feel about the Venture being sort of picked up there? I think, like, you know, Falcons really wanted to brawl and they wanted to spawn camp. Space Station knew it. They played around that pretty elegantly.
Yes, but I do feel like that Venture is extremely good.
It was a marginal thing.
Yeah, in combination with the Genji, I mean, it is just a pretty sick combo with the Mog in the mix. I mean, the amount of damage that comes down, you know, between Venture and Maga Stomp. You know,
this is nerfed Maga, by the way.
Yeah, and then Proper with a dash. I mean, it is just lots of burst damage that there's almost no answer to. So really sick comp. For you know, SSG fan supporters, this game's actually been pretty close, you know, all throughout. So I think you feel pretty good about it. Now I expect them to fully pick one of the escort maps. I think, you know, whichever escort map they probably feel the best about in the pool is the hybrid map is where they decide to go.
Is there a silver bullet at any point here for SSG? We've got a substitution now as Margin and Hanbin look to be put back on the bench.
Yeah, and you know, just taking a look, it looks like everybody on you know, SSG got up. So not sure if we're going to see some subs for them. But I know seeing Sermjet get up, seeing Hanbin probably leave, it'll be a different map, completely with a different kind of lineup in.
That's right. Let's listen to some winning comms here for Falcons. Let's see how they landed the plane there on Circuit Royal.
Yeah, we combo Hanbin.
나갈 수 있어. 나 차 이러면 차.
We can go.
Yeah, go, go, go. 3, 2, 1. I'm ulting. Push. Lucy one.
앞에 왔어.
Sam, no beat, Sam. I lump you.
나이스. 마오가. 나이스.
Yeah, winning moments here for Team Falcons. Unlucky, some might say. Obviously, SSG.
That was not luck or unluck.
Well, the good old Genji 5K to close it all out with. Quite frankly, though, it was incredible, impressive what both of these teams have showed there. SSG, they set themselves up well there. They had more time to spare as well. But then it all crumbled. Like, what an incredible OT push we saw from Team Falcons on the back of incredible individual performances.
I mean, individually, right? When you're counter-picking Falcons to force Stalker to play Tracer. That's the position you're in. You're forcing Stalker to play his best hero, and that's like the progression you've accomplished so far in the series in terms of breaking this meta comp with the Genji and the Venture. I mean, for me, Falcons have this in the bag. I don't think there's a pick that's going to change this. I think this is on Space Station's review group and deliver their best. I thought the Sim was really their last hope, and to be honest, they made a lot of great plays with the Sim, especially against Hanbin Sigma. I think they really executed well. Hadi had only huge shatters this map. I mean, nothing was whipped. An incredibly consistent Ryan performance in the good matchup against Sigma. Very well played from them. But as soon as the manga comes out, okay, we're back to basics. We're back to consistent, incredible performances. I like the idea of matching the Mauga in the open spaces on first point. Sure, you can win, but it's overtime. You've got to stay on the card forever. Yeah, Landon dies before beat, but I can't overstate how impossible that situation is for SSG. You're forced to come across this close sight line. Genji's right on top of you. If you beat early for Funny Astro and keep everyone alive, they're just going to disengage from you, come back 2 seconds later, and wipe you without one of the most important ults in the game. So for me, Falcons just putting on a tactical masterpiece. I think they are the team to beat right now in the tournament. I think even Crazy Raccoon has to be looking at Falcons as a serious, serious threat.
Yeah, but you're seeing how the compositions evolve throughout even this map alone, of course. Space Station Gaming coming out, playing the Reinhardt composition, while Falcons is playing the Pharah with the Life Weaver. And then Falcons saying, we're just going to stick to the Mauga composition. We feel really comfortable with this Venture composition against SSG, even bringing the Reinhardt in spawns, right? So SSG here, I feel like that was their silver bullet, like Mitch mentioned, with the Symmetra and the Reinhardt. In many ways, that was maybe their hidden strategy that they could pull out here on a map like this. Maybe you learn something from that, but I do think that throughout this tournament, you need some kind of variant on Mauga, because on a lot of these points, Mauga is just so good, and I don't feel like you can get away playing the Sigma and playing the Reinhardt. Now, not at all times. You don't have to use one-trick Mauga. There is some Sigma variations that could work out. I could see them bring out the Reinhardt in the future, but maybe if you're Space Station Gaming, maybe it's some variation of Symmetra, because Symmetra has been a staple pillar of their arsenal for like years now because of their proficiency, Sparker, with the teleport. Not sure about the Mei. I don't think that's gonna work out. I guess the level of dive that we're seeing from Falcons, right? But I feel like the silver bullet has been used from Space Station Gaming, and now we'll see if they can cook up something more as this series develops, but also throughout the tournament, because there is a lower bracket. You want to learn as much as you can, get as much intel as you can, and build on that intel. Throughout this tournament, we're going to see the compositions develop. We're going to see what teams do to adapt, and that is going to be so crucial. What do you do next year if you are SSG?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big question, right? Here, again, a look at the map pool. Of course, SSG once more gets to pick not just the map, but also the map type. Where do you want to take it? Are you going to any map where you know, like, your Symmetra comps are really going to look good? Or is that too exploitable? Because it's not like Team Falcons don't know that that's coming their way.
I mean, I think for me, what I want to see SSG try is cutting the hit scan. I feel like what Falcons have shown is that hit scan is not the meta right now. It's not necessary. It's not even strong. It's actually a vulnerability, right? If you have anyone who can be caught, Venture, Genji, Mauga, they will catch them.
Wow,
I like the choice of New Junk City. I think actually you just need a win. It's not about tactical, hybrids, the more superior map pick. This is like desperation. Pick something that really favors your style. I think, though, this shows to me that I expect SSG to keep going with what they practice based on this pick. I think this probably signals maybe more Sim in May, maybe a Sim Bastion, something of that variety, something they haven't fully committed to yet. Maybe that can work. Maybe the Sim, Bastion, and Sigma could work. But in the end, I think the DPS flexibility from Falcons, I mean, if you play that, Proper and Stalker are going to have a field day. And I mean, I think they've shown just incredible poise in whatever they've come out on. I also want to highlight Surmajet. I think a lot of people have questioned Surmajet in this roster, criticized him when he comes in and said, okay, why is this guy really on the team? But I mean, he is putting on a monster performance on the Batiste. Yeah, he's played Alari in the past, played Zen. We know he's an incredibly good flex support player. I think Majet has looked incredibly good every time he comes in. Even hearing him in the team comes there, he's comfortable coming. He's making his calls. He's getting the team in position, talking about what he wants to do.
That's what they said. That's what they said.
You're questioning a player who's world champion. In every other team he's been on, he's looked like one of the very best players. It's only because, I mean, it's like you're in a team that sometimes benches Hanbin, other times benches Smurf. That's the situation Falcons are in. Even the bench players are world champion tier players.
They got a luxury bench. Like, there's no doubt about that.
Disgusting.
I'm definitely interested to see if they're facing off against, let's say, Crazy Raccoon. Will Surmajet also see playtime there? Because some might argue, like, you know, if you're very confident in what you can do against your opponent, you might give other players more reps. So far, we've seen a lot of Surmajet, actually. Obviously, he is a world champion. Like, you know, it's not a bad problem to have. A luxury bench, for sure. Yeah, so now we know which map we're heading to. That means that we are getting ready for our next match. And for all the action, we once again hand it over to our friends, our casters, our words,
yes, they're
many
friends and
words, all of
casters,
those
Zoe.
things.
Superlatives.
Fellows.
Surely you can do better than that. My goodness.
Our wonderful wordsmiths.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yes, yes.
Jake is so good.
Yeah, you did really good there.
Great. That was
nice
great,
job,
Jake.
Jake.
Nice job.
Thumbs up to you. Okay.
I don't think Johnny said anything for the last like 3 minutes.
Did he? I mean, if he did, I didn't hear him.
I just copied what Mitch said, like the silver bullet thing. I took that from you.
Yeah, that was good. It's good. Yeah, I like that. See, there you go. Let's have a look at our substitutions heading into our next map here. Because, of course, for SSG, they are running out of room to make it happen. Unsurprisingly, we saw Marched leave the stage earlier on. He loves to hype the crowd up when he comes in, when he leaves. Fielder will take his place. And I suspect that Smurf is also going to be coming in here for Falcons.
Yeah, like Jake mentioned, it's kind of, yeah, you play on a team that swaps Smurf out of the lineup, which is pretty rare. Same with Hot and Bin, so to see Surmajetta, and he's had great success for a lot of different teams that he's been on, right? So kind of figure out a way to utilize him on this roster, which they have.
It didn't seem hard. I mean, the Baptiste is very solid. We know Fielder can play it, but Marched, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. New Junk City is an interesting choice. You know, we've talked about how so many teams, right, would obviously go towards Suravasa in the past, where, yeah, maybe there is a next level to the Symmetra, Reinhardt, different compositions that you have cooked up. The Bastion's a pretty decent shot. I think that was Jake on the desk making that point. I think the Bastion, potentially an interesting look, but that also feels like that's something that will inevitably be solved by Falcons.
The Symmetra play in general, it's pretty hard to solve when there's these TPs that come from very random areas. It's kind of hard to predict when these fights are supposed to begin or prevent individuals from getting picked off, your tank from getting run up on, or your backline getting flattened. No one outside of this team, and maybe actually the Shock last year also did experiment a lot with the sim play with like the Rhine comps. And found some success there. Their matchup against Hardy's team at the time, obviously that London core was very compelling as both teams were trying to use Symmetra to outmaneuver each other. I don't think Falcons are locked into the mirror here on New Junk City. Last chance saloon for your Space Station Gaming roster. EMEA's #1 seed at risk of falling to the lower brackets.
Still, like we've talked about throughout the series, he's been pretty competitive against Falcons. Falcons #2, obviously, from APAC, where it's definitely proven that, hey, you know, a team that is not, you know, at the level of Falcons, which you kind of look through the roster of teams here, not many are, you're going to make noise if you're Space Station Gaming. I think, though, this is important. They talked a little bit about this on the desk. It feels like you need a MAGA look, right? You know, you can't probably get by with playing Ryan, Winston, Ramatra, Sigma. You need to have some kind of variation here with MAGA. So it'll be Space Station Gaming using this kind of compositions they would run the Reinhardt with, but just having the MAGA in play.
Stalker again on the venture. And that's right, that variation. Just switching the MAGA for Ryan, still having that Sim TP availability, and Kiriko here for Landon.
Yeah, and I'd love to know, yesterday when we saw Falcons, and we were talking about it in the back earlier today, like, They look so good running this competition with the Ana in the mix. And today they've dropped the Ana a lot, right? They've gone with the back piece in a lot of these different kind of competitions.
Yeah, a bit of a adjustment for them, I think. Maybe just really fancying having some form of immortality. Kiriko maybe not where they want to be. Just some ticklesy from both sides here. Falcons threatening to capture the point with Proper being sent down there. And he is able to get it. So Space Station needs to use Proper's absence now to their advantage. And Immortality Field getting picked up very early for Falcons, so a little bit concerning. Sparker dives on in though. Good pressure on Smurf. Hardy able to trade it out though, of course. His backbone was removed just prior by Stalker, who really isn't favored in the matchup against Venture.
Proper, there is not a fight that he is seeing he doesn't like, as he will get really deep and aggressive. No, really more aggressive than a lot of the other Genjis though that we've seen in the past, right? He will, dash on in, right click. Loves the 1v1 duels with that Genji, so a fast fight win for Falcons. And they also build up. I mean, they have one more fight here on this point, right? Space Station double support ult, but they might only get one extra fight here in this first point.
They've got Blade to work with here, and Proper's probably feeling better only having to deal with Kiriko and then Suzu instead of the Immortality Field, but demands attention to be removed. Here's Stalker, goes ahead of the Ant Matrix right now. All of Space Station playing together on the low ground. They've not gotten value from the Kitsune Russian. Oh, yes! Near Stalker, popped up, looking good, but that was a fantastic stop from Hardy. He just doesn't have the health, and Proper here is going to make it a nightmare for Space Station. They're all far too low to be involved any further in this fight. Sparker knows he may as well feed himself to the beast.
That'll be the first flashpoint here over to Falcons. They end up having to use a decent amount of ultimates there towards the end, so slight advantage potentially for Space Station Gaming coming into our second flashpoint, but having nobody die, right? Being able to run over there rather quickly, the nice spawn advantage here. Falcons will be able to set up.
Overclock for Sparker. And Symmetra wall here, pretty important, but Falcons usually are just going to want to push past it anyway. Just like this, in fact. Hardy trying to counter stop him. Stalker unaffected by it. Cage fire thrown down. Hardy really wants this engagement. Space Station definitely get favourable footing in this fight. We're going to turn this into a flashpoint take.
Yes, Hardy's been doing a nice job in terms of, Falcons obviously wants to set pace. Smurf goes in with the slam, and Hardy ends up using a slam kind of back into Smurf, into his back line. It's a long distance immortality field thrown in there for Falcons pretty consistently right after Smurf, right? You throw that immortality field in, keeps the Maga alive, Maga, cardiac overdrive, regen first, you start to cycle those abilities yet again.
Here comes Falcons on the retake attempt. Ant Matrix up for Fielder. They will have his in a moment too. Here comes Smurf, looking for a stomp here, has to go through the Ant Matrix and get past it already though. Now Space Station can't use it whatsoever. Sound barrier being drawn out, Chio doesn't have his yet. Yes, cage fight for Falcons though. Chio can't get bit in time. That's 2 lost fights in a row, that's a flashpoint virtually, give it up.
It's a really nice symbol there from Backbone. So Smurf's cage fight does negate Landon's Ant Matrix on the other side, right? But that cage fight comes down, and then that sim wall comes in from Backbone, kind of splits everybody off. As for Falcons, there's no way you're gonna. Landing the beat there would be you have Proper on one side of the wall. Yeah, you get broken up. So you're not gonna end up using that ability there. They're gonna give it up, and now you're gonna see them bring the Ana into the mix. So this is the kind of composition that at least we were watching the other day and talking a little bit in the back that we thought had a lot of explosive value in it. So see if they can make it work here.
The comp that's really interested in healing this Malga setup. Again, cardiac overdrive, nullified to some degree by a grenade.
The Fielder consistently was getting like 3-player buyout grenades the other day.
Thought about lining one up there. That would have been a little too speculative for someone as careful as Fielder.
They have Blade, right? If you know they're coming through this choke, stomp Blade, that's going to be 2 players in with a bio grenade. That's going to be the immortality field out straight away, but no healing can go into Sparker, so you're going to lose him instantly.
You saw that Sim TP come up preemptively, so Space Station had a good feel that Falcons were going to try and dive on them right there. They just aren't quick enough to get out.
Fast fight win there for Falcons. You start to work through these chokes, right? Without a sim TP, so that's going to actually see Landon switch over to the Kriko, so you need that cleanse, right? You had both players get hit with that bio right away. It was Sparker and Hardy. You had to use that immortality field straight away. And as soon as it's gone, both those players are dead, right? So you're better off with the cleanse here.
Also landing off the back piece. Good start here for Falcons. Can they capitalize on it? Stalker clears TP away. Look how safely he can do damage with that ultimate. Cage fight deployed here for Hardy, but he's locked himself in with the beast. Smurf getting a nano from Fielder. Virtually unkillable with extra durability. The charge in is good. Straight to the back line here, and even a power slide. Won't get Sparker out of harm's reach. That's another one for Falcons here in Space Station. And one last chance to have any sort of fight on this flashpoint.
It's like, that's a really fast nano build there from Fielder as well, right? Just like
one and a half fight. Yeah, one fight.
Yeah, one fight. End up building a nano, 80% and counting here. Space Station plays another shot at this with the TV. They get up in a position, but you have to walk through these chokes, right? You're going to get what? Another bio grenade. Probably gets a Suzu out.
Oh, what? That's massive. What a pick. Space Station exposed themselves here to getting split up as they have to go to the point, but Sparker finds a fantastic rail on Proper. Sound barrier now down for Funny Astro, but it has done its job. Proper didn't go for the blade, they didn't need to, but Chio does commit a sound barrier here. For whatever reason, Falcons think they can win that fight. That's audacious, to say the least.
Yeah, and they cage fight too, right? I know getting into OC.
I do not like that.
He ended up losing Heat and cage fight. That's a pretty poor decision there for Falcons. So maybe it's an opportunity for Space Station to get themselves back into the game. I think you're going to be able to, if you're the Falcons, right, you can either build up towards this nano blade on the other side, right? You know there's no beat. You can opt to go in without the nano, but if you build up the nano so fast, right? You know, have Smurf go around the corner, take some damage, and you're already there.
Okay, look at that TP here. Space Station trying to outmaneuver Falcons. They do catch them unaware, but they aren't able to close the gap. Here comes that overclock here for a spark, and now the blade for Proper. It has to be a good one. Not too shabby so far. Great dash. Sparker going to be dropped low. That's 3 for Proper now. And Hardy will be mincemeat. Just landed left alive, and nothing Space Station can do. Falcons very quickly re-established themselves in this map. And it just took the blade from Proper.
Is it ever a bad one from Proper? It feels like we've rarely seen them. Never really kind of misses with that blade. Is now Fielder actually goes over.
Yeah, what do you make of that?
So, look, the Tsune Rush obviously extremely effective. I know when we were talking to the back, Jake was actually making a really good point with the Venture Ultimate with the Kitsune Rush. You can actually shoot so fast. Yeah, like jungle players.
Charges quicker.
And Venture's just really strong. With that ultimate as well as Sparker finds one off the rip. This is going to be the sim wall. Split players up.
They really focused Hardy there. Smurf goes deep for that kill. Landing falls to Stalker though, who was able to pop on at the start of that fight. Fielder in a bit of a compromising position. That's to put it lightly. Will it get taken down? Stalker dives in. Slows this down a little bit. Chigo won't be picked off and we'll be able to get Falcons back in position.
And also Fielder can be very aggressive here with Proper into the backline, right? With Proper. Now Stalker actually going over to the far right here.
Sojourn.
So far versus the Sojourn here, and also, I mean, there's not really like a great response from it on the other side.
Well, there's no roof here like there is on Bomb Slams. Junkyard a bit more open top, so they can play through that. Hardy though, cage fight. Gonna make it hard for Stalker to interact with this fight. Sound barrier though for Falcons, and Proper's able to find 2 already. Kitsune Rush doesn't even really help Space Station. They used both their support ultimates. They were convinced they had the answer in this fight. Hardy able to find something though. Cardiac overdrive, easy. Forcing Stalker away. Proper's going to hold on to the blade for the time being. Do you go for a rush here? No, not with Fielder. So low. He's going to fall 100%. Hardy's still healthy enough now, but Proper's able to find Landon. Now there's no support left for the Malga. Falcons already flipped the point back midway through that fight, and that's an odd application of a Pharah ultimate, if I maybe so bold.
I mean, yeah, look, Malga gets cardiac overdrive. Who cares about his support or not? Getting that type of position. So, and also, I mean, what you're not going to get a incredible value out of a Rocket Barrage, right? So you get that kill, split the point, you prevent them from coming back with a support or a Trico TP through a wall, a Suzu. Now you give them more percentage, right?
There's no answer to this Proper blade. He's going to use it straight away. Sparker trying to set up, trying to find the chance to get that overclock, but Proper knows exactly where he needs to be, and he collapses upon the Sojourn. The entire support structure of Space Station crumbles. They're on their last legs in this series.
I mean, look, if you're going to go up against a team that's going to run Genji, and they're going to get at least 3 players to the blade every single time, you're in for a rough go, as it'll be Space Station probably with another chance to get towards the point, but it's going to be the rush.
Proper's able to find Sparker straight away to Kitsune Rush now. propels Falcons forward, and Space Station can only try and backcap. Backbone gets there, but won't be able to complete it. It'll be staved off. And who else can stand up in his absence? It has to be a recall. Backbone doing everything he can to try and keep this round going, but it might be too much to ask. Landon gets there. Swift step to get to the point. Malga, neutral knockdown as Hardy now will fall. Cardiac overdrive barely prolongs his lifespan. Funny Astro now falling and no chance for Space Station. Falcons advance in the upper brackets.
It's a really good showing here for Falcons. I think some of the compositions they run are going to be real difficult to beat for a lot of teams. Space Station made it interesting at times. I think we saw some really nice looks from them throughout the series. I think it's a team that could be around a little bit longer in this tournament, right? I know not exactly go down with losers, be one and done. I think they got a shot down there, but Falcons just proved to be the superior team today.
Who now can stand against these APAC representatives? The #1 seed from EMEA has been felled for now. They fall to the lower bracket and have a chance to fight their way through. But we're not even dealing with the top team from APAC quite yet. Our attention now must fall to Toronto Defiance. Can they hold the torch for the West? Or will this be APAC returning to an era of dominance?
Yeah, I mean, the next match will be awesome, right? Seeing Toronto go against Crazy Raccoon. I think that is going to be an extremely close game. I also wouldn't, discredit Space Station Gaming. Obviously, they don't win the series. They get 3-0'd. But there were moments at time, though, where it weren't like, I mean, look, we've seen 3-0s that are like, okay, this is ugly. Like, almost like get it off, right? Get it over. This is a 3-0 that was pretty competitive all throughout, right? I think the real one is they had an opportunity to potentially win Circuit. They end up blowing that one, which I think puts them in a really difficult spot regardless, for the rest of the series. So probably ultimately kind of the series decided there in map number 2.
Circuit Royal, New Junk City, both look really competitive, but those were both maps that Space Station selected. Falcons were more than happy to be taken over to those maps and ended up showing dominance on them as well. Ultimately, a clean sweep here for Falcons. Let's head down to the stage with Proper and Danny.
Thanks so much, guys. Everyone, give it up for your Porsche performance of the match player. We got Proper from Team Falcons. Amazing, amazing stuff. Another great victory for Team Falcons. I mean, I have to ask, it seemed like you didn't have much problem going against Space Station Gaming. How did the Team Falcons prepare for this match? 일단 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 또 POTM도 같이 축하드리도록 하겠습니다. 거기다가 또 오늘 경기도 또 어떻게 보면 좀 손쉽게 3대0으로 이기시게 되셨는데 오늘 경기 좀 어떻게 준비를 하셨나요?
일단 엔세 경기보다 좀 덜 빡셌던 것 같아요.
덜 빡셌나?
네, 그래가지고 그냥 생각보다 수월하게 이어가지고 딱히 준비는 별로 안 했고 그냥 엔세보다 못한다. 딱 이 한마디. 엔세 better than SSG.
ENCE is better than SSG. Yeah, I mean, Popper just said, he said not much preparation needed because it was a lot easier than their match against Team ENCE. So like you guys heard, he said, Popper did say ENCE is better than Space Station Gaming.
Yeah.
Yeah. One final question. We're seeing a lot of different comps from Team Falcons. You guys can literally play all the comps in Overwatch right now. But Proper, in your eyes, what do you think is Team Falcons' strongest composition if you have to pick one? 자, 일단 팀 팔콘스를 지금까지 보니까 굉장히 다양한 조합을 너무나도 잘하고 계신데 이제 제가 봤을 때 프로퍼 선수가 개인적으로 봤을 때 우리 팀은 이 조합은 정말 잘한다라는 조합이 있다면 어떤 게 있을까요?
아무래도 제가 겐지를 좀 자신 있어 하고 그다음에 겐지 할 때 제가 좀 주도적으로 팀 운영이라든지 궁 운영 사이클 이런 거 다 제가 주도적으로 할 수 있어가지고 겐지 넣은 조합이 좀 자신 있는 것 같아요.
Probably have to say a composition that utilizes Genji because Genji is one of my strongest heroes, and also when I play Genji, I'm able to sort of take the lead when it comes to alt cycling or sort of leading the team in a battle as well. So I would have to say a composition that utilizes Genji. Everybody, give it up one more time for Proper. Thank you so much for the interview. Now let's head back to the desk for the winning moment.
Thank you so much, Danny, and of course, Proper getting the Porsche performance of the match twice now. One a day, I guess.
He's used to it.
He's used to it. Yeah, it's just another day in the office for this man. Let's talk about how he got it done. Because quite frankly, Proper's just been so freaking
The
scary.
Genji we've seen
so
this
much
tournament.
fun on that Genji too, though. I mean, even in the past, every time he busted it out, even if it may have been suboptimal in the current meta at the time, he made it look optimal. And now he's just wilding out there. He's having a field trip.
I mean, Proper's Genji is a serious beast to behold. I think he's one of the very best in the world on the hero. You pair that with a player like Smurf on tank, supports like Fielder and Chio. I mean, the consistency is really unmatched on Genji, a hero that historically has always struggled with consistency, always struggled with continuing to deliver fight after fight, being too reliant on the Dragon Blade. Those criticisms are just falling on deaf ears when it comes to Prophet.
Yeah, but looking at SSG, this performance though, I feel like they were building towards something. I feel like they learned a lot from this series. Yes, they go down in a 3-0 fashion, but Falcons is looking like, of course, a top 2 team right now with Crazy Raccoon. We saw this Mauga come out from SSG here on Circuit Real, but also on New Junk City. And we saw that Backbone still was playing the Symmetra. This is pretty much what I called for in the game break. I think they need to build on this Symmetra. This is pure brawl. And you know, historically, Space Station, they have been really strong on these brawl competitions. They can't match Falcons with the double flex. It's so hard to come out and play Venture and Genji like this, and it's truly one of the unique things that Falcons can push up. So it is really hard. I don't feel like Space Station has a true answer, but I feel like you can build on this Symmetra composition. I feel like it's something you played so much in the past, and you need to get comfortable with what's been done in the past, because you can't just go up on stage and just play stuff you haven't practiced, right? We know that Space Station, they know how to brawl. They're really good when it comes to the Symmetra teleporters and utilizing getting the most out of that hero. I'm not saying it's the most optimal, but it's what Space Station does best. And in the lower bracket now, they need to do what they do best. And I think they can build on that composition on New Junk City, even though they go down.
I mean, looking at the winners here, though, Team Falcons, Jake, obviously the composition is something we've talked a lot about these past 2 days now. But looking at the way they're approaching those team fights and how they're closing out points on Flashpoint, for example, that really is a sight to behold.
Yeah, I think Falcons have really mastered the Flashpoint, one of our newest game modes in Overwatch. You look at the way they close out points, always at the end of the round, they are nowhere near the point as they control it. They know you're going to send somebody to touch the point. It's overtime. If you don't, you're done. So it's a foregone conclusion. You'll be sending one player to touch the point. The other 4 players on your team are about to feel the fury of Falcons diving into your spawn, picking you off, and you're forced to fight down a player. I mean, it's a hopeless scenario for you. By the time the clock ticks up that far, Falcons just has you dead to rights, really. And I don't think there's really a response. You just can't let them get that close to capping the Flashpoint. For me, I think Falcons looks like the best team right now. I think Proper's skill on the Genji, I mean, this is your, quote, hit scan player, right? This is your, quote, hit scan player.
He's super flex. He's a hyper flex.
Exactly, exactly. But he's been in the hit scan role. And so to have a comp that is not using hit scan, I think hit scan is not really strong right now. I think with what the Falcons have shown, I think this is the meta. I think Crazy Raccoon, Toronto Defiant, maybe these are the teams with players like Lip and Merit that can make hit scan work. I'm not convinced, though. I'm a big believer in what Falcons are pulling out, and I think it's going to make hit scan very hard to use this tournament. And this is the value of having players like this who aren't limited to one small subset of heroes. This is going to be the challenge for teams like Space Station. You can play Sim and hit scan. I think you're just destined to lose on those heroes. I don't think they have what it takes. I think Sim is a huge liability without ultimate. I don't think TP really works. I don't think you really get charged in the Malgamir.
What should they do, Jake? I'm trying to come up with solutions,
one of
Jake.
the teams has
I'm a solutions-oriented
Let's
man,
actually take
Jake.
a look at the bracket because, of course, now that Falcons won this, they're finding themselves in the upper bracket final, and that means they're now waiting for the next opponent. It could be Crazy Raccoon, it could be Toronto Defiant. Which of the 2 teams has better chances going up against them? Because they likely will not be utilizing a Symmetra.
Okay, Jake,
what are they going to roll out?
I'll give you a breather here. I think that Crazy Raccoons are probably going to be Toronto Defiant, and we'll see that matchup. So you don't have to say it, Jake. We'll see the 2 Korean teams play against each other.
So what do you want to see from them, though?
From who?
From any of them. Like, do you think? I mean, obviously, Crazy Raccoons, they're not gonna try for a Symmetra comp to take down what they've seen from Team Falcons. So, what are Crazy Raccoons doing in order to take down this?
I think that's a really good question
threat?
because as good as Lip is, and I think he's the best hit scan player in the world, this is a thing repeatedly with Falcons now. They are pretty much the only team in the tournament that can play this Venture, Genji, Brawl composition to its absolute potential. So if I'm Crazy Raccoon, I'm like, well, we still kind of like playing dive. We still kind of like putting Lip in a position to play his best hit scan heroes. So they have to find perhaps an alternate composition to deal with what Falcons is playing right now. And I think that is why some of us are saying that Falcon is probably the best team in the tournament right now, because we haven't seen a team find a solution to what they're currently playing. Crazy Raccoon would be the team, though, that could put up a really solid fight against them.
But first, they have to take down Toronto Defiant. That is going to happen right after the break, or maybe it's not happening, actually. We're about to find out. First things first, quick break for all of us, and then we're back with all the action, so don't go anywhere. So slick, so clean. Overwatch 2's latest collab with Porsche. And if you are a big fan of Porsche, I got just a thing for you. The 911 speakers from Porsche is something you can actually win, whether you're here in the venue or you're at home watching. All you have to do is sign up for this giveaway. And in how many days from now? 2 days from now or something? You will be, or someone will be announced winner on social media. So also, of course, make sure to follow us on socials in order to stay updated on whether or not you won the 911 speaker from Porsche.
Nice.
It is so nice.
I love this design. So cool.
I want this.
It's just so clean. I love how clean everything is.
Says here, anti-slip stand. Who doesn't want to speak with anti-slip stand?
That's right. Won't be slipping.
I'm
That's
telling you.
It's facts.
Yeah.
It's facts. Yeah. So make sure you see the URL on your screen right now. Make sure to get in on the fun. Speaking of fun things that you can win, and you barely have to do anything for it other than actually connecting your Battle.net account to your favorite streaming platform to get some pure incentives. That's right. We have drops once again.
Drops?
As always, drops.
We're
drops.
all winners.
There's some good ones in here too.
Oh, yeah.
Any favorites?
I like the Ashkin. You know, we've talked a lot about the name cards. Shout out to the Ashkin. I know we don't see a ton of Ash these days, but I really enjoy when Ash does come out in the meta. It's a fun hit scan. Bob. Who doesn't love Bob? Like, if you love Bob, or
It's a red flag if you don't love Bob.
You say we're not seeing a lot of Ash these days. Actually, I saw an Ash just this morning.
You did?
Yeah, and Danny's standing by with said Ash right now. Let's hear what they have to say.
Zoe, look who I have. We got Ash here right next to me. Ash, how does it feel to be in DreamHack Dallas?
Oh my goodness, it's been so fun just getting to see everybody and watch some of the fan favorites like Hadi take the stage. Awesome, great energy. How about you guys? You enjoying today?
Oh, I'm having a lot of fun. I just gotta talk about your actually, before I ask any further questions, Ash, where's Bob?
Doing something!
Doing something, not here. Do we have any Bob cosplayers here? No? Hopefully we find one, and then we could pair them up together, and then it'll be Ash and Bob together. Anyways, yeah, do you think you could do some Ash emotes for us on broadcast?
The problem is this is like stuck to me, or I would throw it. But also, do you guys really want me to throw this at you?
Yes. I'm kidding.
I don't know about that.
Give me a sick Ash pose, like any pose. All right, thank you so much. That's all we got? Oh, yeah, Zoe, what did you think?
I mean, Danny first he's trying to matchmake her with Bob, and then he wants her to throw stuff at him. Danny out there, he's vibing, rizzing it up in this venue. Love to see it. Absolutely fantastic cosplay. So shout out to the Ash and every other cosplayer I've seen around in the crowd. So much great stuff here at the gaming festival.
Give me a Bob cosplay. I'll do it.
You want to be a Bob?
Yeah, I'll get a small hat.
You are a Bob at heart. You also do stuff.
He's got the build.
He's got the build.
Send him
He's
out.
Got the
Go.
seek for
Do
a Bob.
something.
So, okay, there is a cosplay alley over there. Maybe someone can hook you up. Maybe someone can do it for you.
Give me a
Because
robot suit.
I gotta be honest, and that might be mean. I do not think that you're so artsy and crafty to actually make a cosplay. I have zero faith.
I mean, we're a DreamHack, right? Like, you can't really hang with the cosplayers here unless you're, bringing a
That's
certain
true.
level of experience, effort.
You're talented in other ways. Like you got.
Thanks, Zoe.
You're really tall.
You're really tall. That's a talent.
I appreciate our friendship.
Yeah, it's going way back. Many DreamHacks ago. Many DreamHacks ago. But now we're here and we're ready for more action because we have a second semifinal coming up in just a little bit. So let's talk about the two teams we get to see. Of course, the tournament favorite, dare say, Crazy Raccoon, they will be facing off against Toronto Defiant. Toronto Defiant is that one team that a lot of people think is the one team who can actually take it to those super Korean squads. Well, now it's time to show what they got. Let's take a look at the bracket to see where we're currently standing. As I said, we are in the upper bracket still, and this is our second semi-final match.
Yeah, Toronto going up against Crazy Raccoon. Of course, Falcon now waiting in the wings after their win against SSG. And, you know, Toronto is one of those teams that we expected to beat Crazy Raccoon here, but or not expected to beat, but at least could take it to them, right? But the thing with Crazy Raccoon is like they established themselves as the super team in the world. We thought it'd be Falcons going into 2024, obviously stacked with Sion Fielder, but this roster has performed above expectations, which says something considering the lineup they've had themselves. Lip, of course, the best hit scan player in the world. Chorong, an Overwatch League champion, incredibly flexible on that main support role, can play any support you want from him. And Shu, arguably the most legendary flex support player in the world. His playmaking ability, you know, remember the moments, of course, on Havana with the Baptiste, but also the biotic grenades when it comes to the Ana play. This roster is stacked beyond belief, Jake.
For me, if any team in the world can make the hit scan work, can defeat Falcons without mirroring them, it probably is Crazy Raccoon. Lip, I think, is the one to get it done. I think there's an option for Sojourn if you want to match the mobility of heroes like Genji, but with a little bit more of a comfort zone hero for Lip. I mean, when I watch Lip play Sojourn, he makes me believe, whether it's the casting of the Sojourn, he finds a way. And so, to be honest, no matter what Falcons have shown, I think Crazy Raccoon is going to make their own statement on the meta. The players that have been the most fun to watch for me this year are, though, the tanks on the squad. Max and Junbin were so hyped up joining the Shock as, you know, the next proppers, the next rookies to be on that level, but they didn't really have the season they were hoping for in the past with the Shock. This year, I think we're really getting to see why everyone was so excited for these players to come of age and play in the international professional scene. I feel Junbin and Max have had their breakout years and looked like incredible, incredible tanks, going toe-to-toe and coming out on top, frankly, over Smurf and Hanbin. I like Falcons this tournament. I think the meta has swung back in their favor, but you can't take anything away from Crazy Raccoons. This is a terrifying roster.
And one final thing about this roster as well, I do feel like Lip, he's a legendary player. Of course, multiple Role Star nominations on this role. He is an Overwatch League champion, Grand Finalist MVP. At some point, we have to start inviting Lip into the GOAT conversation with Violet, with Profit, because Lip has certainly earned it. I mean, the Overwatch League achievements aside, so far, Lip has been on the best team, and we consider him the best hit scan player in the world. If Crazy Raccoon, they go in here in OWCS Major Dallas, and they win this international tournament in another year of playing, when do we start talking about Lip as potentially the best player in the world of all time?
I mean, I feel like we do, though.
I feel like he is a
think we
GOAT.
actually do. Maybe
The conversation is always Violet and Profit, though. It's never been Lip is the GOAT of all time.
I feel like Lip, for me,
GOAT
is
of all
in
time.
that conversation. I mean,
I
I
think
think
the
to
last
be
few
number
years it
one
has
on
been.
hit scan is a crazy, crazy thing,
Yeah.
considering the level of talent in the role. I mean, it's a freakishly competitive role. It's kind of like the most flashy
You
role.
certainly can't be arguing with it anymore because just prior to this match setup, we talked about how Hitscan might be a liability right now if we're looking at what, you know, Team Falcons are doing. If Lip can make it work, then yeah, no, he can make it work against anyone. That's what I'm saying. So let's see, but that is ahead of us. You know, that's only if Crazy Raccoon actually manage to progress in the upper bracket. First, they have to take down Toronto Define, and that is a squad which is stacked with such flexible individuals. I mean, they can play it all. Look at this roster. If you're having someone, you're set up for any meta that can potentially come your way.
Yeah, and look, they've earned the respect because they are, three of these players are Overwatch League champions. Merit, of course, who is also, you know, top 2, top 3 hit scan player in the world alongside someone, as you mentioned, the hardest tank prospect because of his flexibility, being able to play so many tank heroes, right? RuPaul, one of the best flex supports player in the world, also an Overwatch League champion. So the fact that they are the current holder, if you will, of international champions of the world, right? Because they have 3 of the 5 members before the Mayhem. I think they have the respect here in Dallas. And now, going up against Crazy Raccoon, obviously you can talk about the competition being stronger in Korea with Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. But Toronto Defiant, they're no slouches. They have the championship experience. Now, though, they have a tough battle going up against their opponent.
I want to call out Vega as well. I think this guy's the hottest support prospect in North America. I think he's really on just another level compared to most of the main sports in NA. I don't think there's anyone from the region that's at the same level. And so I think Vega's a really exciting player on this squad. Also, just turned 18, I believe yesterday here at DreamHack. So, you know, show Vega some love. Happy birthday to him. And maybe he'll get a little bit of a late birthday present if they're able to beat Crazy Raccoon today. Still, though, I want to emphasize this is an incredibly tough test. And I still think there will be more questions, even after this match, regarding the meta, regarding what comps are the best. Because, to be honest, Merit and Lip are both dyed-in-the-wool hit-scan players. There's a reason. I mean, they're monstrous performers on the role. But I think we will probably see mostly hit-scan mirrors here today. And so I think there will still be more questions to be answered as far as strategically the meta. I think Toronto needs to go toe-to-toe on the Mauga comp with Crazy Raccoon. I think the Sigma, maybe there's a few maps where you can play slow, you can outvalue. Maybe that style can work in the really well executed scenario. We saw ENCE find a few places and few maps where it almost was enough, but for me, the flexibility with the DPS counter picks, the flex support counter picks on the Mauga make that the meta. I think you have too many responsive picks, too much flexibility within a relatively stable composition. For me, I think you have to win the mirror if you're Toronto Defiant.
That's the thing with Toronto Defiant, though. They've not been shying away from taking mirrors leading up to DreamHack Dallas, but they also haven't been scared of trying out new things and like pushing their own boundaries and like playing a little bit out of their comfort zone here and there and just testing it out. I'm very interested to see what they prepared for Crazy Raccoons. I am ready for this game. Let's see which team will be coming out on top of it. I mean, Crazy Raccoon obviously the favorite here. However, I've seen a lot of Toronto Defiant fans in this audience thus far. Like just yesterday, they were loud. There were a lot of Toronto shirts, and rightfully so. I mean,
I feel like the energy is not high enough in this building.
Is it not enough for you?
Are there
You
any
need more?
Toronto Defiant fans in the building right here?
Oh,
Come
okay,
on.
okay.
I got the hats. I'm ready to go. Jake's probably gonna pick Crazy Raccoon or something. Can I get a yeehaw?
As they say in Toronto.
I got some. I'm here to support Toronto Defiant. I really do think that they could potentially take it to Crazy Raccoon here. They have the flexibility.
I think
It's
they're the
going to
one
be
team
hard,
in the
Jake.
world that can do it, though.
You gotta
For
believe,
me,
Jake.
They're the
You gotta
last
believe.
team I really have hope for to be able to actually be in the grand finals, to potentially edge out one of these teams from Korea. To be honest, I think Toronto Defiant is sort of the last team standing that I genuinely think strategically has a real good shot at it. I also want to talk about a player we haven't mentioned really at all from Toronto Defiant, which is Sugarfree. Sugarfree was always, I think, very clearly for me, the runner-up for Rookie of the Year when Proper had his incredible breakout year and won Rookie of the Year. I think for me it was like, well, I kind of feel like Sugarfree was for me was like an obvious #2. Maybe even for me was #1 with not being on the best team and still having monster performances.
I mean, even leading up when he was still playing his way through contenders and whatnot, people were waiting for him to come of age. Like, he's been around town for so long and people were just itching to see how he will be stacking up to the greats of Overwatch. And you know, the initial performance was falling flat, maybe because of the team he ended up with. But I think so far in OWCS, he's been pulling his weight and some. Sugarfree has been lights out.
Yeah, maybe there's some potential for some Echo being played in this series as well
Yep.
here. You know, we could see that. I feel like one duel we haven't necessarily talked about, though. We've hit on both of them individually, but Lip against Merit is going to be a hit scan duel for the ages. And I
You have a
do
lot
feel
of
like
feelings here.
a lot of
Merritt.
feelings
You
from
gotta
Jake,
put them,
but
These guys are
aside.
both match monsters. I want to say that. I mean, I think match Merit, playoffs Merit, this guy is icy in the clutch. He does not budge. The pressure doesn't get to him. I've seen this guy play. I've seen him practice. He is locked in from minute 1. And so I think he might be that type of young player who can face off against someone like Lip without the heart rate going up, you know?
yeah, I mean, we've seen Merit take over games. And that very much happened in the Stage 2 finals, for example. Like, Merit just like, oh, are we going to see the real Merit? Please stand up. And he's just like, oh, well, Merit's here. He just took over the lobby. Merit's all over the kill feed. And you need that, right? If you're playing against Crazy Raccoon, you need that.
And to be honest, with the Mauga heroes, if you're gonna play hitscan, for me, I like the Sojourn. I mean, we saw Lip do terrifying things on the Cassidy. High Noon does get a lot of value, but for me, Merit's Sojourn, I mean, he really, for me, that's his hero, right? Like, that's where we've seen absurd highlights, things that just nobody else can do. Merit delivers time and time again. I also think, thinking about the DPS, right, it might be a little bit of a different look, but think about Sugarfree, the Genji, the Echo. I think Venture is a hero that should fit totally inside of his wheelhouse. There's a way here for Toronto Defiant to have their own twist on this meta. Maybe they arrive from a different direction, but they can replicate a lot of what Falcons can do, maybe with a different approach to the comp.
I have to derail a little bit because you just adjusted your little hat. Where is the connection between a cowboy hat and the Toronto Defiant? Or
North
are you a
America, baby.
ranger? Are
North
you like
America, baby. We're
Who
here in
says there needs
Dallas.
to be a connection? We can make cowboy hats with. I don't think these were meant to be worn, so it's a little bit uncomfortable. But I'll rep it to represent Toronto Defiant. So here we
To
go.
the length you go to for a bit.
I'm here to
He's
support.
committing
I'm here to provide hope and support.
I love that. Maybe they don't need it. I feel like that's a confident team, you know? Maybe they don't need the Johnnies of the world
what
to
am I
wear
gonna do?
hats. Or maybe they do. I don't know. Let's find out actually what they have to say,
Neither
because on day one, or the day before the event rather, they actually had to sit down with Necra. So let's hear it from Toronto Defiant.
Hey everyone, my name is Necra and I am here with the Toronto Defiant. How excited are you guys to be here in Dallas for the first OWCS Major?
I think we're all really excited because we've been competing online for the past few months, being the best team in North America. And so coming here, I think we're here to have fun and most importantly to show that we're the best team, not just in America, but in the world.
How do you think you would stack up against the Korean teams that are competing at the Major?
I think the Korean teams are probably better than the European teams, but they're definitely not as good as us, I think.
I think we're the only team that has the potential to play every single comp. And so when a team loads up against us, they're really not sure what we're going to play. And so we have a lot of different things that we can pull out of our deck.
I was wondering if I could ask you what your favorite tank to play right now is.
My favorite tank is like I've never changed before. Is Winston, because it's like fun to play and I can make to play to annoying them.
Is dive something that you think that you could lean into as a strength for your team for this event?
Yeah, I think we're definitely one of the best dive teams in the world.
Okay, so who do you think is the strongest player on your team for mechanical skill? Who do you think is the funniest person on your team?
What? Why are you pointing at yourself?
Because I'm the funniest. This is crazy. That's how you know.
What are your strengths as shot callers?
Me and someone work like pretty well together. He's like the main caller of the team, but I'd say I bring a lot of like energy to the calls and like tempo.
In main event 2, you did lose in the winners finals to M80. So how did you get yourselves back in the game so that you could close out with the event win?
It was a complete Mickey Mouse win the first time they won. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like half our team was sick. Those guys they suck. RuPaul felt better after being sick the next day. And
RuPaul and Ham did not sing like a single word that entire match. Like, you actually can't win when they're not talking. So
they're both our leaders, and they just happened to get sick. Wasn't talking as much.
We weren't even trying that hard, to be honest either.
Let's calm down a little bit.
Is there any particular team that you are nervous about facing at this event?
No, there's no team.
No, you guys
SOG.
SOG?
SOG, we did see like PGE. He came in with like a very dangerous looking mouse pad. And so like if we do play against them, it might put us on our edge a bit.
What team then are you most specifically looking forward to playing?
I'm most looking forward to playing as Crazy Raccoon because they're the best team in Korea. And they also have like one of my former teammates, so I really want to beat them.
Give me your best Southern or cowboy impression.
Oh, hi, buddy.
Hey, brother.
How
you doing?
Hey, brother. Me and Rupert been doing this for a while now, ever since Team USA, I tell you.
We are born and bred Americans, so we're used to this.
Reach over the sky. It's high noon.
Sugar-free, PGE said specifically that he wanted to beat you. What do you have to say about that?
Dude, I'm telling you right now, like PG will never beat me in a match. The day PG beats me in a match, I'll retire. But that's not happening. Promise you.
Well, thank you guys so much for your time and for answering our questions, and we wish you the best of luck this weekend.
Yeehaw! It's time to introduce your teams. Give it up for the NA #1 seed, Toronto Defiant!
A franchise with a tough journey in the past. Finally in 2024, can it be their year? They've invested. They want this championship so bad here in the OWCS Major, featuring 3 players from the 2023 Overwatch League champion team, the Florida Mayhem. Now they go up against their toughest test yet, the Crazy Raccoon. Can they finally fulfill what is asked of them?
And their opponents, Asia #1 seed. Give it up for Crazy Raccoons!
The team that towers over the competition, the final survivor from the toughest region of Overwatch on the planet. They are here for nothing less than a world championship in Dallas. This is Crazy Raccoon, every single player best in class. Nothing less than total victory will satisfy them today. And standing against the hometown favorites, they fear nothing.
That's the clash of regions we all wanted to see, and now it is happening in our second semifinals of the day. For all the action, we're going to hand it over to Mitch and Mr. X.
Thank you very much, Desk. Yes, welcome back to the floor here at DreamHack Dallas for what has to be the match of the entire tournament so far. We've heard whispers, we've seen it. The Toronto Defiant dominant in their home region with, as they put it, a Mickey Mouse stumble to M80 during that stage 2. They are here to dominate. And boy, are they invested in order to make this happen. But Crazy Raccoon have looked nothing short of terrifying so far.
Yeah, they have looked awesome, right? They have lived up to the expectation. I would say so has the Toronto Defiant. And Toronto's roster was put together to obviously, win in North America, but to win competitions like this, to beat teams like Crazy Raccoons. I think a big test here in front of them today.
Yeah, and again, it'd be fun to renew some of those, rivalries now, of course, of previous teammates. But look, this Toronto Defiant team, I think, it featured. Well, what are you looking at? You tried to put this on my forehead. You know how fat my head is?
Yeah,
I cannot.
That literally didn't fit.
I can't wear hats. It's crazy. Someone find me a hat I can actually wear.
Yeah, it's a shame because you should start wearing them. But no. For Toronto, I think you look at this series, right? I think Merit versus Lip is a sick matchup in terms of like a hit scan battle, and then also like Vega, right? Vega kind of like the newest Sugar-Free we've seen in the league in the past, right? Vega, not as much in this type of scenario where this is a huge match, for Vega, right? A lot on the line in terms of expectations, I would say.
And that, of course, that stat represents the stage 1 run for Crazy Raccoon. They obviously also won in stage 2. It was somewhat competitive, I think, against Falcons, but they were definitely the team to beat at the tournament. They were well above the rest. A lot of Orisa played during that time, which is obviously not so much a factor here.
It's Morgan time. That's the...
Yes, essentially it is. On our first map, it will be no different. The predetermined map for this stage of the competition is going to be Ilios, folks. That's right. Kind of map that might necessitate some dive to be played. But as Johnny put it on the desk, I already felt that Lip was already part of this GOAT conversation. I guess it depends on who you ask. But going up against Merit will be his biggest test of this major so far.
Yeah, and I think a huge, obviously, win here for Toronto is, having someone who's able to play all the tanks at such a high level, not, for Crazy Raccoon, right? You want to make some changes between jump and max, depending on, what you expect to see, where Toronto does not have to mess around with any of that. They keep someone, in the game, one of the best tanks overall at playing all the different tanks. So it will be, look at this. So we'll have, we saw this a little bit the other day. It was not on Ilios, but we did see
it was Busan?
Yeah, it was Busan. We did see the Wrecking Ball come out here for Crazy Raccoon. So a little bit of a different look here, putting a lot of pressure on Merit.
Yeah, Wrecking Ball definitely a known component of Junbin's hero pool. Nice little boot there from Vega, though. I think Junbin couldn't build up the speed that he needed to make the boot happen, but to issue already getting involved. Merit doused by that biotic grenade, could not stand on the fight.
Yeah, they take so much damage. I know Merit does that. Just a biotic grenade at range from Shoot is enough to finish off the Cassidy of the Defiant. If you want to keep that Cassidy alive, everything really kind of builds around that. Yeah, so Sugar-Free actually will make a swap here. Pharah and Tracer, right? We kind of see this kind of happen where the other team, you have a Pharah v Pharah matchup, one of the Pharahs goes Echo, then the next response is a Tracer that comes out from the opposing.
Sugar-Free definitely looking to try and clip Hisang's wings if at all possible. These fights are going pretty quickly now, of course, with the all-in potential that Wrecking Ball offers Crazy Raccoon. Merit looking to try and, again, pressure this Echo. Not easy to do. Quite often Hisang looking to break line of sight, but that's good damage, and the Mac Grenade slows the Wrecking Ball down for just long enough. But Lip is there. 2 kills on the Tracer, and Hisang gets involved now with the Cassidy off the field. Unloads those cooldowns and finds 3.
Yeah, the Suzu was used a little bit earlier there in the fight by RuPaul, so you don't have the Suzu to keep him alive from the pulse bomb that comes through, and then it's a biotic grenade from Shu, so the follow-up is really good there from Hisang and Lip. So even though you do end up losing your tank, it does not really matter in the end.
Junbin drops down. No connect with the pile driver as all of Toronto are playing inside that close room. Definitely where they're stronger. These wide open maps can be challenging for this composition that features the Cassidy. And Hisang looks to do the Tracer. 2 Tracers on the field right now for Crazy Raccoon and 3 in total. This is going to be a headache for Toronto to keep track of. And a great sleep dart set up. Good pressure on Merit. And that's the stick. Okay, Cardiac Overdrive is in play, but Vegas still brought down as he was low after the pulse bomb. Hisang comes out of Dubin. That's a well-timed focus to claim the Malga.
This comp here from Crazy Raccoon has looked awesome thus far. Probably Toronto's best opportunity here. Double support ult coming in. You may not even get a cage fight here with how things are going.
Someone's still at 72%. It's a good point. They're running out of time. Hard driver on Mirror once more again. He sticks close to the Mauga if possible. Sound barrier used for Toronto to at least get them to the point, but it may have been a bit early as Torong now can hold on to his a little longer. Again, it's Mirror down. He's saying actually being the one to aggress on the Cassidy. It's a risk taken, but it pays off for Crazy Raccoon. Now he's saying can chill. Sit above the action for a time. Sticky bombs. The combo is so simple, but does expose himself to the pulse bomb as he drops to the ground. It may not matter though, as the numbers so heavily favor Crazy Raccoon. And no one else here can really match this Wrecking Ball comp. Maybe NRG Shock. They're unlikely to see them go up against Toronto Defiant again here. That was brutal.
Yeah, that was just, if you're Toronto, you're just gonna kind of throw that one away, right? You're not very close there. In our first round on Ilios is opportunity to make some changes. I think you probably just play the Winston here. Like Wrecking Ball does not have a great time on this point specifically. Lighthouse with an excellent up, and Toronto. This is look at this. It's a little bit of a shades of SSG, right? Bringing out this Reinhardt.
Who better to do it than someone? They keep the symmetry in play as well. It's not something we always see on control maps necessarily, and you're going to have to do a lot of work to get someone within striking distance of this hyper, mobile, Crazy Raccoon composition. They're playing it sneaky. What are they waiting for?
You're waiting for the point to open up here and then end up just kind of making a play for it as they're going to wrap all the way around.
TP to point. I like that. They get there immediately, able to avoid the poke damage of P-Sang. Trying to circumvent that, pretty oppressive long fight presence on Farah. But Immortality Field already had to be used and Crazy Raccoon don't have to commit yet. Joron going low. Shu got picked up by what? A Fire Strike of all things. How does someone find that kind of pick? Oh, there's no fight to be had here at all.
Yeah, it's he's saying coming out originally there on the Echo, goes over to the Farah once they see what's going on the other side of things. Harry with some long range shots there. Takes out the Farah. You're also probably waiting there, Toronto, until it shows what heroes are being played on the other side, because you're not going to do that TP potentially if there is like a Lucio on the other side of things. Would have been pretty bad in that type of scenario. So
there is now
nice fight win here for Toronto Defiant as trying to get a little bit of momentum in their favor.
Junpin has to be so careful about this. With the mag grenade, he can't get away. They'll be held in place and flattened with all this damage that Toronto do have. He's staying on point here, just flanking, puts some pressure down with the barrage available, but has to stay away from this Cassidy with the Amp Matrix active. Shu able to avoid some of those shots, and immediately Merritt asks the call. He's saying he's silenced, but it came at the cost of someone. No tank standing for Toronto to fight. They still want to commit the sound barrier to lengthen their lead.
I think they were just a little bit worried there because he had Junbin up on the high ground. He still had some damage coming on in. It's going to be a nano boost here used onto the Winston. Poor Crazy Raccoon finds most support. He's does a nice job getting out of the way of someone there as he was getting quite low. That Farah damage just so consistent up in the sky, just chunking players down. Letting Junbin to just go in and finish them off.
He had to wait out that Amp Matrix for quite some time. Yeah. Merritt was sitting pretty behind that and then dives in towards it. Notices that RuPaul had actually dropped down. Easy pick up for Junbin, found two. That was basically the fight wrapped up. They were able to ignore Merritt for a time. But this is a 78% total that the Defiant have been able to put together already on Lighthouse.
Yeah, and a TP from that far left-hand side would be a little bit telegraphed at the moment. So it looks like Toronto just trying to get a different position here. It's potentially been a fast play for the points. They're going to wrap all the way around. They're going to go take some high ground control here.
He's second Junbin though. Strike gold early on. RuPaul and Vega just maybe lagging behind the rest of the Toronto peloton.
I mean, they go and try and make a play for Shu up there on the high ground and a big biotic grenade, and then Junbin right there with the rest of the team to help that Ana in the back line. Is may not want to try that one again. That was pretty devastating.
Sticking with this sim though, as a wall is just around the corner. It'd be a great way to shut Shu and Heesang respectively down. Make it awful dangerous for Junbin to cross it. And that healing from Ana would be impossible. Here's the wall, diagonally thrown over towards the point here. They want to cross through with the TP with Junbin who's standing at the door.
The TP doesn't go all the way through. The TP actually just lands on that flower pot in front.
That means that also Toronto can't use a symbol to their advantage. Then they're going to reposition. towards that central area. But he's saying we'll be waiting for them to emerge with a barrage. Again, the Defiant know they need to play in the shade for the time being. Okay, Pulse Bomb no good for Lip there. It's going to be a Primal Rage pop by John Ben. He's hindered for now. He's able to dodge away from the Shatter, and he gets a 2-for-1 swing. Oh, buddy, that is backbreaking. Toronto are struggling in this round.
Yes, they try and get onto the point and then drop an Amp Matrix in reverse, right? Makes it really difficult to kind of push on into it. But Junbin with the Primal Rage, players are already so weak.
Not just the Shatter too, that was big. He was hindered as well. Not so easy.
And now changes here for the Defiant, right? Someone's going to go over to the Mason. Somehow able to have that happen.
Couldn't tell you how that happened. Mag Grenade doesn't find Chorong. He's just... Oh, you're bloody kidding me! At land, boys! We're at land!
So that is Crazy Raccoon winning map number 1. Not able to get a touch there towards the end. Was Toronto. They do get rid of the bar on the other side.
I'm looking at him like a disappointed father.
Nobody able to make it towards the point. So pretty strong performance there from Crazy Raccoon. We were like, oh, this is going to be a close game, whatnot. So far here at the start, Crazy Raccoon's making a statement.
Toronto Defiant start that fight with an easy pick on Heesang from a Winston of all things. They are in like a, I don't know, a 5v3 situation there and just can't get to the point in time. Even with Symmetra, apparently that was quite difficult. There's much to dig into in that first map. Let's head over to the Tez Kid to break it down a bit.
Thank you so much. Yeah, let's break down all of the action. C9, not really what you want to see on that first map there, but you know, it is what it is. Let's actually start at the beginning though, looking at the compositions. We did get to see Lip on that Tracer. That's definitely something that we haven't discussed.
He's just one of the best Tracers in the world.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's going to be a huge edge for Crazy Raccoon in this series, right? That Lip has a hero like Tracer that fits into these very flexible compositions and yet doesn't have vulnerability like Hitscan. I mean, Merit's a very, very impressive player on the Hitscan, but I think the fact that Lip is not using the role at all, playing Tracer, it's actually a critical hero in his pool. Merit does play Tracer, but I definitely take Lip decisively in that mirror. I think you really do want to keep Sugar free on the flex heroes if you're Toronto Defiant. So this could be a little bit of a gap in the armor for Toronto Defiant. A tough C9 at the end there as well of Ilios. A little bit of a mistake from someone not touching. I don't think you can blame Sugar free because in that spot, you know, Lip's been around the block, right? He knows the enemy Tracer's going to come for the retake. I guarantee he's being hard marked in the 1v1 there.
Oh, that bait. Oh, just like showing yourself for a brief second. Someone drops the Shatter and couldn't really get it. I feel, you gotta be kicking yourself if you're Toronto Defiant because you got it to 78-0 here on Lighthouse. Great execution by the Reinhardt composition, but you just gotta find a way to win, you know, 1.5 fight pretty much on Lighthouse there to secure that round, right? Either, you know, swapping over to the Winston. It was an alright switch, of course, because no ultimate on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Maybe there's a way you can maybe like flex over to the Mauga and just force it that way, make life difficult for Junbin. But you gotta be kicking yourself, you lost that round. You gotta look forward in the series, but we're in the same spot we were like an hour ago, so
That's very true. But you know what? And we could still look ahead and strategize or just, you know, have some hopium and copium. Like we can do all of that. Let's discuss the maps coming up because this is going to be, of course, the pick for Toronto Defiant. Where would you take us now? Because I somehow feel like Control, you can only take away so much from a Control map. And now the real strategy begins.
I mean, to be honest, I think Toronto's really hard to predict right now. I don't think there's like an obvious map pick, and I think that's going to play to their advantage. They're not really forced to go any one direction. I don't think you're scared of the dive mirror. Maybe it is most likely going to be whatever their best win rate is for Escort or Hybrid to deny, you know, some of those stronger, weaker maps. Whatever the highest variance map type is, they'll pick it. Circuit, I mean, it's a lot of confidence, forcing more evidence, I think, that they really do want to take this hitscan mirror, keep Merit in his comfort zone. And I just think we did see the stats at the end of Ilios. I think those are very misleading stats, though. Playing the Rhine Sim on Lighthouse is not a strategy that's going to give you good stats. You're going to die and you're going to get damage farmed, but you're going to be sitting on the point capping it. So, while round one was really dominant for Crazy Raccoon, those stats were, I think, over-exaggerated how far apart they were on that first map.
It's going to be a really interesting series, but again, the hitscan matchup, Lip versus Merit, we're going to Circuit Real. I am really scared of facing Lip on this map, I'll tell you that.
anyone would be. Lip, scary guy, regardless of where you're facing off against him. For now, you will be facing off against him on Circus World. How are we feeling about this map choice, gentlemen?
It feels like it's pretty standard, honestly, for, for teams that don't really want to be coerced into playing dive, but we're dealing with someone here on the Toronto Defiant side, so I feel like it doesn't really matter what these guys play. He's excellent in any of those roles.
Do you want to play what we just saw there on Ilios? I mean, they would end up playing like, and maybe not Wrecking Ball per se, but like a Winston-based composition, and then it was just really all Crazy Raccoons in that type of setup.
That's fair. I mean, let's shift the focus a little bit here and talk about Lip, right? On Tracer, on that map, looked really, really good in general. I don't know. He is part of the GOAT conversation already, right? I feel like I don't think I missed the memo there. We were talking about this guy. I mean, to be fair, he was up for MVP on the same year that Proper was, so it's a bit rough, I guess.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty, subjective in terms of, right? I think all the damage deal is going to kind of rise to the top of that conversation.
Top two in the world at the very least, no?
Yeah, I mean, for his role, I would say so, right? I mean, you think kind of like his hit scan counterpart or whatnot, like is like Merit on the other side, right? You kind of have, him on the other side of the stage in terms of like how strong those players are right now. But Lip getting the better of the series so far.
Yeah, I mean, and we're often sort of pitting him against Merit in this kind of head-to-head. But when you were playing Cassidy, whereas Lip obviously has... He's actually not really considered the most flexible. I think there was a time where, in the Sombra meta, I think that hurt Lip a little bit. I think it hurt his reputation.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not. Maybe his legacy. But, here can play Tracer when Heesang is playing Farah. Definitely can play Hitscan. I mean, his Sojourn is probably the best in the world. I think his Sojourn is the best in the world, personally. We have a swap here, substitution on the side of Crazy Raccoon, making use of that deep bench at tank here to bring Max in for Junbin. Max always feels like a bit more of a brawl tank player, but there's a lot of overlap between the hero pools of the two tanks on Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, and I also think, we talk about how well the tanks have performed here for Crazy Raccoon, then Lip as well. None of that is possible. I mean, Jorong and Shu is so good in combination with, individually and in combination with each other. That it enables you to do so many different things with the rest of the lineup, and it also allows players to take maybe a little bit more risk, right? Knowing you have those two backing you up.
Competitive map of Ilios, I would say. Lighthouse, they were a little bit odd. There were attempts from the Defiant to make use of that Sim Reinhardt composition, but there was a Sim wall that was thrown up, and then a TP that didn't really match up with it, kind of forced Toronto to play elsewhere. They actually pivoted around the map. They sort of rotated, and all of a sudden the sim wall wasn't relevant anymore. It definitely looked like they were a little uncomfortable trying to play that style into Junbin's Winston setup. Again, that map could go either way if they don't sort of fail to touch the point at the end of the round. These things happen. Even with the best teams, in the biggest of stages, they happen. But again, pretty annoying when you know how much expectation is on your shoulders. Yeah. Someone, especially as a world champion, knows exactly what it takes to beat a team like Crazy Raccoon.
And in the last series, at the end of it, right, we kind of talked about how map 2 was extremely important in the grand scheme of things for SSG to be able to get. They don't get it. They end up losing 3-0. I feel very similarly about this series. I think this map is almost essential here for Toronto Defiant if they want to make this a game.
I think that's a fair point. And I think Jake said on the desk at the start of this game, this is kind of like the last chance for him to have belief in North America or European teams taking on the very best from APAC. This is the real game to watch. This is how you get a feel for how far ahead APAC are, if at all. Toronto Defiant have to make good on this map selection. They have to turn Circuit Royal into a winning foray. Like many teams have tried to leverage this map to gain an edge in the series.
Or just not play Gibraltar.
Avoid getting Gibraltar. Also reasonable. We'll see what the composition looks like here. Defense though, we can talk Max playing that Sigma. It will be Heesang Farah. No Lifeweaver like we saw, of course, from Falcons. Not a preference for Crazy Raccoon. Shu will have to keep Heesang topped up. Bit of Crowdfund play required to make sure that, he can be aggressive, he can poke. Lip on the Widowmaker though. That's going to be fun, especially if Merit chooses to match it.
Yeah, that'll be an awesome matchup if that is ultimately what we get out of the damage dealers on the Defiant. Obviously, still a lot of time for them to make some changes. See what they decide to do. Hanzo, Sonic Arrow, then maybe kind of decide to switch the comp up here a little bit. So Sonic gets some...
No, Merit's seen everything he needs to. Wants to play to Cassidy here. Ramatra Brawl for Toronto. Sugar Free, of course, can sort of climb up the buildings and pop down behind Crazy Raccoon.
The Cassidy's going to be really good at obviously putting pressure onto Max, and then if the Brig is playing close by.
Sigma Mirror.
Yeah, so they'll play a Sigma Mirror, well, and they'll actually, Sugar Free here, play the Soldier here. So it's a little bit of a different look from Toronto.
Double hit scan versus Farah. Not the first time we've seen it this tournament. Oh yeah, Sugar Free needs to respect what Lip can do here. Disruptor shot thrown down. A nuisance for Max to deal with. Lip here trying to buy his time. A perfect opportunity to spring forth as those Sigma shields are brought down. Now Merit's already been crumpled there by that accretion hit.
Yes, I mean, you see how healthy Max gets there with that kinetic grasp, up above 700 HP at the time. And RuPaul will take out Heesang here, so that's a lot of just splash damage, right? That's going to build up, so you might be able to make a push now.
But look what RuPaul was playing. So Heesang must have really overextended there into the line of sight of the Baptiste. And Toronto do have a lethal comp to Farah. If Heesang would have misstep on that pick, now switching of course, it would have been dangerous against double hit scan. And Matrix Lip quickly exiting.
That caught them off guard because Max was like stepping up to actually play on the payload, and I think just having that Ant Matrix definitely surprised him a little bit. That'll be a response though from Shu.
Sugar Free kind of trapped there. Didn't want to peek into the line of sight, but Heesang was knocking on his door. His proverbial door. Chorong out. That's not where you want to be at all. Has to fall back around the corner, but that shield has almost been taken down. They're waiting for Max to get back into the fight. He's about to drop down from that high ground here. And Crazy Raccoon have done a great job of staying healthy in the meantime.
Shush keeping everybody topped off. And now you have everybody back here in a full fight. So you get Max earlier with that Ant Matrix there for Toronto, but you're not even really going to get much progress from it.
What's Lip been up to? He's already been able to find any, insta-kills here. The only hero in the game that can really manufacture them now.
Yeah, not able to really kind of connect with anything at the moment. This will be a flux here from someone. You'll get a kill off of that because the rally's rolling for Choro.
They got Merit though, so the lion's share of damage for Toronto taken off the table. Sojourn, okay. Sugar Free's going to go for it. Overclock here, but has to be mindful of where Lip is positioned. So he sticks to the right-hand side. Stays in the line of sight of the Widowmaker now. Wants to come forward, but someone is a little bit low. The Immortality builds for Toronto has expired. Vegas beat is gone. Shu now getting close to an Ant Matrix, which would be devastating in lieu of the extra healing resources of the attackers. Toronto have had to back up.
Yeah, Ant Matrix beat Ant Matrix for the next fight as well. So
Infrasight too.
Yeah, Infrasight. So you'll also have a Blade, so we'll get a chance to see kind of how Heesang goes about using that in this next fight. This next one could be huge, right? RuPaul, that's where they got the most kind of push, I would say, here for Toronto. Use this maybe if Crazy Raccoon get a little bit aggressive around the corner. They decide to back out completely, avoid that Ant Matrix.
The temptation to overextend after your Ant Matrix doesn't give you anything. It's probably there for a lot of teams, but not Crazy Raccoon. Good discipline. He's saying no, this could be dangerous. Hit by both the mag grenade and the accretion and brought down. Now Crazy Raccoon have to fall back. They don't have the blade to leverage. It's the only ultimate they could bring in. But Chorok, great shield bash, gets rid of RuPaul. Shu's Immortality Field does its job. Sugar Free had to clear that first. Another one. Merit falls once more. Two in quick succession. And a quick slide from Sugar Free to get out of the Graphitic Flux. Puts Max in a bit of an awkward position. He's very overextended.
Yeah, he's very deep. There is a health pack inside of this room, but they turn around, deal with him rather quickly. You're going to have both supports back
10
in the
seconds
mix here for Crazy Raccoon, and you still have this blade.
He sends back, but surely you don't draw the blade here. He can stall, caught in the flux. He's dead. Very dead. There it is. Going to be brought down with a disruptor shot added to the mix, and now Toronto Defiant have themselves that first checkpoint. Merit matching the Widow battle here. That's fun. But it's Lip getting taken down by Sugar Free instead.
It does not feel like we've really seen Lip's impact here on the Widowmaker thus far.
Couple kills. He got Merit once, I think. That's it.
Yeah, it's kind of playing a little bit further back there on that high ground.
Put him in a Soge, man.
Some changes there towards the end. Just gonna get back towards the payload for Crazy Raccoon, so they'll make the adjustments to move on back. As Merit now will play the Cassidy yet again, as we're gonna see a Ramatra, and just as we were talking about it.
Lenny just overextends a little bit. It's got a decent angle now. Toronto need to wait for a speed boost. This is an awkward spot to play against this poke setup that Crazy Raccoons do have. Very, very close. Lip also has that infra site coming up pretty soon, pretty crucial. Merritt actually switches back to the Cassidy.
Walls here now for Lip. Look how much time is just buying, right? Toronto just pushed down to a really odd part of the map.
Only 90 seconds, man. They can't really afford to be delayed for too much longer. They might charge in with a beat speed boost. They need to force a fight somehow.
Yeah, there's no speed for Crazy Raccoon, right? It's going to be very difficult to disengage if that's the case.
Mag Grenade got thrown out there, but it's going to be Heesang going in first. Blade is good. Gets through the Immortality Field of RuPaul and the Defiant are about to come crashing down. That's a one-sided fight if I've ever seen it. There was a beat there somewhere. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, it's the beat.
It wasn't an Ajax, was it? Say it ain't so, because Vega went down first.
It might.
Buddy.
I didn't exactly.
Hit me with that instant replay.
That is tough stuff, especially because you're playing around that for so long, right? Your key response is pushed in a really difficult situation. This is an Ant Major here for Shu.
Sugar free.
Yeah, they push up there with their own immortality field.
Oh my goodness. Lip says, sorry, buddy, I've got a sweet tooth. Crazy Raccoon now with 4 still standing. This is a domination.
Yeah, this also isn't exactly super comfy for Toronto because when we've seen them play Sojourn-based compositions, it's really been Merritt to play the Sojourn Sugar-Free on the Tracer. Like that's where they've kind of like had their most success playing those different types of
Sugar-Free on the hit scan is an interesting look.
It's obviously you can play it, but it's not exactly what they've kind of run throughout the history we've seen the team so far. So
now it's sketchy.
Speed, the Hinder goes down there, connects onto Shu, but it'll be the Genji here for Sugar Free, goes in for the dash. Backs up Crazy Raccoon a little bit.
Rounding up here for Torong. Infant to Defiant, want to try and close the gap, and someone does have Annihilation, but how do you make use of it here? Crazy Raccoon will continue to give ground, set up for good poke. There's Lip, Sugar Free's down again, what a pick off. He's fighting really important eliminations here. The Annihilation can't be stopped by Max's kinetic grasp, but now the Crazy Raccoon team have to commit into this maelstrom. Merritt from behind it though with the Deadeye. Someone was forced back somehow, and then Annihilation is forced to expire too. Sugar Free returns on the Tracer now, has to get involved some way with a Bionic Grenade dousing someone. Means the Immortality Field has to be used, but Lip just picks it off out of the sky. There's nothing here for the Defiant to work with. What a one-sided round.
So for Toronto, they do get that first checkpoint, right? They make it not exactly to the second one. Fall short just a little bit, but...
A lot bit. They fell short a lot bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't exactly call that a lot bit. They get, almost...
Semantics, they're a long way away.
Almost 70% of the way there, but... you start to see Lip come alive there on the Widowmaker, forces them with the infrasight a few times, just kind of burn clock.
Ajaxed.
Here's what we were talking about. So this is when they were kind of like holding onto the sound barrier to kind of push on up.
The humanity of it all.
It's just a dash through. They're actually trying to use even the Immortality Field, it looks like there, to make sure they get it, but the Immortality Field gets taken out like almost instantly. It looks like in flight.
If I was Vega there, I'd be doing a striker and I would have punched a hole through the LED wall behind me.
I mean, well, if you were playing Lucio, Jake is the Masters edition of basically the wood edition. Bronze.
Do they have one of those?
Probably.
I'm playing that. Anyone looking for a teammate?
Johnny.
Support mate. Johnny, what's up? We're gonna run it back, buddy.
Let's go.
I'm so ready. Toronto Defiant though, I mean, they got made to look a little foolish at a couple points there. Losing the sound barrier while they were playing that low ground map, they had to force a fight. We knew they had to speed out, beat, but buddy.
And the walls had forced them into that position, right? They kind of just rotate around that corner and get stuck there. So Toronto playing pretty close here on defense. I'll have a Ramatra-based composition here at the start. Look at this section just run straight by.
He's looking like Mr. Bloody Fahrenheit charging over to the cart there. Okay. RuPaul take it down, and Immortality Field didn't come out awful early, and this forward hole for the Toronto Defiant is going to be dismantled in short shrift.
Yeah, I mean, just when you think he's gone in the meta, right? Morgan shows back up in a big way. So, look at this. I think we're going to see a swap, right? They see...
Nope.
Oh, no. So, actually, Sigma on the other side, probably, debating what we decide to do. Do you mirror the Sigma here? You match the Sigma. So, teams in terms of what we see in terms of tank play, right? It seems like teams are okay matching that Sigma at the end of the day.
Crazy Raccoon have got plenty of tanks. They can do anything. Immortality, another early immo. Was that for Vegas' sake? It's unclear. I'd be backing right up here if you're Toronto. That is very frightening. Chorong here playing close, sugar-free on the main, trying to catch someone with the wall, and Lit was the target. They get the Cassidy. Nicely done by Merit to respond.
And that's huge, right? Because you don't get that kill onto Lip there. They're going to end up building the Consuming Rush, getting right around the corner, and so with no Immortality build at that moment, it would have been quite difficult. So here's the Consuming Rush. Jedi in response, so he can push right up through it.
Merit has to reload there. He saw a lot of really low health targets. Could have picked them off, but only 6 in the 6 shooter. Rupert down to a back grenade of all things. So again, the Immortality field is gone. The Baptiste regenerative burst not there, and they've used a sound barrier in order just to stay in the fight. And then they have to back away anyway. This is dangerous. He's staying with the blade. We'll have to wait. He's hindered, but getting healed up instantly by Chorong, who runs in with the Genji. This is desperation now for the Toronto Defiant. Someone trying to hold his ground somehow, but he walks down and gets blown up. Nice little gravitic flux there, and that is the checkpoint coming up for Crazy Raccoon.
It is great fortune for Crazy Raccoon as well, because they end up using their sound barrier. Chorong ends up doing it. It only connects with him and Shu at that moment, right? There's like a Maywall or something in the mix that got thrown in that not get great use of their own sound barrier, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. They get that checkpoint. They have a load of time here to get just about 62 meters.
Deadeye will force back. Oh, look at how low they are. That could have been a 5K. Deadeye could have been a 5K. They didn't have an Immortality field in play. Ooh. Oh my God. Okay. They've used it early once more though. Rupala had no choice but to part with it. Great Flux. That is a world champion Flux, right? Into the Blizzard 2. Perfect combo for Toronto Defiant. They managed to slow down Crazy Raccoon for now. Stagger Max a little more. Maybe find some room to breathe, if only for a moment.
Yeah, I mean, the kill on Max there, you just buy yourself even some more time. So you can't be aggressive here. Yeah, looking just for a pick coming out of the spawn, right? As now the headshot starts to roll again on that Cassidy.
It's pure dopamine, man.
And where do you decide to play here if you're Toronto, right? You can't play this low ground. It's just a really pretty even. I think the Crazy Raccoon love that. Like this first corner, you're in an odd spot. The Amp Matrix, use your Maywall combination, just trying to split players off. Doesn't seem like they caught anybody, so now you may have to actually back up.
May in a poke comp seems pretty tricky to make work. It's all long-range walls. You've got to be very premeditated, I think, about how you set it up. Yeah, Magranate didn't make his way down. Seems to have been the case here. He's saying constantly threatening.
It's a really good area for a Kitsune rush, though, right? You're getting very close. It's going to be sound barrier here.
He's Magranated. He's hinted. He's still able to find Max, though. Getting rid of the Sigma is so big. Now there's nowhere to hide for Crazy Raccoon. Again, they'll be shoved back into spawn. That is clean from Merit.
Yeah, I mean, now it's starting to get rolling here for the Defiant. It's a pretty good fight for them, right? They end up using that eye sound barrier in response for Crazy Raccoon. And they don't get anything out of it, so...
Yeah, they should win this fight too.
Yeah, you mean in theory, right? You're going to have Gravitic Flux, and you're going to have your own sound barrier, probably end up building an Amp Matrix here as well, so they're in a pretty good spot. The next thing you're looking at is like this insane blade, right? Vega not able to get the sound barrier down in that first half. Ends up giving a lot of progress, giving up a lot of progress, probably for their own sake.
A lot on Vega's shoulders here. Open up the fight though with a Flux, and again, Lip loses in a 1-to-1 versus Merit. Happen to the best of you, going up against a player like that. Here's a gravitic clutch on the side of the Raccoons. They're going to go for a blade as well, but the sound barrier was there. Vega holds nerve, holds on to that beat. Merit with another beautiful little 2K.
And this is what you expect from Merit, right? We talk, Lip, one of the best hit scans in the world. Merit is right up there. I mean, I think that is a very close battle between these two players. Merit starting to come alive on the Cassidy, and look at this. So Crazy Raccoon able actually, it's not going to be like a Maga, right? You've seen Maga have good success against Sigma. It'll actually be Ramantra.
Yeah, trying to push the battle lines forward as much as possible, but the May is such a nuisance for the Ramantra to deal with. Deadeye for Merit. Lip tries to roll away. He's getting clowned on. Shudo at least able to silence the Cassidy with a kunai. That is the only joy that Crazy Raccoon are going to find in that cold, wintry landscape that Sugar Free's erected. Less than a minute left.
And that was your Kitsune rush. I was like, maybe you want the rush with the Ramantra, right? His cooldown's become pretty strong inside of that.
And the Bap, man.
Now Shu will go back to the Baptiste, so Seems like Crazy Raccoon just kind of throwing stuff at the wall here, trying to get something to work.
It's a tough spot for any team to play from. We saw Toronto suffer in exactly the same position. Toronto will have his beat. If it doesn't get Ajaxed, then he'll be happy with it. Again, Merit strikes though. What a target to find. The Baptiste is down. Crazy Raccoon now have to make a tough decision to regroup for one last push, one last fight, but he's been spotted. Merit claps him. Special credit, of course, to the Accretion to set it up.
Yeah, you'll be able to get Heesang back from spawn, right? It's definitely going to burn a little bit more clock. To someone with this gravitic flux, it's going to be that sound barrier that you mentioned though for Turong on the other side, which is huge.
Flux is good, going to catch 3. Sound barrier has to come out immediately from
they
Turong.
touch?
It's enough to save them. 3 seconds left. They're going to venture heading over towards the card. They're going to touch it here. Good Deadeye, good damage. Immortality Field had to be used there by the Toronto Defiant, and Vega has gone down. Air Matrix now, but they don't have the players to capitalize on it. They've got to group up around the card. Raccoons are low, yes, but Shu is going to be there. Regenerative Burst is going to be massive here to get everyone topped up, but he has an Air Matrix available. Here they come. Merit steps back, Deadeye again, lips out to avoid it, but only just. He eventually falls a trade as Heesang hits that flank hard. Venture, a real problem now for this poke composition of the Toronto Defiant. It's going to be Max pushing up on the card. Vega goes for a beat, but only 2 or 3 players were able to benefit from it at all. Max wants to come forward. He doesn't have Nemesis form available though. A very healthy Toronto Defiant now. RuPaul's Immortality Field is taken down. Gravitic Flux, who's in there? Max gets the annihilation and finds Vega. Huge Immortality Field from Shu. Not a sound barrier. Everything you could ask for was at Crazy Raccoon's disposal. What a fight. What a contest. But it will be a 2-0 lead to Eurasia #1.
And for Toronto, I mean, you played that really well towards the end. You hold them for about 3.5 minutes, but you also gave them about 4.5 minutes, right? You just cannot give a team like Crazy Raccoon that much time to get that checkpoint, not even a second checkpoint completion. So that one has got to be pretty devastating for Toronto.
It was intense, competitive back and forth. Plenty of room for skill expression on both sides of the stage there. But ultimately, it's our North American #1 seed unable to get the map win. That is what really counts. Yes, they do have a selection of map and mode here coming up. They're going to have to make it count. It's their last chance to be the last team, really, from this region to put a stop to Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I mean, look, they looked really strong there, you know, getting that hold for that amount of time. I think Merit started to come alive on the Cassidy. And I think if you're Toronto, you're probably wanting to do something with the Sigma Mirror, right? I think that's probably where they look their best.
Yeah, really. We didn't see much of Circuit Royal in the end there. We saw the Ramatra come out and find success on Crazy Raccoon. Let's head over the desk to break down the action from Circuit Royal.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, let's break it all down. I mean, heading into this very map at the beginning, looking at the compositions, especially the ones from Toronto Defiant, they were cooking up something. Not necessarily stuff that is easily to digest. There were some compositions in there, especially looking at the DPS lineup, that we haven't really seen. I know that you personally wanted to see Merit taking that Widowmaker battle against Lip initially. He did for a hot second, switched off again. Did pop off on that Cassidy at the very end, though. Let's chat about what we've seen from that team and maybe break down the compositions and the approach or the thought process that Toronto Defiant had behind it.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, we talked about Toronto's flexibility, but it was Crazy Raccoon playing stock standard here. I think this BAP Brig is very effective defense. The Genji, Widow, Sigma, this is pretty comparable to what we see at the highest level on Circuit Royale. For me, it was the Sojourn Cassidy is a very odd selection, especially with the Lucio. Typically with Lucio, you want to connect to the enemy backline and plug in a DPS that wants to really get on top of the enemy. Sojourn and Cassidy aren't really that hero. Typically, they'd be paired with a Mei or a Genji that wants to create space for them. The two of them together didn't work as well, but Sugar Free brought out the Mei here on the defense, and Merit, man, you give him this position on the high ground, give him that open window to flank into the backline, and he delivered fight after fight after fight. For me, this hit scan mirror went Merit's way on this map. Even though the win eventually came to Crazy Raccoon, I mean, Toronto, after the weak offense, had no business having such a close hold. And so I think they could be feeling good going into the next map.
This overtime. Can we just talk about this overtime? Like, what do you have to do? You just can't beat them. Like, just when you think Toronto Defiant, maybe they have the upper hand. Maybe with an early flux in spawn, they can throw off Crazy Raccoon, prevent the touch. They get there in the final millisecond, and then just with tooth and nail, they just drag it out. Like, What more can you ask for?
They refuse to
Tortefine
lose.
tried so hard, but they're unstoppable.
Yeah, and I mean, they should be giving every Toronto Defiant fan a lot of hope, though.
It should be 1-1.
It should be, but it's not.
But it's not.
So that's where we're at right now. Let's talk about the crazy raccoon here, though. That squad, I mean, from front to back, they're a tough opponent to go up against. I think we're talking so much about Lip, obviously, heading into this. I do feel like we have to touch on that back line, though, because quite frankly, Chorong and Shu, they've been such stand-up players all throughout their careers.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, specifically on that defense, I think that Chorong really came on clutch with that break pick as well. The way he was able to hold down the front line with Max on the Sigma, of course, and you saw some real crucial rallies coming through on the break. When the fight is turning, when Toronto Defiant, they're trying to extract ultimate value. That is when Chorong pops that rally, stabilizes the front line, and he's making it so difficult for Toronto Defiant to get a lot of value from this ultimate. That was a long point A. Like, that took all 4 minutes to really secure the first point for Toronto Defiant. And I think that Chorong did a spectacular job on the break. And Shu, of course, I mean, he's one of the best Baptistes in the world, right? So I think we talk a lot about Lip, of course, and Crazy Raccoon, but the backline, I think, was really strong on that Circuit Real. And that was part of the reason why Toronto Defiant was held on the second point in the first place.
This also means now, of course, that it is once more up to Toronto Defiant to decide which map and which map mode we are heading to. Where do you take it, right? Let's take a look at the map set to see what's still available as well and discuss this a little bit as we just finished out our run on Circuit Royale. Push, Flashpoint, and Hybrid still available to us. Where do you see the best chances for this Toronto Defiant squad?
It's a long road home for Toronto Defiant to bring the reverse sweep in this series, but I think it's got to start on a hybrid map. Probably just whatever your biggest comfort zone hybrid map is. In the end, the next 2 map picks, even if you win this map, okay, it's going to be Hollywood as expected,
okay.
hybrid, but the next 2 map picks, even if you win, are going to be for Crazy Raccoon. So you want to deny the most valuable map type pick, which of course hybrid with 4 maps, the bet you get that out of the way for Toronto Defiant. There is a road here, right? Because even though Crazy Raccoon might get those next map picks, if you can start it here on Hollywood, if you can get it going for Toronto Defiant, those next map picks just aren't that valuable. Push, Flashpoint, not as differentiated as the other map types. And so frankly, there is a road here. And after we saw the last map, after the speed Merit started to get on that Cassidy, normally with a down 2-0, I'm feeling pretty hopeless. But to be honest, I still believe this is still doable.
I think it's going to be a really interesting map, and maybe we'll see some more Winston being played on this map. You know, we've seen some Ramatra in Europe, but I think it's primarily going to be the Winston compositions now. Someone, of course, a really gifted Winston. But the player that I keep my eyes on in this map specifically is going to be Sugar Free on Toronto Defiant. I feel like if they're going to play Tracer on this map, you're going to have to come up clutch, and you're playing against some elite Tracers with both Lip and Heesang, whoever they throw out there, right? So it's going to be a really tough matchup for Sugar Free. I think he needs to come up clutch for Toronto Defiant.
Let's see if we can get it done, and if they keep themselves alive in the upper bracket for all the action, we once more heading it over to our favorite gentlemen, Mitch and Mr. X.
Thank you. Yeah, look, I mean, Hollywood coming up here may be a little less expected, but with 2 teams like this, the map pool's a little bit wider. There are way more options, but we're definitely thinking dive compositions here, and this makes perfect sense. So Max comes out, Junbin comes in. It's dive time.
Yeah, a lot of verticality, obviously, on Hollywood in the second part of the map. I think Hollywood, it forces you to play more tanks, right? You can play Sigma at the start. You can control high ground by that first point. As you move through the map, there are obviously beneficial things of playing tanks who can access that verticality on the offensive side mostly. So I think it's going to give Toronto maybe a little bit of an edge they feel there, right? They don't have to make a decision of, okay, do we go into the map with Max? Do we go into the map with Junbin? But also, it does not really seem to matter that much, right? Crazy Raccoon seem to be able to play regardless of which tank is in at such a high level. So.
Yeah, I think we're getting a little bit thin on the narrative of close games, but 3 O's here at an OWCS Major. Then I'd say the Defiant feel pretty similarly now as their backs are up against the wall.
Well, when you said Ilios was like pretty close, I was gonna ask.
They C9, so yeah.
I was like, was SSG Falcons Ilios close? I was like,
well, yes.
Like,
yes.
I was like, so how close? It's like on the from super close to very close to not really super that close. Like, where was it on the ranking?
I'll leave it at competitive. I've only developed my power rankings for closeness of games.
Look at this, a surprise here on defense, Amaga.
Well, yeah, the verticality is less important here, I think. Defenders are going to have that sort of access to that area by default. I think Vega probably still feels like they need to delay the Lucio here to deny dive. And oh, okay, we might. I was hoping for that. Yeah, like the wrecking ball poke top that we saw on Busan and earlier on. It's going to be Malmgren time, though, of course. All roads lead to Malmgren.
And for Toronto, I think this damage dealer lineup makes like way more sense in terms of having the Cassidy with the Pharah. I agreed with Jake, like playing Cassidy Sojourn was just a little odd there, with what they were trying to do on circuit, but the Crazy Raccoon, they will actually match this. So a near matchup. We talked a little bit about this Maga versus Sigma and other different kind of competitions. We haven't seen a ton of Maga beat Maga. We saw it in the SSG Falcon series a little bit. Right off the rip, you lose Merit.
Yeah, I felt like Merit had to send a written request for healing there. A little bit too late as Heesang was able to poke him down with a couple of rockets. And, well, it looks like we're picking up, folks, where we left off. Crazy Raccoon, an easy point A take.
Yeah, and I think now the Pharah has become a little bit harder to play right now that everybody can kind of have high ground control here. So, see what Toronto decides to do. Are they going to get up towards that high ground? Looks like they'll have someone get up there with the rest of the crew. Give Sugarfree a nice vantage point.
Toronto here looking to set up as well as they can. Sugarfree, Pharah can fire into this choke here. It's definitely an advantaged position for the defenders, but not for long as his cart starts to advance.
Shu gets really low. Takes a few shots there from Sugarfree. It's, unless you force him down from the high ground, you're going to get no value when this rush comes up.
It's going to be put to the test. He'll have these small windows where Sugarfree will be exposed to that Cassidy damage. So a couple consecutive headshots, and there's actually nothing that Toronto could do to keep Sugarfree standing. No burst healing available to them.
What do you try and do here if you're Crazy, right?
You eventually need to take the high ground.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try and maybe just put some shots in at range and get these players split from someone. Now they do get control of the high ground.
Lip staggered his position. He comes up a little bit later. Okay, hit by the mag grenade apparently. Crazy Raccoon taking their time. Here's the push. They want to disengage, but they don't have the opportunity. They drop off. Oh, the counter barrage is good, but Merit's ready for it. Lip though responds. Both Cassidy's striking gold here in this fight. It's Vega down for the Defiant. Vega, who was so close to building a beach. Now Toronto have to play safe for a moment. Let the car push up.
Yeah, and RuPaul at about half HP, right? Doesn't exactly want to kind of come around the corner. Use this rush as even more progress going to be gotten here by Crazy Raccoon.
RuPaul couldn't take the risk of wall climbing back up there. He had to swift step, so that cooldown is unavailable for the next few seconds.
This is a must-win fight for Toronto.
This
right?
has to be perfect.
Almost 4 minutes on the clock. You cannot allow them to take that second checkpoint that fast.
4 support ultimates in play here. This is the most important fight of the map so far. Not that that's saying much. So for the low ground, Toronto have been forced down here. They have to play on the card. Jonathan said Geronimo drops down. Heesang tries to fold around the corner of the building, away from the Cassidy presence. Kitsune rushes from both sides, and Chorong's going to be the one that falls with beat, no less. Okay, an opening here for Toronto. Merit zones away with their Deadeye. I say that unironically here, as the Defiant should be able to comfortably complete this fight.
Yeah, that's huge. It feels like once they actually get that kill on a Chorong, the fight is basically over, as Vega doesn't feel like he has to invest his beat. Chorong obviously doesn't have the beat to use. He's back in the spawn. It'll be both Kitsune rushes used there. So this also allows Toronto to get back in control of that high ground. It took a little bit for Crazy Raccoon to push him off that spot. So huge fight win there from the Defiant.
Yeah, no need as well for the Defiant to use that beat. Cage fight for someone is available, but they need to wait for the Crazy Raccoon to drop down. And there it is, Merit, the one that takes the advantage of a brief window to see the Pharah and find the headshots.
Yeah, so it looked like they were trying to just kind of like speed past maybe Toronto and fight back by that payload. And then you lose that ever important Pharah, and there's nothing you can really do there as Toronto. Looks like they're possibly putting a little bit more pressure here on to Crazy Raccoon.
Sugarfree takes a big rocket hit there. They've got to now attend to the card. Go very quickly. Deadeye for Liberty waits for them to drop down. Sugarfree gets caught out. It was Junbin actually to find that elimination, and here's cage fight. A lot of chains getting thrown around here. A Venn diagram of literal murder as Heesang eventually opts to join the rest of his team. Big damage there from Lip. Playing in his optimal range, and Crazy Raccoon getting his second checkpoint.
Yeah, and that is the sound barriers end up being used there by both teams. Now, I mean, this is Crazy Raccoon with over 3:30 on the clock here to be able to kind of get the payload down. This is another Toronto Defiant map pick.
Man, he's got half his ult.
Yeah, just, well, I mean, when everybody's kind of coming down this hallway, right? You just get a few directs in there, a little bit of splash damage. You're back up at 80% ult charge in no time.
I like Farah on this part of the map. It's really hard for Cassid to have a long sight line on. Sugar Free, though, gets caught by Heesang. Getting caught out by that lip damage, and the follow-up for the Farah was good. Here's a Kitsune rush, though, from Rupal. Shu responds, reciprocates, in fact. The barrage was good. The damage, of course, no final blows, but more than enough to set this fight up, as Heesang gets good use of that Farah ultimate. Someone brought down, and we have so much time still for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, rush is used on both sides there, but Defiant in a pretty decent spot here coming out of spawn with Deadeye, a pretty big alleyway. And also that rocket barrage. How to stay alive coming around with the spawn. Someone's going to have to get a touch here. That'll be Sugar Free, gets onto the point.
That's big. This is so awkward for Farah to play in this open cul-de-sac. But getting the Malga of all things, that's perfect. The target selection, good priority for Toronto. Will have themselves a bit of a moment to regroup.
Yeah, and for Crazy Raccoon, right, you end up losing this fight. One that was potentially lost going into it in terms of the ultimate economy across the board. But you still have to be pretty happy about your progress, right? You know, a minute 30 off the clock, you're putting yourself in the spot where the card is in a just one fight and it goes in your favor, and you actually get a map completion on Hollywood, which can be very difficult to do.
2 minutes left. 2 dead eyes up. Merritt going to be knocked out into the open there by Heesang, but yeah, tricky for Farah to find the shots here. Lip hoping for just a glimpse of Vega. Merritt trying to do much the same thing, hoping for Heesang to pop up. Neither happens. Both teams still have 5 players, a full cohort, but Heesang has to drop down, expose himself again to that Cassidy damage, and here is the sound barrier. Choron holds it, still holding. Oh, and it comes too late. Shu gets picked off before he has a chance to make it work, but the trade is there, and someone arguably the bigger prize. Heesang blows Sugar Free to smithereens in midair. And Crazy Raccoon should get this one home now. Only Rupal left, and that'll be that.
Yeah, as the sound barrier comes through there from Vega, they try and get aggressive behind it.
That was good. 5-player sound barrier is good.
Yeah, they just back up a little bit, disengage, even though they end up losing a player. They end up losing Shu before they end up dropping their sound barrier. It just gives that extra benefit to Heesang. Heesang comes around the corner. He's able to connect with 3, and everything is done after that.
Competitive from Toronto. Navigating that second phase of the map especially well defensively. But again, as the card gets close, they have to drop down and play the low grab to stop any back cap, force the attackers to come and join them, which eventually Crazy Raccoon acquiesced.
And I wonder what they'll actually end up playing here on the defensive side of things, right? Because you could potentially play like Sigma if you want to play Winston. I think they probably expect if you're going to play the Maga the entire time on offense, you're going to see it here on defense, on the offensive side. So you're going to have Crazy Raccoon come out with the Maga here to kick things off.
Defensively, see what Crazy Raccoon have, of course. We'll flip that for you in just a moment as Toronto Defiant are the attackers this round. So much far on maps that we just don't expect to see her on. She is very powerful. Both teams with the Kiriko setups now, so healing Farah not too much of an issue. A little peek there for Sugar Free before the switch to the Farah himself.
Yes, I can't remember the last Overwatch tournament we've seen this much far.
Yeah, no,
right? I mean, it is like ages.
Could it have been like the triple DPS with a record?
Yeah, it was like
2019.
Yeah, it was like Shanghai used a combination to kind of counter Goats.
That's right.
Where they played like Wrecking Ball, Farah, Sombra. I would almost even say it was like Widowmaker or something
Tracer,
along
maybe?
Tracer, possibly, but this is a pretty fast fight here. Goes in favor of Crazy Raccoon. But yeah, it's been really difficult for Farah to kind of find her spot in the meta for a very long time. And I know with some of the recent changes to the game overall.
More maneuverability for her.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
more. Yeah, she's like more active, like not in the air as long, but more active in the air.
Yeah, and that can be remediated with Lifeweaver platforms as well. We've seen a couple of times. Merritt, a lot of poke damage there. This choke is so deadly for the attackers to make their way through it. Crazy Raccoon are forcing Toronto Defiant to sort of hang around there, setting up Heesang for success.
Heesang gets a vantage point to know exactly where players are split off. As they do get the kill on the lip here early on, that's big.
I think they hit him with a mag grenade, but Heesang wants to try and get in there now. Someone couldn't quite get away from the last couple of rockets that caught him. Sugar Free here now has a strong position denied him. Has to play in this wide expanse, which is definitely not where Farah shines. Crazy Raccoon say that's fine. We got what we wanted. They did use Sound Barrier in order to enact that push after losing Lip.
Yes, because they end up losing Lip, they're trying to protect Heesang while he's using Rocket Barrage. They do end up investing the beat there, so you did win that fight, but did you ultimately give up the next one?
Oh, what? Okay, fair enough. Suzu had to be used there. I think keeps Sugar Free standing for the point blank barrage. Claims Junbin. Deadeye though on the Kiriko. Lip now starting to pop off a little. Sugar Free brought down as Crazy Raccoon moved back inside the cafe. They'll concede a little bit of capture progress, but Lip's got another one. That's 3 in the fight for the Cassidy. Again, good conversation. He's well and truly part of it. Chorong steals one away from what would have been a big one for Cassidy still. Vega has nowhere to go. They're allowing this to drag out a little longer.
I mean, that must be so nice. Hey, we lose our tank. You know, Junbin runs face first into a Rocket Barrage. They drop the Kitsune Rush across the point, and Lip steps onto it, just takes out 3, and here we go, where now just a minute and 20 on the clock. You don't get a tick out of that either, because they're kind of contesting the entire time, even pushing past the point. You don't get any progress.
Kitsune Rush Deadeye available here, likely to be used in concert, but Merit takes a hit as he comes through the choke, so needs to be careful. Still, this gets Toronto positioning on the point, and Sugar Free's able to take Heesang down in the duel. That's massive. Cage fight for Junbin doesn't feel great here at all, but he needs to get onto the point. Cardiac overdrive, but look at that health bar crumble. Junbin can't hang. Eventually get picked off. Toronto should have this checkpoint now, easily enough.
Yeah, you can't win too many fights with a player down. You're a Crazy Raccoon. You end up having a few fights where you lose a player first, but you're still able to pull the fight out in your favor. That time, it is not the case as the aggression comes on through. And look at that. Playing from here.
You know what they say about walking under a ladder, Heesang?
Bad luck, right?
Yeah. He is on that flank. Looking for a big barrage. Gonna pop up behind. He got caught in the cage fight though, and that's a very durable target that he chose. Yes, he does get the Malga. In fact, both Farahs find a pick with those barrages. Lip thinks better of peeking out. He knew he had enough damage on Merit that the mag grenade will ultimately claim his opposite number. And very quickly, Crazy Raccoon put themselves back in the driver's seats. And you gotta watch out, RuPaul's nasty.
Clean movement there from RuPaul, able to dodge shots there. Now we'll see Junbin comes out on this, so potentially Doom Fist here. So Doom obviously has great access to high ground.
They want to kill Merit over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if you're them and you're like, hey, we can get rid of Merit, we're in a good spot.
Merit just threw the mag grenade. Junbin now can dive. Power block used up though, so back to the high ground for the time being. Where do we go? Big punch. Gotta catch Vega, who's low, close to a sound barrier too. RuPaul picked off. Great job by Junbin, takes the attention away from the fire, and Heesang gets to sneak in. And he's finding all the kills. Oh, buddy! Oh, mid-air shot. Okay, this guy is on one.
Some sick shots there from Heesang. They were using the Maga up on the high ground before. I don't know if you caught it, but when the Rocket Barrage kind of came through, they end up using the Maga Slam. They didn't shoot the Barrage. You can kind of obviously get some really nice plays from Doomfist, right? Knock players up, stun them for just a brief second into plays with the Farah in the Cassidy.
Yeah, second's all you need, really. Barrage.
And someone now goes over to Winston, right? So this is just another, it's kind of what we see in the entire tournament, just like a rotating cycle of tanks to counter each other.
Oh, we're dealing with two teams with tank players in very deep pools. Lip's in a comfortable spot though. Tough to challenge him. Deadeye interrupted by Merit. He got stunned up. I think the punch came in from Junbin. Still missing Chorong though. Crazy Raccoon, they're able to trade it back as Vega falls. Chorong went down with beat, but so did Vega. But neither team suffering as a result of that. Someone low. Yeah, Junbin beautiful. Punches him as they're caught inside the room. And I don't think there's anywhere for Sugar Free to really go here. Junbin still respects the damage though, backs out. RuPaul very low, and a beat now gets used. Crazy Raccoon are more than happy to throw theirs into the mix as well. One after another, Lip lands these shots. It's Vega to fall, and Lip can head up to the high ground now. Play a bit more aggressively. Deadeye's going to be there. Junbin into the back line. You see someone try and escape. He skitters away with the rest of the Toronto to find they're down to 16 seconds left in the round. The Deadeye is going to make more space. Up to the tower goes Merit, but he's an easy target as he drops down. And Lip finishes the job. but Junbin's missing. Sugar Free eventually gets traded out after he goes in and finds the Doomfist, but Lip falls to someone. They're up close. It's messy. It's feisty. But Toronto have a player on the card. They're moving it. Now Crazy Raccoon have to address the Vega issue. The rest of Toronto running, trying to get as fast as they can to help out this lone Lucio, but it might not be enough time. They're too far away. Sugar Free blinks onto the card. Instant recall. Toronto still have 3 or 4 players now to work with, and here comes the Winston, but they're just pulling up short. And that really could be said of the whole series for the Toronto Defiance. And Crazy Raccoon run away with yet another map to send them to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and for Toronto Defiant, right? We talk about how versatile this team is. They can do all of these different things. When you look across, Crazy Raccoon look like the more versatile thing, right? The team, they can play so many different compositions, obviously at an extremely high level, rotating different tanks into the mix. Lip was tremendous on the hit scan all series long, and I think Iseng definitely got the better of the Far duel.
Look, it's the most promising prospect out of NA getting 3-0'd. And Hollywood, not remotely close enough. Not remotely close enough. Crazy Raccoon are indomitable. They look unbeatable. Maybe the only team that can pressure them comes from their own region. So I'm sure that Falcons matchup would be an exciting one. But for now, it's back to the drawing board for NA's best and brightest. Toronto Defiant are felled in straight maps.
Yeah, I mean, the Falcons Crazy Raccoon match, that'll be tremendous. See those teams square off yet again. And then, as we move forward down with the loser bracket, right? Like, what happens to Toronto after a really difficult loss like this, right? Trying to bounce back. SSG, we saw earlier today, they end up falling, 3-0 at the hands of Falcons. But I think, SSG has a really different play style. I think it'll give a lot of teams some trouble. Even gave, Falcons some trouble at times. It'll be, it's like almost interested, like, who is going to end up, like, being the third team in the mix, right? Like, who's going to
having that conversation already.
Who's going to come out of that loser bracket in, get another crack at one of these teams? I think that'll be the real interesting thing.
Yeah, and a couple of interesting tidbits, like, Ents, sort of proper thinking Ents are better than SSG, right? Which is a pretty big statement to make. But for now, we're going to hear from the victors themselves. Let's head down to the stage with Danny and Junbin.
Mitch, thank you so much. Yep, I am here with Junbin, who is also the Porsche Performance of the Match player. So everybody, give a round of applause for Junbin. Fantastic job today. I mean, 3-0. You guys are looking scary as ever. Junbin, how did Crazy Raccoons prepare for this match against Toronto Defiant? 자, 오늘 승리 축하드리고 또 PNTM까지 받게 되셨어요. 그래서 뭐 그것까지 축하드리면서 오늘 이제 토론토와의 경기 좀 어떻게 준비를 하셨고 또 어떻게 경기를 풀어 나가셨나요?
이제 아무래도 토론토가 미국 와서 했던 팀 중에 제일 잘했어서 저희가 좀 더 전략적으로 준비를 했던 것 같아요.
Definitely there was some planning involved because we knew that going into the match, Toronto Defiant are definitely one of the best teams in the NA region. So there were some preparations, and I think really preparing for this match really paid off in a big way. Now, I have to ask, I feel like Crazy Raccoons are definitely one of the strongest teams that we are seeing in Dallas currently. So, in your eyes, what makes your team so good, so strong, and so scary? 자, 마지막 질문을 준비 선수가 보셨을 때 아무래도 지금 크레이지 라쿤이 거의 달라스에서 최고의 팀의 한 팀이라고 제가 생각을 하는데 왜 이렇게 잘하나요? 잘할 수 있는 이유?
그냥 잘하는 것 같아요.
We're just that good! Simple as that. Everybody give it up for Junbin one more time. Thank you so much. Zoe, back to you.
Jumping on stage, just spitting facts with Danny. They are just that good. And a part of that is, of course, the meta. They have such a good understanding. Him on that Maga, it just looks so very clean in the execution. They are dictating the tempo, and it's been really, really hard for any other team to keep up with it.
Yeah, I think Junbin is really the tip of the spear on the Maga comp, and I think he's really evincing a really critical fact about this hero and the playstyle that you need to succeed with it. You can't play slow. I think that Hollywood first point defense was a beautiful example. Even though you're defending one of the better sort of fortress points in the game, still Junbin with any kind of HP lead on the enemy Maga, charging in, forcing the aggression, pushing into the enemy spawn. That's not just disrespect. I think for me, that's actually the way you want to play this comp. You always want to be initiating aggressively, even on defense. And so, showing the advantage of preparation on the comp and the style that really came from Crazy Raccoon, from Falcons. These are the teams that have been showing it and looking the best on it. And for me, Johnny, this comp decides the tournament. I don't think there's a counter.
I mean, Johnny, I know. Look, I know. You tried to speak the Winston into existence.
We saw like a minute of Winston.
I was about to say, we saw. Did it work
Like a
out?
minute. No, I didn't say it would work out. I just said.
That is a very good point.
Yeah.
In that lower
I agree-
bracket,
I
though,
agree
it's
with-
gonna pop off, right?
I agree with Jake, and we've kind of been talking about this on the desk for the past couple of days. That like the game kind of revolves around the Mauga composition, and then it's like, okay, well, what do you want to do against it? So, for example, right, the Sigma composition, that could be an answer if you don't feel up to the brawl, and we've seen Ents try to pull it off, right, and also seen the SG try to pull it off. The problem is that like it's so hard to deal with the tempo, like you mentioned, Jake, when you have a Mauga that perfectly positions, has the perfect overruns onto the backline, onto the Caspian Batiste, right? So you kind of have to match this Mauga. I feel like SSG, I mentioned it in the last match as well, you know, maybe they can figure out some variation of the Symmetra, but otherwise, right now, it's without a doubt, Crazy Raccoon, Falcons, they are the top two of the tournament. All my hope has been vanquished. The hope is gone, Zoe. Like, I've just given up. I'm sorry.
It
like, I
it
can't
took
do it
1.5
anymore.
days. I think you got pretty
I
far
can't do it
with
anymore. I really tried. The narrative was out there. The players were like, oh, we have a chance, we have a chance. And
It was an honest
I believe.
effort.
I wanted to believe, Zoe, but Jake was right all along.
I'm no stranger to crush dreams, Johnny. This is the reality.
You
It's
bet
about
there.
raw strength. You need raw talent. I mean, there's so much pressure at this level of the game. I mean, what's being asked of these DPS players is something that I think to a level we've never seen before in Overwatch, where you have to play everything. You have to be one of the best hit scan players in the world. You also have to be one of the best Genjis. You got to be one of the best Tracers, one of the best Echoes.
We've been building towards this for a long time, and now it's like finally here where a Hyperflex is required.
Yeah, and I think I think this time was always coming in Overwatch. I think especially you see it on the flex support role right now. We've seen a lot of Kiriko in this series, but from Fielder, we've seen a ton of Ana. We've seen a ton of Batiste. From the different counters, different maps that come out, a different response is required. And the incredible flexibility on these top teams in Crazy Raccoon and Falcons. I mean, I think that's what's really going to be put to the test. The team play, the flexibility, the individual mechanics at this point, they're a given. These players are best in class.
And yeah, what a beautiful display of this flexibility on our very stage. With what we just saw from Crazy Raccoon, they managed to stay alive, of course, in the upper bracket where they will be facing off against Team Falcons. Now, those are two teams who have both shown us those Mauga compositions. Different looks of it, though, and that's something we touched on. I'm very excited to set this match up, but we have to wait until tomorrow because we will, of course, now moving on to the lower bracket first, where we have teams which are fighting for survival. Maybe one of them will manage to claw their way back into that upper bracket, but I think it's fair to say that Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, those were the two teams most people would have expected to see up there.
I mean, I don't even know who like takes them on. Like, if you had to pick like a lower bracket team to like even contest, like I feel like it's even like we shouldn't even like be considering that now. Right now, it's like who is the better team? Is it Falcons or Crazy Raccoon? Who is in pole position to actually win this entire tournament? Because so far, Falcons, of course, they've shown their like Genji, Venture, Brawl variant, right? Whereas maybe Crazy Raccoon, they can play more Lip on Tracer, for example. I don't think they'll match that Genji Tracer, right? So it'll be interesting to see how these two teams actually play each other in a matchup.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, in the lower bracket right now, you're scrapping for one more chance. I do still think Toronto Defiant are actually the team that's going to come out of the lower bracket. I still believe them. I think they played Crazy Raccoon the closest of anyone we've seen. I mean, I think Circuit, maybe a weak offense due to some unconventional picks, but I think that was honestly their map to lose with how incredibly well they played on
It was
defense.
winnable for both SSG and Toronto.
Yeah, and honestly, even Hollywood, I think that went strongly in the favor of Crazy Raccoon, but nonetheless, I think Toronto Defiant is the team I can see actually matching the Mauga comp in terms of having the actual skill, the flexibility to take that match. I mean, even Vega pulled up with a ton of kills on Hollywood. I mean, I was noticing that in a lot of these team fights, they might be going the way of Crazy Raccoon, but Vega's finding impact, finding kills. And that's the confidence you need to take a tough Ajax on the second map and still come out swinging, playing aggressive, not back down. I think that's exactly what I want to see from my main support player in a meta like this, where with the Mauga, you can't be scared. The moment you start falling back, retreating, trying to recover, it's not going to happen. You're going to get run down and finished off. And so you've got to be aggressive. You've got to be taking initiative. Toronto's the team I can see actually doing that and potentially putting up a better fight if they can survive that lower bracket.
I mean, they are the only team we've seen thus far in this tournament who are not afraid to take that Mauga mirror. They're not trying to be cute. They're not trying to just bring too much of their own flavor. They have a lot of flexibility, but they were not worried against Crazy Raccoons to take them into that mirror. So I'm very interested to see what they can get done in the lower bracket, where they will be facing off against ENCE next, I believe. For now, we're heading into a quick break, and after that, we're back with a special treat for everyone. So please stick around. You don't want to miss it.
Winston?
What's on your mind, May?
Do we have enough people for this mission?
As long as we stick together, we'll be fine. If you're going to show, now would be a good time.
Attention! This is your captain speaking. We are on final approach to Paris.
That's our cue.
You may now power on your electronic devices. Weather is mostly cloudy, with a 100% chance of null sector invasion. Winston, clear as a spot to land. We'll be right behind you.
You better be.
Why is null sector attacking now?
I don't know, May. But the people down there need help. And right now, we're all they've got. Bonjour, officer. We're here to help.
C'était un singe?
Good work, May.
Thanks! Watch your back!
Get the civilians to the ship!
You got it!
What was that?
Take cover!
Look out! May, stay with me! Winston!
May.
She needs help. We can't stay here.
Tracer, get everyone out of here. I'll hold the line.
But you said to stick together.
Don't worry. I'll be right behind you.
You'd better be.
Let's get you back in the fight.
Interlock shields!
How are we going to stop this thing?
May, your backpack!
Huh? That could work! Trissa, pulse bomb! Here you go!
This is getting hot!
Ready!
Go long!
Right! Got it!
友人の剣をくれ! Victory is ours, my friends!
Hi, Lena. Brigitte? Oh my gosh, you've grown! Oh, everyone, this is May.
Hi, everyone.
Nice to meet you.
Monsieur, does this mean Overwatch is back?
Yes. Yes, we are.
Welcome back to Dallas, Texas, the home of DreamHack right now. We got here to this very major because of you, our lovely players who signed up to compete in this new ecosystem for Overwatch. And this is an ecosystem that we're building together with Faceit, of course. But before we continue here with our OWCS action, we actually got a very special match to show some of what we're working on in the Faceit League. But first, let's take a look what the Faceit League is all about.
Hey heroes. Season 2 of the multi-divisional Overwatch Faceit League is back. Join with your team or look for teammates on Faceit. Compete in weekly matches against players at your skill level at a time that works for everyone. Win your matches and rise through the divisions, competing for your share of the prize pool, earning bigger rewards as you climb. The more teams involved, the larger the prize pool, the better the division balancing, and more fun for everyone. Rise to the top with your team and start your path to becoming a pro Overwatch player. Or just play for fun. Faceit League. Register your interest for Season 2 now at fce.gg/Faceit League.
Thank you so much, Zoe. How's everyone doing? Excited? All right, this show match is definitely going to be really fun because we got your favorite content creators, we got some pro players, and most importantly, I have all the beautiful fans here right in front of me in Dallas. Make some noise. All right. Are you guys ready to get this thing started? Let's not wait any longer. Everybody give it up for your participants. All right, I mean, as you guys can see, we have Team Dante and Team Hydron. Not only that, we also have Faceit players that are going to be competing on the big stage. So Faceit players are right next to me, right over here. These two people, amazing people. Can you guys come close to me? Let's have a quick chat. All right, center stage, right over here. Let's start with you. Name, please. No. Get in line. Let's get in line. Stand straight. There you go. Name, please.
Saint.
Saint? Okay, how long have you been playing Overwatch?
I've been playing since Season 2 of Overwatch 1, so about 7 years.
7 years. Longer than Johnny. Longer than Johnny, reinforce. I don't know. I'm just making things up anyways. Yeah, is there a player or someone that you want to really beat on the opposing team?
Ooh. I really want to beat SK.
Why?
She's a Lucio player, I'm a Lucio player. It's just like, you know, that rivalry. You know what I mean?
All right. Thank you so much. Good luck. Okay, next person. Name, please.
I'm Alphabet.
Alphabet. All right. How long have you been playing Overwatch?
I started on console Season 3 and came to PC at Overwatch 2.
Are you better than Jake?
I don't know about that. I mean, I beat him in ranks, but I don't know about better.
I think you're better than Jake. I think you could. I think you have what it takes to beat Jake. Yes, right?
I mean, with Jake on my team, I hope we can do some fun stuff together.
All right, if you have to choose an opponent to beat, who would it be and why?
I mean, I kind of wanted to beat Dante. Dante's been an OG. I've looked up to him forever, and if I can beat him, I can solidify that as a washed veteran now.
All right, everybody give it up for our Faceit players. Thank you so much. You guys could go back, stand next to your teams, and let's bring out the captains of these two teams. We got Hydron and Dante. Come on up. Look at these guys. Oh, what's happening? Whoa! Kiss! All right, you guys could do this after we're done with this. All right. Before we get started, let me introduce or explain all the rules. We're having a ban system, everybody. You know, what we're going to do is hero bans. We're trying it in the Faceit League. So here's just a taste of it. Faceit League is just one hero ban per team, per map. But since we're only having one map to play for the show match, we'll be doing one hero ban per role per team. So 3 hero bans per each side. All right. And how are you gonna I guess, go about doing this, I think we're gonna do just simple rock, paper, scissors. Loser or winner gets to pick first, okay? Good to go? Easy? All right. Paper. There you go. All right, Hydron gets to pick. All right, Hydron. All right, who are you banning?
Tracer.
Tracer. Okay. And then I'm guessing I go to you and then go back. Okay. All right, Dante, how about you?
I'm banning Venture.
Tracer, Venture. Next up, what are you gonna ban?
Kiriko.
Kiriko. Okay.
I'm banning Lucio. Lucio.
And then we have one more band. Okay.
I'm banning Maga.
Maga. No Maga. And last but not least, how about you?
I'm banning Winston. Sorry, Johnny.
All right, those are the 3 bans per each side. Before we go, anything you want to say before we start the match?
Yeah, good luck, because you're going to need it, yeah? All right, good luck, little guy.
All right, everybody, give it up for Dante and Hydron one more time. You guys can go back to your seats. All right. Before we get started, though, quick shout out to Angie, who came up with the amazing art. You can follow her and check her out at Angela Ziegler on Twitter as well, everybody. Thank you so much. Let's get this thing started. Throwing over to our casters, Mitch and Uber. No, Mitch and Matt. Sorry.
Unbelievable. I can't believe I even Venmoed Danny for the coffee this morning.
It really is the Mitch
I
and Uber
can't
show,
believe
actually.
it.
That's fine. What are we doing here? How do we end up here? Well, we're watching Johnny play on the same team as Jake. You know,
Yeah,
he's
and-
very happy about this because
and
he gets clapped by him every time they have to play against each other in a show.
Right, and if you've ever watched any of these show matches that Jake participates in, he takes them
He
way
goes-
too
he goes
serious.
dummy hard.
He goes way too hard.
Was it Jack like crying into his coffee? He's like, yeah, he does.
So we see kind of all the bands. I think the band system is really interesting.
Yes.
Excited to see how it takes place here today.
Well, we've
kind
been
of shape some of
talking
this.
about this for years, right? Just kind of at what point do we get a roster of heroes that's sort of robust enough to support sort of banning some of them out? We might be there. I think this is a really interesting little variation.
I
to,
thought
to
after the
see.
Maga ban that Dante was just going to forfeit his ban. And he's like, you know what, we're all right.
All right, of course, your rosters are as such. You see Dante, of course. We've got Emong sat next to him. Obviously with J3 in the middle. All the way down to Saint on the end. Your boy Avril also on Team Dante. Jake, of course.
Secret weapon.
Oh, yes. But for who is the question? We've got Jake and Johnny there. Yeah, finally glad to be back on the same team. SK, of course. She's received a challenge already from Saint on the other side, saying I'm a Lucio player. I want to win that 1-to-1 matchup. Alphabet, of course, on the end. Saying that, hey, I've actually beaten Jake in rank before. Now the chance to play alongside him.
We're not in the team comms of Team Hydron, but looking at the players on stage, Jake is the only one talking. He's talking at 1,000 miles an hour. So.
Yep.
Yo, nobody can actually select their own characters. Jake has picked the entire comp for this team in the show match.
We'll see Emong and J3. I know J3 was down in the co-stream area earlier on. Avril's actually been sort of like live streaming the whole event sort of by his phone. That's
Jay's
fun.
got that face on that he knows something bad is about to happen. It just hasn't happened
Don't
yet.
worry, mate. No matter what happens in this, don't worry whatever happens here, J3, you'll still have your McLaren, big fella. You can cry into those plush seats.
Yeah, it's gotta be nice. It's gotta be nice. One. As we'll be having Li Jiang Tower here today for the show match. So let's see, no Lucio, no Rico in the game, right?
Yep.
So
no Winston, no Malga.
No Winston, no Malga.
Oh, we're just going to be playing some
and
rush down.
no Tracer Venture, right? So you think like a hyper mobility comp's kind of like out of the way, right? Tracer, Venture, both very good. We see some like Genji Farah, right? I know we've seen.
This is Li Jiang Tower, so I think there are definitely some maps where that's good. Night Market, you could also have Echo. That looks pretty good.
Probably Dina combination.
Ramatra, even to play some Doom. Dante's Doom, little nasty. What's Johnny's Doom like? All right, let's listen in to Team Hydron.
We got a big comp. Yo, we got a no. Lock in.
Yo, are you ready to get pulled, Ryan? Reinforced? Let's go.
I'm getting in there. I'm gonna need some pulls.
So I only have one playstyle, guys. So you follow my lead.
We know. Roger that.
Go in, never go back. Never look back.
This is such a sad rollout, bro. I'm W.
Let's go point. Let's go point. Let's go point. Let's go point. Let's go point.
What are you doing?
Okay, don't go point. Don't go point. Don't go point. Don't go point. Go somewhere else. Go somewhere else.
Get ready for the goal.
I'm going. I'm going.
Nice, chill. Get your regen. We don't heal us. Guys, kill the Ana. He's a gold player. Please. We need to punish Avril for trying to play a high skill hero. He needs to go more.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I mean, revealing Avril's rank, doing the boy dirty, I'm not going to lie.
Who do you think the target is for Team Hydra?
Well, I think we leave that up to everyone else's interpretation. J3 getting clapped there with a charge from Reinforce earlier. Reinforce wants to play off angle here. Maywall's going to catch Emong out. Dangerous. Team Dante respect his backup. They're in a bit of a weird spot. I think Reinforce calling for a little bit of backup, and SK, she says, don't worry, I can pull you out, Johnny, if you get too deep.
Yeah, this is going to be straight to the point here for Team Dante. Johnny took a ton of damage from Dante.
Emong's low.
Yeah, it's going to be Immortality Field as well.
Nice Immortality Field there from Saint. Deadeye now from Hydron. Okay, J3. It's going to be Avril getting caught inside that. You know, Avril, when Cassidy glows and he makes that sound, you should run. Hydron running away with this. SK gets involved.
Jake would play May in a show match.
Yeah, I mean, anything for the dub, man.
All right, guys, we're going to split the other team off. We're going to run at the right.
All right, he's split it. Coming on down. Reinforced charges in. Emong going to be frozen stiff. It's going to be SK falling early, though, to the sticky bombs of Dante. But a tank trade favoring Team Hydron. Nano boost available. Alphabet can't quite see where Reinforce is, but Avril gets crunched.
Now, Johnny is, this is a new personal best. It's the longest he's ever lived in a competitive match.
Yeah, but I might attribute that to SK and Alphabet doing everything they can to keep him alive. What a shatter. Oh, I'm taking you with me, buddy.
Oh, dear. Tactical pin there, big slam.
Team Dante.
Was that the nano boost used there as well?
It looks like it. I think Johnny got nano here. Jake here, hit with a bio-nade. SK going to be caught out though. Emong able to deal with it. Sleeping Dante on the point. Jake 3 Deadeye though catches Alphabet out. A chance here for Team Dante, but Reinforce is coming. Dante backs up. Mag Grenade doesn't quite connect here. The Fire Strike though will get rid of Reinforce, and Team Dante can stabilize.
Yes, Hydron just walks down the point, ends up dying. So SK and Zen, it's awesome to see Zen in the mix. You gotta get some bans to get him in the mix.
Yeah,
awesome
Zen into a ride is interesting, I will say. I'm here for it. Hydron close to a Deadeye. Emong has a big slam available.
I like this route.
It's a sideshow flank from SK. No way. Okay.
There's no transcendence to get out of the way.
She's
though.
behaving. Fair enough. Looking to group up now. Shadow for Emong. Can GMTD reinforce? SK caught by the sticky bombs though. That's a problem. And that's the shatter that Johnny would soon rather forget. Great Blizzard though in response. Jake on the no fun hero, but hey, it pays off. Hydron for 2. Deadeye make it even more than that. Avril caught out. Nowhere for Saint to go. Team Hydron move back into control.
Man, some of these teams got to pick Hydron back up. He's looking clean there on the cast.
Man, you are old and bad. Oh, heavens.
Emong here to the rescue.
Wrecking ball. Dante gets picked off already though. SK's
got
this. Oh, okay, the foot icon on the kill feed. That's when you know it's real. Nicely done. Team Hydron. Oh, they look very comfortable.
Hydron's keyboard like hangs off the table.
Yeah, he's the kind of guy to get a numpad on that thing in 2024. Unreal. Maybe he's working an office job now, and he's
also the players
career.
talking about PGE's mouse pad, have you seen it? Like infected or something? Nah, I gotta see it.
Oh,
is that bad?
Look at Jack's tweet. I think Jules tweeted out a picture of PG's mousepad. It's a literal petri dish. Anyway, let's listen to Team Dante's comms as they're one round behind.
Also, fun tipped it all around. Oh, I forgot the TP, my bad.
All good.
No worries.
Doom,
Oh.
Doom. Oh, Johnny Doom.
Doom? Okay, I like it. Junkrat, they have a Junkrat. It's actually good. Doom right here?
Oh, I'm gonna go with
Jump low on point. Doom no block, more low. Oh, Widow far right, watch out.
Took over the lobby.
Cap? Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. I've got this objective.
Holy shit, I'm coming.
How deep we going? How deep we going?
Remember, guys,
There's
map
no
3.
Jake is in there.
Jake learned K. Hello.
I got you. That's my dog, baby. That's my dog.
Wait, Wait, Jake.
You win this, you win this.
Oh, you're in there. He's in there.
Oh my fucking god.
Somebody help our guy.
What?
Oh my god, I'm too powerful.
All right, guys, we gotta push the spawn doors. We can't 200 steal
Where
them.
do you think I'm at, dog? I don't back down. I go back, bro. Jump in.
Oh, I think I can run up the map.
Oh, no.
Fuck!
Oh, Jake, the kind of guy to suplex his nephew, teaching him how to wrestle. He does not care. I'm gonna say SK really the glue keeping his team together, and that's it. A 3K ring time. He's in your house. He's in your bloody house. 5 a.m. somewhere in the world. This is not good for Team Dante, I would say. My expert opinion. The fact that the reinforced Doom is not being exploited, yes.
Yeah, the fact that Johnny can live on the Doom is incredible. Look at the movement tech there from Johnny, and he's off the side.
Well, he's not a coward at least. Nice shot. Hydron caught there by the stickies. Jay's been quiet to win that matchup. Little Junkrat. Oh, clean as a whistle. That Alphabet hoses it down. I think he's trying to make a point.
Point felt is, okay, so Team Dante getting close, tying it up here. Team Hydron, the silliness is ensued is reinforced on the Wrecking Ball.
I'm sorry, I don't think I've ever seen Johnny play ball.
Not known for the Wrecking Ball.
What is he known for, Matt?
Not really sure. Reinhardt play. He's
right. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. Okay, sleep here on ball. Avril hits the sleep. Make a note of that one.
He'll clip that one.
You gotta get back into the game. Reinforce able to pick up the mega here, but elsewhere. Emong makes the dive in on Hydron. Dante dupes and Ana. Saint though finds a clean up. Team Dante here coming alive.
2 with the rally.
Okay.
Big rally there from Saint.
I have a nano here for later on. Where does Avril send this? Probably at Dante. Jay, okay, well, that nano will expire, as does the dupe.
I think he should nano Jay. Just let him go for the Widow battle. Make it a little bit easier,
Hydron's still looking for a couple of shots here. Really taking over the lobby, to quote Dante earlier in the round, but now it's been a little quieter. The Junkrat threat has been neutralized. Emong locked in on this Diva now. Oh my goodness. Hydron looking for targets. Avril gets a free haircut. Not that he needs it. Bingo, baby. That's the Widow duel. Once more. The Team Dante just chilling. They're on the point. They're watching Hydron. Not bothering.
Clap it up there from Jay. Rallying the troops. When we did the listening, didn't really hear a lot of team comms there from Team Dante, Team Hydron. Keeping it going here as looks like now we got reinforce here on the Reinhardt in our final point.
Now, of course, you can connect your account on Twitch, your Faceit account, to get Faceit drops, fam. Watching this game.
That's sweet.
Yeah. Well worth checking out. We're going into our last round here, Control Center. Some discussion. Dante asking for the junk mirror. Jake's going to give it to him. He's going to give it to him.
This is like a Jake-sponsored show match. We'd be like on Horizon Lunar Colony.
In the rafters.
6v6 Junkrat.
Nice opening here from J3. Yep.
Pretty huge. Getting the other team's Moira out of the way.
Pressure though coming on down. Jake gets clobbered by Emong in Nemesis form. Emong really coming alive in that Diva, and the later half of Guarded.
This turned into a blowout here.
J3 starting to make it happen.
Yep, that's a good flank.
Okay, Moira and Ryan flank. I think you make enough noise to wake the dead now. Charge. Well, it was worth a try, Johnny. I'll see you later.
Yeah, it's, reinforced. I mean, that's kind of what he's known for mostly, right? The charge.
No one's thrown a
way
Zarya
too
bubble
deep.
on him to actually get value from that.
Yeah, way too deep there for Johnny. It's,
Ooh, okay, Jay.
maybe some flashbacks to reinforce about the Swedish World Cup team here, really impacting his performance on stage.
Oh, man.
Jay's getting a little feisty
Yeah,
here.
okay, I like that. Oh, he's popping up. Holy. That's my streamer. Infraside available here for Jay. Pops it immediately. Some chip damage being dealt by Team Hydron here, but without Jake now, who's lost again to the Dante junk. Will he switch? How much does he care about winning?
Look, I think Jake cares an unreasonable amount about this game. There's no way he's losing Avro. There's going to be some switches here, I think.
I love how you bring that up specifically. Here it is, good burst. SK nothing she could do about that one. Getting away would have been a problem. Riptire removed. I think Jake might have sent that in from spawn. But needs to now get more directly involved in the fight. He's flanking, I think. No, now rejoining the rest. Team Hydron a little bit slow. A great first map, but now they're starting to get shut down. Infraside popped here for Hydron. Needs to find some purchase on this Widow. Avril able to get away. Riptire will linkage here in the center area. For most of this 10 seconds now to be spotted through the window. It's
a long journey there.
Yeah, goes coast to coast with that one, but doesn't find a connection. It's Dante down. Hydron. Look, not a Widow map, generally, not always favored. It's going to find the kill on
The
Avril
rally
there.
here for Satan's kind of huge here as well.
10% accounting. Team Dante going to run away with this one, Matt.
Right up in Hydron's grill. It looks like maybe there's one player here. It's SK.
Well, how about them apples? Okay. That's a little one-sided in the end.
Yeah. A little bit of a surprise here is
how do we put Jake and Reinforce on the same team? And they get clapped into map 3 like that.
I mean, that is a brutal way to go out there.
Rolled and smoked.
So you can see that Jake is just absolutely stunned there on the stage. So I imagine there's going to be a lot of trash talk that comes out of this one.
Yeah, just quietly, that J3 Widow really started to get online. Also, like we talk about, people who definitely want to get the dub. Like Emong's that kind of guy who will be like, hey, let's lock in, let's get serious. The Diva round was great on market.
I mean, Emong, obviously Jay played a high level, played like professionally in the past, right? Ages ago, right? So it's not like they're just streaming.
Yeah, have you wondered why Overwatch is, how they're doing over in the Face It League? A few of their representatives here on stage. Avril gets a dub. Is that Avril's first show match win? Oh, I think so.
Yeah, it might be. I don't think he's the player of the match, though.
No, look, maybe not quite there. I really thought the Team Hydron had that locked up. Johnny playing very aggressively there. I thought SK, she had a great showing. The Lifeweaver was really, especially if you're going to be playing with someone like Reinforce, who is just going to be taking every risk and limit test.
Way too far.
Yeah, on a couple of occasions. I don't mind it, especially if you're ahead. A little bit of bravado is fine here and there.
Yeah, the hero bands make it pretty interesting, though, right? We weren't just kind of staring at Maga, staring at each other, just kind of like looking,
Also, no Tracer.
Yeah, no Tracer as well. I would like to see Venture. Venture's been a ton of fun to watch. But
I do think that, in a show match, maybe not, it's hard to say, just if they were crafting the best comp available. We had Junk mirrors, we had Widow mirrors, but they were possible.
Yeah.
The Hydron pop-up at the start of Gardens really looked like it was setting the tone for how the entire map would go, but it was not to be. And I've got a big shout out as well to our Face-It competitors there. Alphabet having a pretty good time. Saint also showing up, big way on the support. Let's head over to Danny here, an interview on stage.
Thank you guys so much. Everyone, give it up for our captains one more time. Very exciting. Very fun. I think it was sort of fun, but all right. One question each. Hydron, I gotta ask. What happened, bro? What happened? You guys were looking good when you guys were starting, and then just something happened. What happened?
I don't want to be the guy to say it's not my fault, but...
All right, then who was it? Whose fault was it? Just point at someone.
I had a couple of Ryan players that were 12 and 10, but that's all good though. That's all love. All love.
Yeah, we know who that is. We know who that is. But hey, good job. Dante, you got the win. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I just don't think the new gen DPS players can compete with the old ones. So, yeah.
All right, if you have to pick one player that was really good on your team for the show match, who is it?
Oh, this is a hard one. No, I'm kidding. J3.
J3. All right. Hey guys, one more time, big round of applause for the captains. Thank you so much, everybody. Yeah, you guys can go ahead. All right. We're gonna go to a quick break. When we come back, we have more matches coming up. Stay tuned.
Hey heroes, Season 2 of the multi-divisional Overwatch Faceit League is back. Join with your team or look for teammates on Faceit. Compete in weekly matches against players at your skill level at a time that works for everyone. Win your matches and rise through the divisions, competing for your share of the prize pool, earning bigger rewards as you climb. The more teams involved, the larger the prize pool, the better the division balancing, and more fun for everyone. Rise to the top with your team and start your path to becoming a pro Overwatch player. Or just play for fun. Faceit League. Register your interest for Season 2 now at fce.gg/Faceit League.
Welcome back, Texas. We are ready for our next two matches. Those two matches will be of the elimination type. Speaking of people losing, I got my analysts back, Jake and Johnny.
I blame Johnny. I blame Johnny. I'm not shy about it.
Why do people always blame the tank players? What have we done wrong?
I would usually disagree, but as a Rhine player myself, I'm feeling this one.
J3 took over Control Center. I can't do anything about
I gotta say
that.
though, I'm like low-key on your side. Jake, once you took the junk battle there against Dante,
Oh my goodness, what a charge.
The Jake rat wasn't quite as effective.
I don't have a team, dog. It's a team game. Where were they at?
Take some responsibility.
Where were they at?
What are you talking about?
I was present
people
at
hearing
the
this
end, Johnny.
selfish guy. Oh, people, look at me diffing. Look at me diffing. Look at me diffing.
Okay, this
I dominated.
respect.
I dominated.
Where was this Johnny in round 3? Where were you?
You
went quiet in the clutch.
Look at this. Oh my.
I mean, this is beautiful.
Wow.
Although, Johnny, Overwatch 2, you don't have to go off the map with them. You know that.
I
But
can't.
you both
I
had your
can't hear
moments,
what
though.
I can't hear what Jake is saying.
Look at this.
'cause,
Who saved you in your time of need? But me.
It's a team game. What are you talking
Oh
about?
my goodness.
But yeah, we've
My
established
shield
that.
broke because you guys were so slow.
Honestly, though, I think there were a lot of great moments in there. Both of you also had the pop-up
Hydra?
moments. You got
Okay.
the big tire. You had the Reinhardt moment to shine. It was just like back in 2017. It was
Yeah,
beautiful.
my Hydron is kind of carrying right here.
Yeah, look,
That was
well,
some good
SK was
highlights.
carrying you to carry.
Jake?
That's what I saw.
Oh, is this the tire?
That's
Uh-oh,
the big
uh-oh.
one. That's the big one.
The big one. That was nice, Jake. That was nice, Jake. I give you credit. You still have it on Junkrat.
No doubt. I never lost it.
Okay, I'm gonna
Oh,
BM.
oh,
Whoa, whoa.
J3.
Is that our face player? Oh, whoa.
Yeah, that is our
You got a
streamer.
mental
J3
warfare.
actually,
Yeah.
he took it to Hydron there.
J3 kind of dominated on Control
J3
Center.
came out on round 3
Yeah.
swinging.
Yeah. We gotta ban Widow next time.
That was our mistake. Use the Widow ban.
I blame
It's too
Hydron.
strong.
Hydron's bans were pretty bad.
It's it. Now,
That was
of course,
fun, though. That was fun, though.
this was a lot of fun to watch. Audience was with us all the way through as well, cheering on just good, honest, or rather dishonest Overwatch 2, which is what we love to see. And of course, some of these players, they are competing in the Faceit League as well. You are one of those. We've talked about your experience thus far. Got one up on the board.
I mean, we're in the Master League. We're playing with the pro team. We're not really supposed to be there, but it's okay. We're having fun. And to be honest, we have really strong individual players on our team. So even if we show up on match day and have no prep, no strats, sometimes we still pop off and make it really close against really, really strong teams.
Give me the download. Which teams are currently in the lead? Who are the favorites in the tournament?
I mean, pretty much as you'd expect for North America, Toronto Defiant, M80 on top with a bullet. A few other teams, TSM, who didn't qualify here but have looked like a very strong team in NA. They're doing super well. So kind of the usual suspects of North America.
Yeah. And then over in the EMEA, of course, Space Station are looking really strong. They actually beat ENCE just the past week, actually, the last couple of weeks. So it's been a really close region. You know, some EMEA teams, they have, you know, tried to compete with the likes of ENCE, for example. And we've seen some of those teams in OWCS. So both NA and EMEA, pretty competitive.
Yeah, actually, some teams that we want to shout out and mention here, the Great Showman from Oceania.
You're doing great.
I get paid to talk. Can you believe that sometimes? And Loaded, of course, from South America. They nailed that one, so that's 1 point for me. They're standout teams, currently 6-0 in the competition, so they're leading the chart. Both players, of course, they played deep runs in the OWCS last year, and now they're fighting for their spot at EWC, and so can you. You can sign up for the Faceit League as well. It's everybody's game. Ish.
Look, after that competition, I'm ready to compete again.
Yeah,
I'm
did I light a fire?
I'm hereby announcing if any teams here want to pick me up,
Okay.
DMs are open.
We need Team Plat chat. Everyone's been waiting.
Okay.
That's true, actually true.
Okay, Jaws is pointing at me aggressively. I've never seen. He's okay.
He's begging. He's
All
begging.
right, so
It's not just
so we're
pointing.
going off broadcast and we're thinking of a plat chat team. So it's me and you. Can we poach Costa? Can we poach Costa from Overwatch? Yeah, I mean Overwatch. I think they're disbanding or
Just
something.
Joss suggested me, and you just completely glanced over that.
Wait,
and ignored that.
oh.
Yeah, no, me.
No,
me? This guy, you're really
he's
bad at
pointing
pointing.
at Jake, so I'm sorry.
No,
he's
I
pointing.
felt pointed at.
Do you want to be on our team?
No one wants
If
my
you want to play
remarks, so I
tank,
don't know
I mean,
what
I
to
can
tell
play.
you.
I can play damage.
I want to see you on Junkrat.
Oh, you.
I don't know if we want to see
That's a reason
that.
it haven't
I
brought
don't
out.
wanna
That's
see that.
a sight for sore eyes, or whatever you say.
I think the eyes get sore after that sight. Maybe it's that way around. You know what I do like to watch though? Good Overwatch.
Yes.
And you know what? We got plenty of that coming our way. We have our first elimination match of the day. being set up right there on this very stage. So let's take a look at the bracket to see how we got here. We have, of course, had a packed day one already. We started off in the upper bracket today as well, which led us to the following conclusion. Team Falcons and now Crazy Raccoon are both in the upper bracket final, and that means that Toronto Defiant and also Space Station Gaming, of course, they're finding themselves in the lower bracket where they will be facing off against M80 and the squad from ENCE. So these are our pairings in the lower bracket. The loser is out as we're playing in this double elimination bracket, and the first match we will be watching is ENCE in Toronto. No, actually M80 and Space Station.
There's been a lot of trash talk about between these teams, right? This is North America versus Europe. Who's the better region? Yeah, we know Korean teams in the top. They look the strongest.
Don't look at the upper bracket. Just look at the lower bracket.
Fighting for second,
treat it as its own tournament.
It's
This is its own little thing.
There's a lot of pride on the line. These players have talked a lot of smack about how each other are overrated, easy competition, and well, you can talk the talk all day, but at some point, you got to walk the walk.
Well, let's see if they can get it done. Obviously, none of those teams is lacking the star power to get it done. M80 is the first team I want to chat about and want to take a look at. Obviously, we want to see more from them yesterday. We hope for more. Their second match, that was just like a business thing in the very end. So like not much to take away from their match against Twisted Minds. But the first match, where they also, of course, suffered a loss, which ended them up in this position. What can we take away from this? What did we learn?
To be honest, I was worried about M80's backline. I mean, with the level of aggression that a team like Crazy Raccoons was putting on them, they weren't standing up to it. They weren't able to make that a properly competitive series as I think that they hoped that it would be. And so I think this is their real chance to take on a team that they have been disrespecting. I mean, they've been calling Space Station overrated, an easy opponent. And I think Space Station, to me, has looked pretty scary, right? They might not be playing what's the most dominant meta right now, but I don't know that M80 can really bring that heat on them either. Can you replicate the success of the teams from Asia? It's not so easy. It looks easy when Falcons and Crazy Raccoon play, but that's just the skill of the players.
Yeah, I feel like these two teams, they know each other so well from scrims, of course, so they have a good idea of what the other team will be trying to do. So this could even become like a, you know, like a mindset kind of thing, like what do we think they're going to bring out? It's not necessarily we're going to see Mauga mirrors all the time. Although, that being said, I do think that M80 could learn a lot from their match yesterday, and especially what we've seen on stage today. There is a lot of Mauga being played. That could be a really good hero for Hawk. We've seen Hawk play a lot of Mauga in the past, throughout this year. And honestly, I think that Hawk has been pretty solid on that Mauga. Good cardiac overdrive use, finding ways to get ahead in these matchups. And so I really do think that if M80 they come out here today and they want to commit to playing Mauga with Pelican on the Pharah, here we're saying Happy on the Pharah, which Jake is saying is a bit of a pocket pick. Like, I could see this work out for M80 if they commit to maybe a bit of a different tank lineup change based on what we've seen so far on the tournament and how the meta is developing.
Yeah, I'd like to see M80 play Mauga. I think the Happy Pharah, that's a little bit of a troll. I don't think that's going to come out. Pelican is probably the Pharah player for this team.
Yeah, he is.
Pelican's a monster on that hero.
I mean, regardless who is playing what, those individuals on M80, they will be tough opponents in the way of SSG. Now, that is, of course, a team. There is a lot which can be said about those players as well. You touched on it already in our pre-show today, Johnny. What did we learn thus far from the performance SSG has shown us here in the OWCS Dallas Major?
I mean, it's a bit tough, right? Because we've been talking a lot about versatility going into this tournament, being able to play so many different compositions. But as the tournament progresses, it really just consolidates the compositions you're able to play and how you're going to get the upper hand, right? And so we might not be able to see all of these different compositions we've seen from SSG in the past, like the Ramatra coming out. Maybe we'll see some Sigma come out. But I feel like if you're SSG and you want to compete for the win here, if you want to advance to the grand finals, I feel like you need to implement more Mauga in your play. It's a brawl style that suits this team. How are you going to get it done? That is the big question with, you know, 3 really talented damage players on your team. You can go with Backbone, who plays some more utility characters like the Symmetra, like May, for example. Psycho had a really good showing here on Elios, playing the Tracer, of course. But then also Sparker, you know, he's a lights-out hitscan player. So how do you manage your damage players and maybe implement some more Mauga? That would be my question here.
Yeah, I think there's a big open question for SSG. Do you take a risk, gamble your tournament life on the ability to adapt on the fly and follow this Mauga composition? Or do you stick with your guns? What's worked with you time and time again, even when the meta has been strongly opposing what you like to play? SSG has been the team that actually finds the wins when no one really believes in them. And so I think what we see coming out on these first few maps is really going to speak to the direction that Christopher wants to take this team and, you know, sort of his confidence for how far they can make it in the tournament.
And also, like we've seen Christopher do that in the past, right? Where in the World Cup, for example, pretty controversial that Team UK, they pursued this Orisa pick, right? They said Orisa is the best way for us to win. A lot of fans were like, well, I don't know if I agree with that, but that is Christopher applying his knowledge and saying, I think this is our best key to success here. We're going to play this hero. And I think he'll do the same in this match and say, like, how are we going to win this tournament? I'm going to have my team play that composition and do the best they can.
I mean, if there's a team which can surprise us with maybe more unusual look or more unusual composition and making it work in a meta that may not be that, it is this team. They've done it in the past under different names. They're now here as SSG. They will probably try the same thing again. I love to see them playing to their strength. And we are now also ready to see if they are able to, you know, make this work in this elimination match. Both teams playing with their backs against the wall. I am ready for this. I'm pretty sure everyone here is as well. But first, let's check out a quick video.
Oh, hey guys! Yeah, as you guys can see, I'm very, very busy right now. I'm working with Space Station Gaming. This is nothing. I didn't steal it, maybe. But yeah, it's Space Station Gaming has a booth here. They got some cool merch. They got some hats, and yeah, they're $25 a piece. I don't think they're looking at me, so I'm just gonna go.
That hoodie, though.
Daddy, what's
I know where that booth is. I need that hoodie and I need it for free.
I will say this as well. They're selling We Spit Fire hoodies with the original dragon,
That's
the We
cute.
Spit Fire dragon. And
The original dragon.
there's some profit sharing going to the players. So if you
50-50.
So if you
Profit
wanna,
sharing is 50-50
Is
with
it
players.
actually?
I heard that from the owner of SSG himself.
yeah. So if you want to support,
Let's go.
if you want to support the Space Station Gaming players, you can go over there and buy yourself a We Spit Fire hoodie, and you can.
That's
I
huge.
love
Just
that.
other players.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, go and support them. Also, of course, on the other side, we want to support the players from M80 as well. But first, let's listen into an interview they did earlier these days, this week, whatever, M80, right here for you.
My name is Jaws. I'm with M80 here at the Dallas Major, a day before the games kick off. How are you guys doing? How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling pretty
Great.
good.
Great. You guys want to introduce yourselves? That's probably a better way to start things off, maybe.
I'm Liar.
I'm Hawk.
I'm Ultraviolet.
I'm Pelican. I'm Happy.
Pelican and Hawk have some sick bird names. If you both could choose bird names for your other teammates, what would they be?
I don't know. They should choose. They can choose their own.
What does Liar look like bird-wise?
What do I look like?
Like a griffin.
What's a griffin? Is it like white?
It's like a flying eagle, like lion thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Take that.
That's a compliment. That's
Thank you.
I like that.
I don't know what else.
There's a lot of like talk on the streets about Korea being the best region coming in. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have the two best teams, but I think there might be a shift in who's the better one coming into this major.
What would you say is the most fraudulent region then?
NA.
NA? A bunch of frauds? You're frauds?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I like that. Talk about
No, he's
yourself.
fraud too.
A lot of the regions are really top heavy right now, I think.
You think you're going to be easy prey then?
Yeah, I don't think Twisted Minds are even playing to like win. They're just here for a vacation, and I think also students of the game are here for a vacation too with their Hawaiian shirts, which I respect.
They look pretty sick actually.
They look like they're off Etsy. In a good way.
Who do you think the worst players are for each role coming into the tournament?
I'm not joining this one because I'm a support player. I'm not throwing any shade.
Okay, you don't have to say anything, but...
Students of the game.
Okay. What, their whole lineup?
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to get smacked down? Do you think they'll take any maps at all?
Listen, I don't think it'll be close, but I'm praying for dogfights for students of the game, just for the content. Like, I think it would be so funny. PG on stage with this crusty mouse pad going map 5 against SSG. That would make my day. That would make my day.
map fight. You want it to go that far?
I want it to go the distance, but then I want them to lose, and then they can have their lower bracket run. They can have their hero story.
For each of you, is there like one player here that you really want to beat?
I would love to play Toronto on LAN. I'd love to play them here. I want to beat RuPaul.
Okay. Hawk, is there anybody you particularly want to beat? Any player or like a team?
No, I don't really care.
You don't really care?
Bro, stop lying. You were talking about Hanbin coming into here, man.
He's not. He's not even playing.
So who has the best Texas accent? I want you to say some phrases. So can each of you give me a howdy partner?
Howdy, partner.
He won. Howdy.
Bro, come on. Come on, bro. Have some fun.
Anti-fun, actually. Okay, UV.
Howdy, partner.
That's pretty good.
Hey, you got it. You're next. You have the Texas accent, you know, like American movie?
American movie, howdy partner.
Howdy, partner.
Howdy, partner. Okay, pretty good. Howdy, partner.
Not bad, good.
That's pretty good. Okay, I like that one. Well, I appreciate you guys coming in. It's going to be a fun couple of days, or 3 days even. And yeah, good luck. Good luck.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Great piece to get to know those players a little better. Hawk just hates fun. Nothing changed.
I
Just
love
Hawk
Liar.
things.
I love Liar. Liar is so much fun. And the fact that I'm now like thinking of him as a griffin, I'm like,
It can't be unseen.
it can't be unseen. Yeah.
We discussed this yesterday. Okay, you weren't on board with my golden pheasant. We did discuss the barn owl for a second there as well. I think
there's a good
that's
competition. I think this is a good
look.
competition. But the griffin, I mean, he does have that lion's mane going on.
Griffin isn't even a real bird.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Just let's keep it factual here.
Are birds real?
He's like, what do you mean
I
they're
was like,
not real?
what? I thought griffins existed. What are you talking about? This is news to me.
Well, sorry.
I mean, those guys though, they were not mincing words when it comes to SSG,
No.
right? They were talking smack. They were talking like this is not going to be a competitive series, and that for me is a bridge too far. I mean, even if M80 ends up coming away with this, I don't see it being one-sided and dominant. I mean, I've criticized SSG for their comps.
Is it just content? Is it amping yourself up? Is it what is it?
It might be all of those things, but as a serious observer of the game, I just can't watch SSG play and not give them their respect. You know, like when this team has openings, they find the picks. Sparker, lights out, Psycho, Tracer, insane.
I think for the story between NA and EMEA is that we don't know of these two top teams in each region who is going to establish themselves as the best from either North America or EMEA. So I'm really looking forward to see this clash between NA and SSG because I think it could be a really close one and it'll determine a lot about how we view these two regions.
Well, we talk the talk. They certainly talk the talk. It is time to walk the walk. Let's welcome our teams to the stage.
Dallas, Texas, give it up for M80!
Happy as their star-studded damage duo. These guys are flexible, these guys have experience, and some of the best mechanics you have ever seen. Hawk rounds out his team on tank, one of the more flexible tanks we have in the game, and obviously, I mean, he's played in Overwatch League Grand Finals. He guys knows how to perform on this stage. Looking forward to see what Liar and Ultraviolet can do in the backline for this team, but these guys are no slouches. They're going to bring the firepower. Can't wait to see what they have in store.
DreamHack Dallas, give it up for Space Station Gaming!
Fans have known them by many names, but they've always been favorites, making it work against all odds time and time again. They might have a unique flavor, but it is always spicy. You can expect this team to bring fast, aggressive styles, the type of Overwatch that everyone loves to see. M80, they've talked a big game, but can they back it up against this impressive Space Station Gaming?
Check, we're about to find out as we are sending this match on its merry way. And for all the action, we're going to hand it over to Netra and Jack.
Thank you very much, Zoe. M80 versus Space Station Gaming, NA versus EU. It's time to get down here in Dallas, Texas, here at DreamHack Rose. This is going to be a spicy one. We heard M80 in the interview there talking a little bit of smack. I did a classic esports moment, bump into Hardy in the bathroom and asked him how things are going to go down in this match, and he said, clean, 3-0, take that word from me.
Wow, few words. Just few words to tell something so big. I mean, the storyline between EU and NA has always been so hard fought, it feels like, to see which region is actually going to end up being better. Words shared on both sides, but really get a chance to put it into practice again, as we did yesterday.
Yeah, I can't wait to get stuck into this one. There's been a lot of 3-0s, you know? I'm ready for this one to go all the way here in the lower bracket, and it's going to have to as well. I mean, this is an elimination game too, so everything on the line for both teams if they want to make it to the final day. Very, very scary upper half of the bracket as well, Rose, with Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. Just absolute dominance up there, scary stuff. But if Space Station M&AT want to make it that far and face them again, maybe even in the finals, they're going to have to win here first.
And I love what the desk was talking about, because both of those teams pack a very impressive Mauga composition. So that's something that we're going to want to see maybe change a little bit as we take a look at how both of these teams perform against each other. Can they actually bring out that style of comp, make it work for them, and bring it at a level that they would be able to stand tall against these Korean teams?
Already one way to find out. Jumping onto Busan. Mecha Base is our first round M80 and Space Station game and taking the field. Hardy on the Sigma, we've got Hawk on the Ram, two extremely different comps, and Happy even rocking the Venture.
And the Venture and the Genji. This can go in really deep into the Space Station backline. You're going to see this Venture already try to get way deep in there.
Oh, that burrow is so deep for Happy. Isolated Hardy, you saw the rest of Space Station Gaming backing off there, too scared to get knocked up and insta-killed by the Venture.
And the Venture was already able to just get the job done. You're going to see him maybe be able to make it to this point first, but Space Station going back to spawn just to see if they can maybe work on something a little bit that might give them a bit of a better advantage. You can see Psycho actually heading to point to try to deal with Pelican on this Genji.
Yeah, nice reaction from Psycho there, trying to get the touch, stopping Pelican from potentially capping. He's in a little bit of trouble though. Now trading blows back and forth. So 4v4 on the high ground. It'll be quick for Pelican to get back up there though with that wall climb. Hawk is taking a lot of damage in the front line, however, and Pelican just dashing in so aggressive on the Genji. Sparker, Astro, Blandon, they've already all fallen.
Happy has so much mobility on this Venture that you're going to be able to see it just go directly past that Sigma shield, and without there being any Lucio from Landon or Funny Astro, means that the ability to kite away from any of those skills is going to be very difficult. So already, M80 being able to get 30% capture progress, they're going to have a rush to be able to engage this next fight with 2, and Tectonic Shock is actually up very quickly here for Happy.
Happy's been doing so much damage in the early stages of these fights, already burrowing into the back line. He's got the Jurors Dash for a couple of seconds to get out of there if he really needs it. Window comes through, but Happy just dashed through it. Tectonic Shock in the back line. Everybody succumbing to the rumbling rocks. As Hardy taking a lot of damage, his lives just dueling him on the outside. And with Hardy and Hawk dead, DPS and supports having a little showdown here in the left-hand room. However, Space Station Gaming, they managed to cap.
They did. They got the flip right underneath M80's noses, but M80 have so much else they get to bring to the equation when they've still been able to hold on to the rush and 3 other ultimates to spare on top of that. So while Space Station are trying to recuperate some of the losses in that last fight, they get to get this high ground control, see if they're able to meet M80 before they're able to get the jump on them.
Yeah, they were definitely expecting a little bit more there in terms of capture percentage. Rush available from Ultraviolet. However, that rally is going to be tough to chew through. All else being thrown in at this one, just M80 just need to survive. They drop down the cage, a pulse bomb landed a little bit wide there, but here comes the blade. Everybody locked in place as Pelican turning him to Swiss cheese. Sparker, Psyker, Hardy, they're all dead. It's only now Landon trying to stall out for some additional percent there on the points. For M80, finally find that flip around. Almost the same percentage too.
And Astro is actually going to switch off of the Brigitte after using that rally to go over to the Lucio. Gets them into these fights a little bit faster, but it was always going to be so difficult to deal with something like that Mauga cage plus some DPS ultimate with the blade coming out there from Pelican. But we're sort of back to ground zero here, except for the fact that Happy still has all of these engagement tools.
Happy Dukes. So much work from this Venture, being incredibly aggressive. Space Station no Rose, they end up capping again.
Just going from underneath their noses. Yes. Giving up a little bit of that progress too.
Sparks
so
on the flank, but needs to help the rest of his team. Pelican's already killed 2. Landon finds 1. This, when have you ever seen a team fight down here? I mean, Space Station, because they managed to cap there, they're denying M80 so much percent.
Denying a lot, but this is always going to be what we're going to expect out of these two teams, a dogfight as they try to tussle over this point. But with the cleanup there onto Sparker, M80 get firm control back, but for how long? You can see Hadi already trying to go up through the bottom of this point to sneak it back.
Flip coming through for Space Station in a couple of seconds. But Landon already forced the Hawk of all people. Psycho forced a recall as Pelican was checking him that entire time. Revolt's coming up here, final fight 2. They can find this kill onto Hadi, maybe even a stagger one, it'll be great, but Funny Astro and Sparker are there, however they want to press the issue. Rush comes in and Hawk jumps to the back line, pops the cardiac overdrive to keep his team healthy. A rally comes in for Funny Astro and a multi-man stun. will send M80 reeling back to the points, ignoring the rush pretty much as it fades away. M80 find themselves in OT, but Space Station Gaming, they can come back here. They've got a lot of options to work with as well in this next fight.
They do, and Astro going back over to the Brigitte was so nice because he's been playing so reactively with all those shield bashes to help just make sure that Landon, the backline's gonna stay alive in the face of Happy's venture. But it's gonna be a bloodbath here as we take a look at the ultimates on board for both sides. Even though Space Station have 3, Liar's sound barrier is going to be so important here for M80.
Well, here comes the Flux, the perfect reactionary ultimate there from Liar. High Noon coming through, Pelican trying to kill Sparker, but he just can't do it. That damage reduction from that High Noon, and Funny Astro pocketing Sparker to High in Heaven. I mean, there's nothing that can actually take him down. Happy trying to get on top of him with the burrow, hit with a magnate, and Sparker refuses to die. The support is insane, but finally, Liar slays Funny Astro, and there's no support for Sparker any longer. Happy jumps into the burrow now, is 99% for Space Station Gaming, will end up flipping over to M80. I think they got too much gas left in their tank, and that'll be M80 claiming the first round.
Super back and forth though. Super back and forth. Score 99 to 100%. And Space Station just being able to kind of chip away at some of that capture progress made it so that these fights, even though they were fast, there could be a lot of them. And especially when you're able to take some of these 1v1s, you sort of limit some of the opportunity that this venture can have.
Just watching the stage cams as well, Liar talking a whole bunch during this small bit of downtime right now, just making sure his team are on the same page. One more round, and they'll take the first map and set themselves up. Kind of a demolish Hardy's prediction there, a 3-0.
But this is where things get really interesting here for M80. On this round of Busan, Pelican is able to play this Pharah, a hero that he is so good with. And when we've already seen the Korean teams try out the Mauga plus the Pharah comp, makes it look so good. And so you'll see a lot of high burst damage come out from this Pharah. A really great way to just kind of body with the Mauga.
Oh, Psycho ends up falling down, and normally you expect an Echo to be kind of a counter to a Pharah, but it's so hard to take the Pharah down like you were mentioning because of that Mauga. A cardiac overdrive, as soon as you pop that, the Pharah, who has incredibly high impact damage with a single rocket, you're healing so quickly.
Yeah, and even though you have Sparker to help boost up some of that damage coming out from Psycho's Echo, those shots can only do so much to be able to chew through all of that lifesteal. But Space Station, they walk away with an amplification matrix from that first fight. They might not have the point flip right now, but if they can push towards this point, that amp matrix might be able to help.
Happy got caught in a tree. He rolled into the tree, expected to roll down the hill there, join the rest of his team on the points. Now M80 trying to find a little summit here, but with Pelican dead, I mean, they're just holding on at this point. Well, he does kill Funny Astro, but I'm not sure that's going to mean all too much, especially with your DPS dead.
No, that flank was so good from Sparker. Just being able to get that one shot, that's what this Cassidy is going to be able to be powerful for. If you're able to get the flank, you get a really important unit down, then it's going to give you a big advantage in these fights. Landon also didn't have to use the amplification matrix there. So you still have that for this next fight, and you've also forced Pelican off of this Pharah. It's going to be going over to the Tracer to see if that can have any more impact there on the back line.
Yeah, re-engaging the Pharah is a lot harder than just kind of holding the position on the point or near the point. Pelican trying to distract someone from Space Station right now. Try and push them towards that point. Here comes the window in response to the rush. Hardy and the rest of the gang are just hiding behind it now, and actually a magnate finishes off Hawk, who was on the point. So hard to fight on the rush. If you don't instantly find a way through it, there's almost no chance for you to actually get any purchase in the fight. Lai goes for a sound barrier, however, but this is going to be Hardy instantly popping the flux and just going to set Sparker up perfectly with kills. M80 do find the flip somehow in the middle of this engagement. However, Sparker is still not dead.
Yeah, when he's just up, he's going to be able to have that deadly pressure as this Cassidy. It's just going to be Hawk left, takes Landon down with him, but it's still going to be a big flip. Funny Astro, though, forced to use the rally in that last fight, is a really big tool now off the table for Space Station heading into the next one. Especially when you're up against a cage, now you don't have that same type of sustain that you might have had with that ultimate available. So this cage from Hawk, alongside maybe even a pulse bomb from Pelican, going to be a very difficult combination for Space Station to survive through, unless Psycho decides to throw the duplicate at this and maybe get a cage himself.
Oh, Cage comes out, High Noon is stuck, Sparker dead in the back line, left alone because everybody's trapped in the cage. Supports couldn't get the angle to heal him because there's a big giant shield wall in front of him. Pelican finds 1, 2, and 3 kills for M80.
Psycho not quite able to get there with the Echo. Still able to take a couple of picks, and Space Station walk away with 91% so far. Work not quite done yet, but still enough to be able to try to tie the score in this map. Hawk, though, gonna make a big adjustment, gonna go over to the Ramatra. So a little bit more brawl action coming out here from M80 just to be able to push past the Sigma Shield, but Hadi's gonna have yet another Flux to work with. Astro, though, gonna make a switch over to the Lucio, so big rush for rush heading into this next fight.
Yeah, you almost have to play the Lucio there, right, to try and disengage from there, engage with the Ram. You see how they want to push this one, though. And M80 know they can kind of play up here because, well, the Sigma, as soon as he drops, you just kind of walk at them or walk at the back line. I mean, Space Station's big key to success have been Sparker trying to find an off angle, but it's so hard to do on this map.
Yeah, but you have the amplification matrix at the very least to help you with that Sigma Shield if you can.
Oh.
But here's the dueling amps.
There it is, perfectly called, Rose. There's a window v window, and Ultraviolet and Happy win that one out. They actually end up trading, though, as Happy ends up falling. Both windows staring at each other. No one using it to get some additional damage thrown in. A little bit too scared to peek the other DPS. But here comes OT, M80 in the driving seat.
And this is where it's going to get so tough for Space Station because you have that Flux, but Lyre's going to have the sound barrier. If you're not careful, that is going to be the perfect counter to that ultimate. Plus, you've got the Deadeye and the Pulse Bomb on top of that. And where can Space Station come from to actually fight with it? Full Bolt inside.
There's the touch. Lie with an early beat. Flux hits, but that overhealth is going to just absorb all of that damage. And they've already found the kill onto Sparker. Psycho also falls. This is exactly what happened in the first round, Rose. M80 with 99%. Only have to deal with the Lucio on point now. Landon finding Astro. They're already gone. It's M80 2-0 on Busan.
That is a very competitive map, though. Very competitive and very close between these two teams. But M80, they play so patiently. They wait for those prime opportunities, not afraid to let go of the point if they know that they're going to be able to get some type of strategic map advantage by fighting on their own terms.
Exactly that. And wait, Hattie's prediction kind of fouled now a little bit, you know, no 3-0, maybe a 3-1. Control.
Could still happen.
Yeah, it can still happen. Control, a rather tough game mode, especially when you have to keep going for these big switches, and that Venture play from Happy to start M80 off was just sublime.
And it's tough because I think as Space Station Gaming, you're going to have to expect that that's going to continue to come at you. It's so good at being able to access the backline, and Landon loves to play that Baptiste. So how do you support that and make sure that that Baptiste isn't going to be super vulnerable to the Venture just trying to jump you in the back?
Yeah, that's the big thing. Like, normally you want to save that Jordash to kind of get out of there, but Happy was more than happy to just go full-on engage, just get to the backline and even split people up. That first fight where Hattie had pushed past the doors, there was a burrow in the doorway. The DPS and the supports that were kind of trapped in that small corridor had to back up or fear of getting one shot.
And there was always follow-up from Pelican as well.
Right.
So that's one of the reasons why we see Venture find so much success is when you're able to have that extra DPS backup, and Happy's Pelican, kind of the perfect combo to do that.
Oh, 100%. I would love to see a little bit more Venture from M80. Space Station's time now, Rose, to pick a map. So where do you think we're going to go here?
Well, it's so tough to choose because on the one hand, Space Station, while they love to play those brawl comps, I think this Malgo is proving to be a bit of a problem. So do you try to hedge your bets? Do you try to still force the issue by going to a map that actually plays well with your dive or your brush comp? Or do you try to throw them off their game? You go dive. Because Space Station can play a very competent looking dive.
Yeah, they have become very flexible over the years, I must say. I mean, that was perfect from Pelican there, just dash into the back line and stick in Sparker, who has been the main key to success for Space Station. Sparker's Cassidy. It's been really, really hard to get anything done if you're against that, and then Landon's bap, like the window pop down, and like you've seen the highlight reels already from Space Station and what they could do with that combo. Here's the stats from the last game as well. Look at that damage dealt. I mean, more on the side of Space Station there, 42k versus 40. Like you were saying, Rose, a very competitive map. Let's have a look at the map pool, though. Of course, this is all the maps that we can go to, what Space Station want to pick, but will they favor the rush here, or will they favor something else that maybe throws M80 through a loop?
Are we ever going to see Numbani?
No, I don't think so.
I was just curious.
Maybe. I mean, maybe, probably not. I think a lot of people would rather play Kings or Midtown or Hollywood, to be very honest. But
yes,
that's definitely at the bottom of the barrel, unfortunately. Looks like we are going to a hybrid, though. It's going to be Midtown.
Okay. So Midtown, we've seen a lot of teams try to attack this in like the first couple of stages of this event with something like the Orisa. Not as playable anymore. Sure. So likely not going to see a lot of that, but we have seen a lot of teams instead of that go towards the Sigma. Have a little bit of poke for that first point. Make sure you can set up with some of those longer range DPS dealers. Gives you some really good flanks.
Yeah, I'll have to wait and see what Hadi wants to do. This kind of remind me of like London Spitfire versus Atlanta Rain, right? Hawk versus Hardy in that tank slot. It's an elimination game as well. M80 off to an extremely good start, although Midtown could swing very easily in Space Station's way. I'm just getting word in as well. We're not seeing any substitutions from either team.
Okay, so we're not going to see any backbone in this one, which is disappointing if only you think about the fact that the May has been able to be so helpful for the team. But I think when you look at how Space Station have wanted to approach this, they're really comfortable being able to play the Tracer alongside the Cassidy, because that is just what they've practiced the most.
Yeah, that's why you have Psycho in, right, just to play that Tracer. And it has been protect Sparker, and what Psycho needs to do and has done and been so successful in doing is like not require too many resources on the Tracer. Kind of reminds me of a Kevster way of playing. Kevster is just so dominant in the server and doesn't really need many resources whatsoever, and Psycho has been emulating that as well. Let's jump over to Pride Town now, on Midtown, with our Pride variant of the map. June 1st, of course, being Pride Month here at in Dallas, Texas. Map number 2, chosen by Space Station. No shocks here, really, if they come out with the Ryan. And, of course, they show the picture.
Well, if you were asking about
Okay.
Yeah, you see...
Are you telling me it doesn't...
They're not so scary.
Look like a sleep paralysis demon? You telling me?
No. Maybe just see you.
Scary stuff.
They're not too bad. Pigeon, maybe one of the names we need to throw into the mix there for like Hawk, Pelican.
Yeah.
Would be Pigeon.
Focus on the game, not the Pigeon.
I love it. Well, let's get into the game, shall we? It is going to be M80 on the defense first. They've got the Sigma as well as that Pharah. Pharah, perfect deal to have that poke damage that you would want alongside this Cassidy from Happy. And you also have a very static backline here with Ultraviolet being able to play at range as well. However, Space Station, they've got the Reinhardt. It's coming. Are they ready for this pain train?
It's going to be a big wraparound. Very classic. M80 have to be a little bit cautious here. They don't want to overextend after seeing the wrap, because Space Station do have the ability to speed the other direction as well and catch anybody that's maybe overextending a little bit, but it's just going to be kind of more of a default here from Space Station, just trying to get into that mega health pack room, using that lamp as well, making sure everybody survives. Liar, 1 HP there, and narrowly gets away from Sparker's revolver.
Yeah, but this Reinhardt shield is taking so much damage. You want to use it to be able to rotate into this room, but now that that shield is replenished, you've got to go forward.
A really tough spot now for M80. They have to attack into Sparker. I mean, look at the ult charge he's already got, but Hardy's the first one to fall. Now they can push forward with this lamp. Oh, it should be an easy cleanup now. Only 1 tick acquired there by Space Station.
Very patient play once again there from M80, not afraid to give up that third of the point to know that they have cooldowns to deal with this rush. But this Pharah has been lethal coming out from Pelican. Not only is it breaking the shield from Hadi, which means that Space Station are taking a lot of damage on the income, but Pelican's gonna have Barrage.
Yeah, already, yeah. Insane amounts of damage coming out from the Pharah. Same with Sparker too, to be fair, with a high noon. Although I think I'll take the Pharah in that.
I think I take the Pharah in that.
At least if you get like instant burst damage, if you're a bit too high up, Deadeye's gonna win that, but we'll have to see how Pelican does react to that. They spot in Liar once again, but look at this. Pelican just hovering over the skies. Are they going to expect it? Oh, just dodging out the way. You can see Space Station a bit too hesitant to push through here as Pelican tries to find an angle right in the back line. Straight on the pivot though, but Sparker finds 2 already. He does get traded, however. That barrage finding him, and Psycho surviving a Magnate has to get back to his Batiste. And he can still push out with a window if he so chooses, but Hardy from downtown finds the pin onto Happy.
That should be this first point here for Space Station, getting this part unlocked, especially when Psycho is able to chase Liar down out of the way. Pelican's going to come back in, Hawk able to stall for just a little bit longer before the inevitable comes through. Hawk's actually going to get a little bit staggered here. This is big.
Yeah, you can stall out quite a while there because the payload has to then go through the doors, play that little animation. It doesn't end up stopping even if you're kind of contesting at that point. So it's quite nice. And like you said, a very big stagger because they can instantly take high ground now. If Hawk has maybe died, maybe 2nd or 3rd there in the fight, of course he ended up coming back. It would have been better because then they could take high ground initially, but it's not to be.
Yeah, and it's going to be harder now for Pelican to actually grab purchase here with this Pharah. Not before this Dravidic Flux comes through.
Oh, Flux comes through, the high noon from Happy. Not finding too much though, but they force out the sound barrier from Space Station. They've got a nice little high ground advantage now. That's how they take it back, using that one big flux. That payload's in a bit of an awkward spot for Space Station 2, right now in the open.
As far as just gets free real estate up on this high ground to stand down on top of the Reinhardt shield, but pay attention for Haughty, trying to get an angle to use his Earthshatter if he can, and Lena still has this Ant Matrix to try to push back at him.
Space Station was inviting M80 there to drop down. Slanham was waiting there with the window. Not going to fall for the bait, however. Astro goes down though. Lots of spam coming out from Pelican yet again. Just the spears, the rockets, just so much spam damage from M80's cock. It's tough sometimes to stay alive in these close quarters. You can see exactly that.
Yeah, there's no way to escape from
They might
any of
stagger
this.
Hardy too.
They can.
Ooh, they're going to try as hard as they can to stagger him as long as possible. Nice little stagger there. Burns about 30 seconds.
No, and no, only 2.5 minutes for Space Station to try to get through the rest of the second point. They still have a lot to work with though. The Earthshatter not used yet. Amplification Matrix is going to be nice to be able to match that of Ultraviolet, but Space Station still have to find a way to deal with this fire barrage from Pelican. Holding on to that. And with this high ground control, it's going to be a little bit easier to make sure that these rockets actually find the targets.
Hawk can put up that shield as well, right? Up in the skies to help Pelican find something. Window on the high ground. There comes the shatter, but everybody's already on the low ground. Hawk was mid-air when that shatter hit, so he just sailed over the edge to the rest of his team, and they were able to save it.
A big zoning.
Sound barrier comes in. Oh, Pelican's right up in their face. Little kiss on the forehead from Pelican. They do now march on forward. There's not much you can do, especially when you know that Farah's got the barrage. You have to back up with your Space Station. Now you've got one player left to do it. Oh, I mean, come on. Astro taking Pelican out of the skies, but damage has already been done, I'm afraid, Astro. Minute and 30 to go. Space Station having a hard time getting this payload in. It's 4 meters away, but they still have to regain all that ground.
And it's such an awkward spot still. Like right there, you have so much open space you have to walk into in order to actually go contest that card. So it's going to take a little while to maybe work through those buildings, get up to the high ground, take it all back like you said. And the Amplification Matrix was one of the key tools to be able to do that last time around. They don't have that at the moment. They have the Deadeye. Maybe that'll help a little bit if Sparker is able to try to find an angle behind that Reinhardt shield. But Funny Astro working up to the sound barrier is going to be really important to try to deal with this flux coming out from Hawk. And they're starting to run out of time. Sub 1 minute territory here for Space Station.
Hawk's definitely going to get the flux here first. You've got to be thinking, if you're M80, that Astro does have beaten. Well, he does now. It's taking a little while to build that up. It's all good. Here comes the window on the left-hand side from M80. Flux hits. However, the sound barrier is going to come in. Hawk super low in the sky, just a little bit more vulnerable up there to spark it and land it. The sound barrier is good to stop that damage coming through, but now they need to fight on the payload. Hawk's going to have a little bit of a rough time, though, as Hardy knocks him for 6, swinging away. 3 kills for the Rhine, and that will be point 2.
Took a little bit of time, but they got there. They're able to use that Deadeye to help push back M80, and now we're actually going to force a swap out. Hawk going to go over to the Ramatra. Counter that we've seen before. Going to help be able to bully this Reinhardt a little bit better. What do you take there, the hammer or the fists?
Yeah, exactly. It's so funny when Ramatra first got kind of released, and it was like, wow, he just rolls Reinhardt. You have to be, I mean, you have to be pretty aggressive if you're winning these Rhindals, but I mean, with a window and Sparker behind it, pretty easy. No shatter needed either. This Hawk just trying Nemesis form, trying to get some more damage in. They do end up taking care of Landon and Psycho. A rather messy fight now as Sparker is just dodging everything M80 are throwing at him, using Hardy's shield to perfection there.
But this is going to be where things get really tough here for Space Station, because they're starting to run out of time again. They've got 1 minute left to try to sneak this payload right around this glass corner. Pelican is waiting for them with this barrage. Look at the angle that he's taking right now. No matter where you turn, you're going to be taking a ton of damage from this Deadeye or this Farah. Good
He's
kite.
hunting. Searching for anybody that potentially is on the flank. Oh, Pelican. Almost one-shotting Psycho there. 30 seconds to go now, Rose.
This means it's going to be final fight, so if Space Station can't do it here, that is going to be it. But they've got this Earthshatter, maybe that'll help. Pelican still going to be tough.
High Noon pushing in. Everybody round the sides. Psycho already down, though. The beat comes in just in time, but there's the pin onto Pelican. He does trade for Hardy. And now Sparker trying to be the savior for Space Station Gaming. But he is just absolutely destroyed by Ultraviolets. When we're 10 seconds to go, Astro can only land a 2-man sound barrier. And now they have to deal with a window. something that they're all too familiar with, but they're on the wrong side of it this time around. Astro solo ulted in the train, and M80 are going to hold Space Station just before that third point.
Oh, Sparker comes out on the Widow too, just gives us a little bit of a show there with that pick onto Ultraviolet. But a lot of extra card progress for Space Station. Narrowly missing out on being able to capture that third and final point, but still a push that they should be very proud of. That Pharah gave them a lot of trouble. Felt like it was only a matter of time sometimes before we saw those barrages be able to do some pretty nasty damage.
Yeah, that spam is just so annoying to deal with when you're the Rhine as well. To be very careful about your shield health, because that's what Sparky uses most of the time to try and escape a lot of that damage. Let's get a quick M80 listen-in, though. See what they're chatting.
Maybe not the best if they're playing that on attack.
You want Kiri?
Huh?
You want Kiri?
No.
Ready for battle. Hello.
Oh, bro, my ear hurts.
We'll see to that air soon, Lai. Don't worry about it.
I wonder who's been yapping into the comms.
Headsets are pretty big. I want to know who's breathing in comms. My word. Get that away from your nose, son. That was the most polite support player line I've ever heard as well. Do you want Kiri, DPS player?
Yeah. Would you like that?
Would you like that, or would you like to play someone else? Never heard any support player say that in my game.
Well, you're usually the support player.
Yeah, and I don't
so-
change.
Yeah.
All right, M80, what you got? Still running out with Pelican on the Pharah. They really feel like they like this Loke versus Space Station. No Reinhardt, the defense, though.
Well, the Pharah's so good too because the Sigma, it can only really cover one direction when you take a look at that shield. The Pharah is able to use that mobility, get around it, just make sure you're able to do that spam damage. But Hawk actually wants to go back, switches off of the Ramattra, wants to go to the Sigma. Gonna fare a little bit better to play a bit more methodically through this midpoint, but they still have to deal with Hotties and Sigma on the other side.
Yeah, Laya also swaps over to the Brig here too, so no Lucio speed for M80. A lot more defensive countermeasures for Psycho on the Tracer.
But it's going to be helpful when you know that, yeah, Psycho wants to try to wrap around, help work with Sparker to deal this extra damage. Happy, though, taking this high ground away. It's actually going to force Space Station to go so far back.
So much respect given by Space Station right now to M8. Happy's in a really good spot too, up on this high ground. That lamp is going to make sure he stays alive. Psycho forced to recall there, now in a 1v1 again as Sparker ends up going down. And what a perfect spot for the Pharah to be in too, watching people basically walk through the choke point at you. Should be checkpoint, you'd imagine. However, the window comes up for both Landon and Ultraviolet. It's just so scrappy. This M80 that come out on top by the looks of it. Space Station Gaming a little lost there. Just, again, just backed up so far. Just let M80 just get on the point and then have Pelican just shoot rockets at them as soon as they try to engage.
Well, you called it. It was just giving respect over, knowing how good Happy has been on this Cassidy as well. Happy, Sparker having to duel each other on these heroes, but I think one of the bigger things about Space Station is they've been sending Psycho after Happy just to be able to mark him down, make sure he cannot get that extra sight line onto the rest of the team. Space Station, though they fall pretty early, they're able to get this high ground control, but this is something that Pelican is taking full advantage of.
Wow, Happy insta-popping the Deadeye there as soon as that Flux came in. Means no one can peek out, try and get some additional damage to get insta-kills with the Flux. Nice work from M80 so far. They're taking a fair bit of damage though. And yeah, Hawk trying to back up against Rock. Now Lamb, way too late there from Ultraviolet.
But that's a signal for Space Station to try to push this. Push back M80, not give them any more purchase with what they've been able to do so far.
Yeah, that payload too, in a bit of a weird spot for Space Station.
For
but
sure.
Now they can push all the way up and have that payload regress slightly. And M80 are going to have to recapture some of that space. It probably won't regress too far, but any meter's a meter in this game time. Oh, Hardy goes down yet again though. High noon, pulse bomb, sound barrier thrown in. M80 just pop rally, walk forward. Spark is trying to find an off angle here, but Psycho's down. Hardy even switching over to the Winston here. Spark needs to find kills, needs to find something, but as soon as he pops his head out, he's already dead.
Yeah, actually gives up the Winston too. Recognizes that the rest of Space Station was gonna fall.
Yeah, Winston
Winston would have been helpful, at least to be able to get back if you knew that the fight was gonna be elongated enough. but he missed the opportunity to get that sound barrier from Funny Astro.
Right.
So actually just going to go over to the Reinhardt instead. A lot of comfort coming out here from Space Station. But look at where Pelican's going with this
Barrage by
barrage.
Pelican, though.
They
Ooh,
know, they know.
Window coming out from Landon on the left-hand side here. Flux, solo, onto Hardy, but Liar's already down. Lamp comes in just in time from Landon. Those amplified heals too, doing a lot of work. Hardy peeking his shoulder out there, gets checked. Boulder comes in, strikes him. Pelican is still behind them, has got the barrage, spots the Magnate, dodges out the way, but the rest of his team can't stay alive long enough for him to get on top and just use that barrage. It's Psycho and Sparker that clean them up.
Yeah, Psycho with a really nice couple of kills there, which is going to help stop that Carnif's tracks right before it's able to capture that second objective. And now, this is really where Space Station gets a chance to have that advantage on the defense. Especially if Sparker's just going to hit shots like that.
God, all right, quick reset.
Wait, ready for Pelican to peek his head up.
Well, Happy maybe a little bit afraid there. He was going to get jumped on by the rest of Space Station, so pops the Deadeye, even received the Lamp too.
At least buys M80 some time for Pelican to come back. Still has that barrage that's ready to go, ready to hit rip, but look at Psycho. Look at where Psycho's actually trying to go from.
Oh, Sparker again. 2 fights back to back. Finds initial picks. That's what you want. Busan just a warm-up for Space Station by the looks of it.
Now they're feeling themselves. They're actually about to go up and touch the spawn doors if they're not careful. And why would you not want to? You're starting to come down to a minute and a half now. Look at M80 though with a big switch up. They're gonna go to the Malco comp with the Genji, with the Venture. They're not able to break through with the Brawl of their own, so go over to the Malga, see if that's gonna help to get them back into things, especially with the Venture's initiation.
They're running into 5 ultimates though, Rose, on Space Station. Let's see how they can take this fight though. With a listen.
You can click now.
Just keep this long range, okay? Use lamp.
Okay. Can have window.
Yeah,
Walk.
fire right with window, okay? Yeah. Clear down point, I'm really far. Get no point. Yeah, just don't pick aggro though. Keep not playing. I'm gonna go for bump. Pick Genji, pick Genji. Get you do that.
Okay, bump. Can beat aggression. You kite to right.
Yeah. Right side main.
Smoke mid.
They wanna go?
Yeah, the window.
Window in.
No shower. Smoke no run. Can we push on Mouth? Genji dash. Smoke is on angle. I'm fire strike on you, yeah.
Venture above us, Spark. Use that.
Venture.
Okay,
I can touch, I can help you touch. I touch. Right side. Bop. Lulu.
Nice work. They use window, did they beat? I don't think so. They have to beat. Totally beat. Already.
I'm going. Okay. Can we shoot across?
15 seconds now to go for Space Station to hold this second point. The payload regressed so far too. M80 had to gain so much more space there and so much more time on the payload. Flyer's already down again. Another ping. M80 their final chance here now, but Space Station have 2 ults to work with, the Deadeye and that sound barrier. What can they really do? The Venture's already in, but Happy taking a lot of damage, has to use that drill dash to get out. I mean, they can just beat aggressively. They do not care. M1. A Deadeye for Sparker 2. Probably doesn't even need it. M80 laid waste to on Midtown.
Those calls were so aggressive at the end there. You could actually hear them trying to play around that sound barrier that they thought Fire had. Maybe happy to know that that actually wasn't in their pocket at all. Let them just kind of use those ultimates freely without the worry that they would be negated.
Yeah, I mean, their ult advantage was just so great when you pulled that swap to the Genji and the Venture. It was 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, and it's like, okay, great, we made the swap up now, but Space Station was sat with 5 ults. And then you heard the call too. Landon, Sparker, they want a hard swing right, pop the window down, but it was actually M80 that went first, and they just backed up. And even Hardy landed a little BM shatter on Hawk, because he tried to dash to the backline, disrupt Sparker and the rest of the team, and Hardy just turned around 180, boom, hit the shatter, and yeah, rest is history.
I would have liked to see M80 try to switch up to that composition a little bit earlier. It's a tough call to make though, right? Because on the one hand, yes, like that would really help to give you a little bit more oomph. If you're not able to break through with what you're playing, then maybe just try to do another ultimate rotation, see if that's gonna be good enough, but not able to get the job done right there. And major credit to Space Station to limiting the amount of potential that that Venture could have.
Yeah, and limiting that Farah too. I mean, Sparker really came alive on that second point. 2 fights back to back, just instantly picking off somebody, whether it's the Farah, the BAP in the backline, the Lucio, whatever. Like, it's so rough to kind of come back from. You're kind of happy in a way if you get picked that earlier. Okay, quickly reset. But Space Station were in a position where the payload was near the second point, and it was just rolling back the entire time. So you're just losing so much time if you're M80 because you need to win the fight, then push it back to where it was, and then win that fight, and then push it into the actual checkpoint. Perfectly played there by Space Station on that second point there on Midtown. Is the Cassidy head-to-head Sparker versus Happy.
That's really close. They're very evenly matched right now. And it's why we're getting such a good fight between these two teams.
Oh, yes, indeed. I mean, look, Sparker and the rest of Space Station, they've been using this comp to such great success over the last stage, and it wasn't too much of a surprise for them to come out, even with all these meta shifts as well. People were saying that, oh, you know, Hanzo, Venture, Farah, they're going to get played like... We're going to expect some crazy things, but Space Station, like their old London Spitfire name, they stick to what they know and what they have success with, and they are just doing phenomenal. And in a way, it's like, okay, we know what they're going to play too. They're going to play some sort of rush, but then Happy also has been flexing on the Sigma too, and it's just been so clean from EU's #1.
And even if they had to play a dive map, they could do that too. We have seen Winston come out from Hottie in this tournament. Right. So a lot of comfort that this team can draw upon, and a lot of different looks that are going to make them a huge threat and have continued to make them look that way. But in this matchup so far, I mean, we've got a series on our hands.
That is extremely close. 1.1 to 0.9 KD. Damage is pretty close. Elims, death, everything. This match is going to come down to the wire. I mean, this is an elimination match here as well. M80 or Space Station, they will end up going home here if they do end up going down. Going on to map number 3, and now it's M80's chance to pick. We're going to Havana of all maps.
Wow. Maybe not something that I was particularly expecting, because Havana likes Raw. Raw likes Havana.
Yeah, but in the same vein, you can play this poke style too. Maybe just stick Happy on the Widow and just let him go to town.
Happy Widowmaker.
Exactly.
That would be exciting. Yeah, I mean, Havana is one of the few maps that we can see the Widowmaker come out, but I think back to even when Havana was first released into the game, I remember just so much of those close holds coming through from the spawns. The Farah is nice though, it'll help you break through one of those if you're able to get the flank from a different spawn door. So maybe that's...
And there's no substitutions either coming through from either side. So again, we're not seeing Backbone come in.
Yeah, so no May.
Yeah, no May. No May, no Sim, no silliness. But I can imagine from M80, we probably will end up seeing the Farah, a very close hold to start off initially. Farah pretty decent at that because you can hold the high ground of the spawn or like the roof of the spawn and just like slide and then up, slide, 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 and just keep using it. And well, they funnel out below you and you just spam them with rockets. And then Happy hopefully just sits all the way at the back and just snipes a few heads. Well, we'll have to wait and see if that does come to fruition. Havana, map number 3, M80 versus Space Station in this elimination match.
Oh, we haven't seen this map in a while.
It has been a while.
I'm curious to see how...
Space Station, then just go, well, I mean, play the line. There's pigeons on this one as well?
Yeah, there's pigeons. The audience likes the pigeons.
They like them a little bit too much. It's like they're doing it to mock me.
Well, Space Station, they've got this Reinhardt comp on the defense. They are going to go for that closer hold. You can see Hottie already actually trying to get up on the gas station. A little bit of a fire strike here or there. But M80 quick to go for the Mauga, the Genji, and the Venture. And look at that, how they're easily they're accessing the back.
Yeah, UV lobbed a massive anti in the back line. I say massive, it only hit one, but it hit Sparker, the key target they want to take down first. See M80 trying to like get on top of them. Does force Space Station to recoil here. The Psycho first to fall to Lyre of all people. I mean, you can stay alive here if you're Space Station. They got no Hawk left. Spawn is pretty close, but you're burning time, and that's what's important.
Oh, look at that too. Sparker just marking wherever that Venture is going to peek their head. Falcon has to use the deflect. Hottie's actually going to try to back away, especially when Happy's going to go in to get a second time here with the Venture. Backing all the way up to that corner so that Space Station can have a better defensive hold as M80 break through that spawn.
Very aggressive Drill dash in. However, that window almost perfectly popped down to annihilate Tappy, but manages to get away. There's the nano boost onto Pelican. Magnate strikes him. Liar to the rescue, takes down Sparker before he can find the elimination.
Space Station are still coming up with the picks though. And that card is stopped in its tracks. As Funny Astro comes in, gets the better of Liar here, to force Ultraviolet off the Ana to go to the Kiriko. A little bit more mobility to be able to get in on those engagements a little bit faster with the Swift Step, or just make sure that you can take a different angle. But this card has not made much progress. By the time that Space Station are able to come back with Hottie on this Reinhardt to hold the corner.
Yeah, I mean, already the time bank is almost half. And Hardy's got the shadow coming up as Hawk just taking way too much damage in the front line. Again, the spam. We favor M80 in terms of the spam war, but is a Space Station game just focusing down the tank and actually prompts Hawk to switch.
It did, yeah, over to the Ramatra. So the Ramatra now gonna help try to be the leading force. Malgus is not gonna do it right now. A little bit too much of a meat shield for the M80 versus actually being able to help burst down this Reinhardt shield. Ooh, big
Extremely
shot.
aggressive shadow there, finds the pin, misses Happy somehow. Not sure if that actually connected in the end. Tectonic shot comes through, crashing through Hardy's shield, or at least they're trying to. The shield didn't end up breaking again. Hawk is the first to fall. Burrow drill dash straight over the top of Sparker's head. And Hardy finds the pin kill on the Venture.
Minute and a half now for M80 to try to break through this, and it's not going super well.
This was M80's map choice as well to try and throw off Space Station. But Space Station, they're holding him in spawn pretty much.
And they were forced to make a couple of other swaps here. Happy actually going back over to the Venture as Hawk goes over to the Malco once again. This is going to finally be what it takes to be able to break through this. He's actually wrapped around the entire team here as Pelican is ready with his blade.
Sound barrier, the Funny Astro is going to need it for this blade. Hawk is going to get focused once again. Cardiac Overdrive is going to save it for the time being, and here comes the sound barrier. Blade's going to get popped almost instantly afterwards, and Sparker eventually falls to Ultraviolet. But can they clean the rest up? Space Station Gaming kind of dancing around M80. Blade didn't do much of anything at all, and Landon comes up huge. Happy Liar dead. Overtime, swiftly approaching with 30 seconds to go. M80 have the spawn position, yes, for Space Station. They're just running down the clock at every possible opportunity.
And Psycho has a pulse bomb too, so could just end this fight here and now if able to land this pulse bomb onto someone like Ultraviolet or Liar. And there's no ultimates coming up yet for M80. The last time that they had the Tectonic Shock, it's Reinhardt standing in its path.
Oh, Liar dead. 4v5 now. They try and get the pin in. Sparker left alive once again as Hawk suffers the pulse bomb. And Space Station Gaming, no ultimates really required. We don't need the Deadeye. We don't need the window to win. Space Station Gaming hold them on that first corner.
Don't need any of that. They just need the full hold. It's crazy.
Switching sides.
Everybody looking a little bit dejected right now. Smile on Landon's face. Hardy too, grinning ear to ear. Comes off very serious in like the headshots that we do and everything, but he's all smiles backstage, all smiles in game. Come on.
I think the crowd outweighs you on this one, Josh.
You know, I think they found every pigeon on every map. Like, actually.
Just for
that's
you.
That's what Obsolete does in their spare time.
I also think they might
Look
have
at
a full
every pigeon.
folder
Yeah,
of
actually.
map
Got little
info.
videos. Social's going to cook with that one.
We're gonna have a highlight reel of pigeons at some point.
All right, let's see what M80 want to do on their defense. Of course, like you predicted, Rose probably going to be playing the Pharah here. Ultraviolet going over to the Kiriko, just want a full hold. I mean, you have to really, because look at how close that blue box of victory is for Space Station. M80 looking a bit worse for wear right now.
Anyone getting picked off on M80 though, that could just spell the end of the map. It's not going to be easy for a lot of these characters to come back quickly unless you want to include some of those skills to actually roll out of spawn. So Space Station had a chance to make this very explosive as these spawn gates open.
Ooh, I like this. TP from Psycho, so they're just going to wrap completely around them.
No damage from the
Basically
Spark.
pin them against the spawn, and then Psycho's in spawn still, so it's only a 4-person TP from Space Station. It should be enough. Psycho's always going to be that persistent threat
look,
as well. Pharah 1 HP, and Sparko finds the kill already. Flyer also sent extremely low. And now what do you do if you're M80? They've got no answers to this quiz. Space Station Gaming gonna easily clean up. And this is how you play Havana, M80.
Hawk's gonna get staggered here too. The Malga can't even come close to the card to be able to contest before Hawk goes down.
Who touches? M80. Any touches at all?
Pelican?
Pelican's gonna be able to come in, but no. Space Station Gaming leading this series 2-1 on the map choice of M80. Havana looks so easy for them. Maybe Hardy was wrong. Maybe it's not a 3-0, but it's looking like a 3-1.
It is looking like a 3-1. Havana was not even close. Space Station, they knew exactly how they wanted to execute on that defense. Almost looked like it caused a little bit of psychic damage over to M80 with how difficult it was for them to actually break out of spawn.
Honestly, it's looking like that third form of damage, the emotional damage you saw like in the halftime there, or like in the small downtime we had between rounds, like a little bit of dejection on the face. I mean, you're feeling that too. I'm sure a lot of you have been in that situation in the past where you end up getting full held or close to being full held, and it's a rough mountain, not only physically and like in the server, but mentally too. Coming back, and what you picked up perfectly there as well, Rose, at the start of that round even, was you find one pick as Space Station Gaming, it's very easy to then snowball away, because that's what that comp does. They want to get in your face. They're not here to mess around. They're not here to play poke. Hardy's here to get in your face and hit you with a hammer a few times.
That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. But yeah, I mean, even the Symmetra teleporter play right outside of spawn.
Right.
It was that split push, as you called it, Psycho, just kind of waiting back in spawn, waiting for somebody to get low. You could see him actually tagging the Pharah.
Right.
And by the time the Pharah was low, Sparker came in, dealt the final blow. And that was all she wrote for that second round.
And that's really how you cry. Oh my God. Those stats looking a little rough for M80 there. 6 final blows, 27 deaths.
That tells you a story of a one-sided affair on the third map.
I mean, that's how you break that spawn hold, right? You TP past them, and where does the Pharah really hide? You have one like wall you can now hide and play around. You can't hold like above the spawn at all. You have to then try and navigate Psycho rolling you from the side, and then Sparker taking these really aggressive wide swings with the Cassidy. We're going on to M80's map choice yet again. Let's have a look at some highlights from that previous round. There aren't going to be a lot of them. It was a pretty short one. But this is M80's final chance here to come back in this series.
Well, I mean, we can actually just kind of look back on how M80 tried to break through this spawn hold. You had the Venture as well as the Genji. Didn't see any of that Pharah come through. I thought might be a little bit helpful to at least break that Reinhardt shield. Maybe force Space Station to have to retreat just a little bit in fear of some of that damage. Take that wide angle with it.
Yeah, it's really tough too, especially when you got Landon. Best
see the
hero
yeah, you can see the Pelican Pharah there
100%.
too. But.
Yeah, it's just every single time the Pharah peeks his head out, well, it's going to get shot. Like, Sparker, his aim is just absolutely cracked. One of the best Western, if not probably the best Western Cassidy we have here in the tournament.
I think so. I mean, just it speaks for itself. When you look at Sparker's hero pool, already had proven himself on the ability to play the Sojourn in the last few years of the Overwatch League, and also brought out the Ashe a couple of times. Maybe not a pick that we're going to see too often in this tournament, but the Cassidy has definitely proven to be a very, very strong point for this player.
Yeah, exactly that. M80 now, again, get to choose a map and a game type. I've got too many of them left, unfortunately. Can't go to Escort, can't go to Hybrid or Control now.
So we've got Push.
Yeah, where are you
Flashpoint.
expecting here?
But both of these are so tough because I feel like it just plays into Space Station's strengths as a team. On Flashpoint, you're going to want to play Brawl most of the time. Space Station love Brawl. So that one's a hard one because you can't really change up how that's going to work.
Yeah,
when we
there's
have
not
two
exactly many
Flashpoints right
maps
now.
that you can go to now. I don't think that Space Station are going to kind of excel at, especially being able to play Ram or even the Sigma, but I think Hardy's just going to lock Ryan. We go Flashpoint, they're going to run Rush. We're going to Esperanza or a push map, they're probably going to run Rush. We are going to jump to a quick break, however, give the players a couple of minutes, and we'll be right back for potentially the final game in this series.
What's up, everybody? Hello. Yeah. All right. I'm here. Yeah. I'm watching the games, enjoying the games with my new friends here. What's your name?
Tor.
I mean, hey, we're having so much fun at DreamHack. Overwatch is popping off because, you know, we had so much fans. We had to make overflow seats. And now look how packed it is. Everyone say hi. Are you guys having fun? I mean, the matches are just going great. I'm having so much fun. I got my friend Tor here. Who are you rooting for right now?
I'm really liking Space Station. The way they're playing against M80, especially on the last map, it was great.
Do you think it's gonna be Space Station Gaming taking the win against M80?
If they keep up the way they've been playing, I think so. They've adapted really well.
Who else is here for Space Station Gaming? Who's a fan? Hardy? All right. Hardy! All right, guys. I mean, I'm just gonna watch the game here with the fans. So hey, casters, back to you guys. Hardy!
Thank you very much, Danny. Probably the biggest Hardy fan you will ever meet, like hands down.
Yes, I think so. It was really cute seeing that cheer from the crowd and also seeing like Funny Astro over there like doing the same thing. It was
He was
great.
ready to go too.
Yeah. I love
He's a big
that.
fan of Hardy too, funnily enough. Who'd have thought? We're on the same team.
How could you not be? It's chatty.
Exactly. They really have garnered that reputation for themselves, yeah, as a really fun-loving team and being a team that's not afraid to play unconventional things, at least not anymore, really, because it's kind of fitting their wheelhouse extremely well. Of course, this is an elimination game, too. I mean, M80 are on their potential final life here in this series. A loss on this next map, and they're eliminated completely. They're going home. Space Station Gaming advancing. It's a scary bracket. There's still a chance for M80 to come back.
There is a chance, but it's going to be a difficult road for M80 to assail. We have push and flashpoint left as the game modes that M80 get a chance to choose from in order to rewrite the destiny of this one. And it's all brawl all the way, feels like. As we see New Junk City being picked.
New Junk City, we're going over to flashpoints. No substitutions either side. Same 10 players in the lobby, ready and raring to go. Looking at the player cams right now, they're all smiles on Space Station's side once again. Well, I'd imagine giving a little bit of a pep talk over the side of M80. We'll see if we can get to that map number 5, of course. M80 need it to keep their lives in the tournament alive. Space Station, on the other hand, they just want to end this right here, right now.
I'm just looking forward to when we get a chance to see Hottie do push-ups on stage again. Some point, right? Surely at some point, a match is going to be decided by just how many push-ups Hottie can do.
Oh, Hottie's winning that one for sure. All right, let's jump in. 4th map, New Junk City, M80 versus Space Station Gaming.
I'm just jamming out to the music right now. Such vibes on this map, but to M80's credit, this is a map that plays very well for the Mauga. When Mauga was on that super OP patch, we did see a lot of Mauga get played. And no pigeon, but that was like
Crazy looking rubber duck though.
that was a bird just for you.
Oh, they found them all. Tough game mode, like we said, Rose. Tough to play on Esperanza against the Brawl. Tough to play here. Game type almost perfectly suited to it. Let's unlock those gates. M80 rolling out. They got the Venture again. They got Genji. They want to go really hard and fast here on the back line, try and take down Landon, but Spark is the one they have to focus. It's been a tough time so far. The amount of times they've eliminated Sparker. His KD, by the way, must be ridiculously high right now. Hasn't died too many times during this match.
Been on fire a lot as well, but it's gonna have to keep that up. Funny Astro is able to get the first draw on the Happy. Venture maybe just going a little bit too far forward.
Nice boop out of the Land there. Landon pops that down to make sure the rest of the team stay alive. Landon's Land does enough falling as Sparker rolls down to low ground. Hardy threatening the pin. However, Space Station, they need to be able to heal up here. All pretty low in the backline. Yeah, easy dash through for Pelican. Gets the reset, but Spark is still there, and Hardy just connects with the pin. Who needs supports when you got damage like that?
And where was the follow-up? It was a really easy pickoff there for Pelican to be able to get the dash reset, also just be able to take out such a key piece of Space Station's backline. But so much extra pressure coming through from Space Station to make sure that the follow-up from M80 couldn't be there. and 50% and counting for Space Station on this first flashpoint up this map.
Ooh.
And Ultraviolet with a huge pick onto Sparkler to open things up for them.
Yeah, double kunai headshot, I would imagine. That's not what you want to see if you're Space Station Gaming. That certainly is. There's the pin. Finds Hawk straight away from the rest of his team. No more tank now in the sound barrier for Space Station Gaming. M80 do end up finding the flip here. Is happy on the venture. Ends up using all CDs to try and get away. But the two-man hit squad in finding Astro and Hardy chasing them down. Pelican gets a nice reset dash there onto Psycho. Gets out of here before he ends up losing his own life. But this will be Space Station finding that very swift flip.
Ooh, and with Ultraviolet going down there too, it's going to be more difficult for M80 to actually come in and get a recontest before this flashpoint flips over for Space Station. And there's going to be a meaningful contest coming through, so Space Station might just get a chance to walk away with this first flashpoint. That they do, and we get to go to the next one. Space Station already trying to make their way over with this Lucio to help them get there faster, but it comes down to M80 trying to find this high ground, going in deep with this Malga.
All right, there's the sound barrier. They're going to have to deal with Sparker, though. High Noon, yeah. Torn in half by Pelican. Double kill with the blade. Almost make that 3. Swift moves there and a swift blade from Pelican as they wipe Space Station Gaming. You're kind of expecting that, though. Lion and the rest of M80 knew they had the beat advantage, and they used that to cap first.
Exactly, and now you have to worry about a little bit about Landon's amplification matrix, where they're going to put that down, but maybe we're able to walk away with the combo that they wanted to. And they also have a Kitsune Rush to actually be able to help deal with that amplification matrix. But where is Psycho going with this pulse bomb out the ready?
Oh, very aggressive cage. Here comes the window straight in the middle of the cage. More than happy to fight in this one. Landon standing behind it, lasering down Hawk. Does suffer a swift death, though, at the hands of Ultraviolet. But Psycho not only doing damage, but actually capping the point right now. UV comes back with 2, though. Not sure he's going to be able to escape the claws of Hattie, though. There is the flip from Psycho. Space Station Gaming eventually take control of the point. Aggressive play there from Hawk, just running into the backline, popping that cage down, but I don't think they were expecting that window to come up in the middle of it.
No, but even though they had the rush to be able to try to counteract that as well, it just wasn't quite enough to be able to push past all of that healing as well. Psycho still holding on to the pulse bomb, and now Funny Astro actually going to be the one with that sound barrier advantage coming into the next. And this Tectonic Shock can actually find value. It's struggled, and actually just gets taken out.
Drew dash up to the high ground, popped the Tectonic Shock, and got popped in the skull. Now Space Station Gaming easily handling that out, and now Happy has to go back to spawn. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see M80s change up a little bit here, and that they do. Happy going over to Farah now. Trying to deal with Sparker. It's almost impossible, even taking a lot of damage coming out of the spawn.
This is a combination of DPS I would have loved to see from M80 earlier, though. Even though Pelican has what we consider the better Farah between these two players, Happy still has a comparable one. And so you get a chance to now play with the Farah and the Genji alongside this Malga. Just a little bit more high damage output that can work together.
He's in a little bit of trouble, staying with Happy. Nice little angle there from Sparker. He has to be careful. Lie a little bit more so, though. Saved, thankfully, by that Suzu. Sound barrier comes in. Hawk ends up going down again at the hands of Hardy and Landon. And now Hardy's just soaring in for the fences. Overtime in session as M80 trying just perma-touch points. But it's going to be tough to do so as Hardy is closing in on that shatter. But do M80 know? An attempted charge there, but there is the ult from Hardy. Does he need to use it? I mean, I don't think so. Sparker and Psycho running them down, and M80 their final chance here to take this map back. Space Station just walking away with this one.
We're going to see another switch up here. Hawk thought about the Winston for a second. If M80 were able to stay alive, they would have been able to get back to the fight a little bit faster, but Happy switching off of the Farah to go back to this Tracer. The Tracer Genji a little bit more dive coming through here. Different look from M80. They've got the sound barrier and the Kitsune Rush as well as the blade. So really nice way to be able to just kind of work with a barrier advantage, knowing that Astro also just used it. This blade should be pretty lethal.
High ground control for M80, but they still have to deal with this shadow. Here comes the blade, here comes the beats. Sparker's the target. Good couple of boots there, try and get him away, but he refuses to go down. Pelican overextending almost there, straight into the back of the window. Now he has to hide behind this one column. Gets out of there. Hardly isolated though by the rest of the team. Pelican basically forcing that interaction with the rest of M80's front line. Space Station get the initial capture. So it's M80 that find that flip.
They were able to get out of dodge, and they also forced out such a really important combo from M80. The Blade, the Sound Barrier now off the table. Ultraviolet does have that Kitsune Rush, but with Space Station also still being able to work with both their DPS ultimates and that barrier from Funny Astro, there's a lot that they can just kind of push through this rush with, especially when the Dada.
Nice little pulse bomb would start this fight off quite well, I think, from Psycho potentially. Sparker on an off angle, Hawk pinned again. Has to back out. So do the rest of Space Station. They got ults to spend, but I don't think they want to use it. Just invest them for another day. Happy does lose the 1v1 versus Psycho, but it's all good. M80 seeing themselves through this point. There's only one more fight realistically here for Space Station. Don't die. Oh, that's rough. That's a late death.
It's a super late death. I mean, for Psycho at least, like, you've got Funny Astro maybe still waiting there to help taxi you back, or you're just a Tracer, you can just triple blink, get there in time, but it's gonna be tough going as Hottie tries to make the way back. Able to get the recontest in, but for how long as Happy is hunting for this pulse bomb target?
You have a sound barrier at your disposal too. There's the stick on the Cassidy, insta-kill onto Sparker. Alam nowhere to be found. However, they do end up trading it up. The sound barrier coming through from Space Station. However, this cage is going to be hard to fight into. Hardy with no shield left. Still manages to come up with a kill though onto Happy, who strayed a little bit too close to the hammer there. Somehow Space Station still managed to get the flip. Not so. Oh! Jeez. He cut his head clean off. Pelican saving the day for M80. They get the flip. There is the first point for M80 on this Flashpoint map.
2 more, they get a chance to keep themselves in this series. 1 more in Space Station, knock them out, move forward in this lower bracket, and might still be on the back of Pelican yet to get a big opening with the Sketchy Blade. At his disposal, Sound Barrier coming up at the ready too here for Liar. And not a great answer here from Space Station quite yet. Landon with the Amp Matrix though might be able to help keep Pelican at bay.
Yeah, they comboed it last time, that beat in that Blade. See if they want to do the same thing again. Landon looking for an off angle. Here comes the beat and the Blade too. Landon's already dead. Should be an easy kill here for Pelican. That Shatter just shrugged it off, got back up, slashed him in twain. A team kill for M80.
It's so difficult to break through all of that overhealth on top of the Blade plus the cardiac overdrive from that Malka. It's so difficult to actually take any of those pieces out. So M80, they get a chance to get control of the Flashpoint first. Another Kitsune Rush at the ready as Space Station make their way back in. So Amp Matrix, a good response to have for that.
Look how fast Sparker's up, same with Landon. Actually use that window to try and find anything. In that small room against Pelican, you can get instant resets. M80 coming alive.
Good response to the Amp Matrix in theory, but when you're in that small room, there's really not a whole lot that you can do against the fact that the Malka is just gonna kind of pummel into you.
Felt desperate, right?
Yeah,
Put that
really
up,
did.
Hopefully Sparker can kind of roll back, land a headshot through the window, and they can turn that fight around.
Maybe the Immortality Field saves them in that fight, but just not quite enough. Look at Happy now, sneaking around with that Pulse Bomb. Landon sees him. Can't necessarily get close. Lucky that there's a big health pack there ready in the back.
Indenade. Happy looking like a movie extra back there. Had nothing to say in that fight. But Psycho once more, just controlling the objective. He's going to be able to cap almost. Pin in from Hardy, goes a little bit wide there. Ultraviolet managing to run away with it. Psycho gets the kill onto the Kiriko, but is it enough? Cardiac overdrive for Hawk, keeping himself and the rest of the squad alive as they tie New Junk City up. They got a lot of ultimates coming into this next one. This 5th and final Flashpoint now opening up.
If they're able to get this Blade and this Sound Barrier combo online before this point gets captured, or if they're able to just capture it and keep that at their disposal, looks like that's M80's win condition right now. Space Station haven't had a good response to that combination of ultimates just yet. Raw pick maybe can do it, but Pelican and Liar, they are both working up to those ultimates so quickly to have that Blade and the Sound Barrier ready. Look at this aggression. That was going in deep into that Reinhardt.
Flashpoint unlocked. Psycho taking a little bit of chunk damage, same with Happy. Pulse bomb in hands for both. Well, just Happy, sorry. Psycho's a little bit further away. So it's going to get flipped though with M80 on Happy there, as they do end up dashing on to find the contest. Sound Barrier comes in as well as that cage, but here comes the Blade. Have they got anything to say to this one? Happy and Spark just, they are just getting ruined back by Pelican. 4 kills for the Genji. Make it a 5th. Funny Astro narrowly gets out of there. As M80 hitting 7th, 8th gear at this point.
That was a very expensive fight, but it was so worthwhile because take a look at what they were able to get out of Space Station. That was 3 ultimates they wiped off the board, knowing that they were able to expend the 4 that they did. Blade Barrier not available now for M80 to work with, but they've been able to play around this amplification matrix from Landon so well. Where is it going to actually be able to find purchase in this next fight? And Psycho's being marked 2 on this Tracer.
A bit harder here to play a super off angle. Rush coming in fairly early for M80. Want to make sure Landon can't get a priority window up, and Sparker again the target. It's been rough for Space Station over these last few points. Sparker hasn't really been himself, it feels like. Oh, a pin from Hardy. Sails off the edge with Hawk. That's a 1-for-1, but will it matter? Sparker switching in spawn. It's only Astro alive. He's going to be able to get touch here, but M80 trying to snuff him out.
Oh, look at that. Oh, actually sees it. Sliver of HP, able to actually make it onto the point, but Sparker's going to have to make it back with a rollout on the Venture.
I don't think it's going to happen though, Rose, at all. M80 coming back so clutch. The pulse bomb in the hands of Happy, straight on the back of Hardy. Oh, there's no chance now as M80 come back. A 3-2 on New Junk City. On what looked to be Space Station rolling over them. They level up.
Big reverse sweep on that back with those flash points. Off to a very, very good start, but I think M80, they don't want to go home just yet. We've got a true series on our hands.
Playing a little bit quicker as well, using that rush to really get in the face. One thing that's been so good for Space Station is setting up these windows, setting up Sparker on an off angle. And it felt like halfway through that New Junk City, it just turned on its head. M80 were able to shut them down before they were able to set Landon up, set Sparker up.
Well, they found their momentum. They found the momentum that they wanted with those Genji blades as well as those sound barriers. So difficult to actually chew through that combo. And yeah, Pelican sharpen the sword.
Oh yeah, Pelican Blade, don't mind me some of that. Hopefully see a little bit more Genji. I mean, maybe we're going to push now as our final game type here. One final map. Going all the way. I told you it was going to happen. This being an elimination game as well. No one wants to go home here. I want to try, once again, to try and face one of those Korean teams up in the winners bracket. It's going to be a hard-fought battle, but first they need to win here. Here's a head-to-head, Sparker versus Pelican from the last map.
Yeah, I mean, Pelican playing the Genji, Sparker playing the Cassidy. Not a super fair comparison, I think, there, when you take a look at how much help also Pelican was getting with a lot of those elims from the blades.
Initially, it looked so good from Space Station. Just again, their pacing was so nice. We'll see if we can change it up in push. I think Pelican's plays are just incredible. A lot of these fights end up becoming very scrappy towards the end of things. Very easy for the Baptiste if you can kind of stay alive and rotate your cooldowns. If you can get like one large rotation of cooldowns off, like another lamp in the middle of the fight or another regenerative burst, like you become so powerful. You can really aid in these kills. The Genji sometimes a little bit rough to play when you can't find the resets, but Pelican just, oh God, he makes it look easy.
Something that was really difficult too, though, for Space Station is there was always a sound barrier advantage for a team.
Right.
And it just didn't ever really go the way of Space Station in a lot of those fights. So M80 being able to get the most of that, whether it was with like the sound barrier top of the blade or even just the cardiac overdrive, that provides so much value to the team, which is something that Space Station just doesn't have.
You can see Space Station as well, playing with full confidence. They're willing to invest the sound barrier in 4v5s in situations that you might not want to invest. Maybe you lose one, you're like, okay, we can quickly go again if we can just disengage, but they're more than happy if M80 try and push them to the limit. They're willing to match them there. But a couple of those fights, like you said, when the beats ended up coming out, they end up just falling over either to a cage, the cardiac overdrive, just helping M80 see themselves through the rest of the fight. Let's go quickly over to an interview from that I did. Oh yeah, the Space Station interview that I did the other day. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. Let's have a little look.
My name is Jaws, once again, here with Space Station this time around, here at OWCS Dallas Major. Do you want to quickly give a little rundown about who you guys are?
Space Station, European superstar team.
Word on the street is the Korean teams are going to basically dominate the whole thing and they're not going to take any prisoners.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way that Korea are making it out of this tournament. Especially Falcons. I don't think they're good at all. Crazy Raccoon, they might have something, like they're a good team, but Falcons, I don't think they got that in them.
What's the most fraudulent region then?
NA.
So that was the easiest answer of all time. Landon?
NA should only have one spot.
Yeah. I mean, like Toronto would have gotten like third in EU.
Third place?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got all the money in the world. Like, they can pick up the star players, and they've still managed to be mid. So. We might see some retirements from M80 after this tournament.
Some retirements, okay.
Keep your eyes open.
What do you feel about your first game against Students of the Game? Is that going to be like a clean sweep?
It's like a warm-up game.
A little warm-up?
There's a reason we're on the second stream.
So how do you feel about like the mental game coming in? I mean, NA being a bit quiet and stuff. Like, you're going to be able to win the minute warfare in the server too? A little bit of smack talk?
I love typing in game.
Yeah, exactly.
Get them to type back and get in their heads. It'll be great.
I mean, EU especially as a whole is just so good at typing.
Yeah.
NA and Korea can't match it.
I do want to ask as well who has the best Texas accent.
Oh, the partner.
That's pretty good. We'll do one more. It's high noon.
It's high noon.
I do have a fun activity for you all.
Please no.
Please no. We have a lasso contest. You guys want to play?
Yeah, do the sound effects as well. Come on.
It's gone spinning. Okay, that was pretty close.
You got this?
Surely it's...
Oh, okay. You're basically touching the chair at this point. Whoa, okay. Wait, that counts.
Hey! He's caught the chair.
It is a part of the chair. Anything, any final words that you want to give to your competition at the event before we wrap up?
Psycho's coming for the Porsche.
Well, I appreciate you all for stopping by and having a chat with me. Good luck in your games, and yeah, we'll see you out there.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
That was a great interview.
Not bad. A couple of lasso hits as well. I like that a lot.
I think that was the team that has had the most so far.
Yeah.
I think so.
Easily. All right, let's jump in. Fifth and final map here for M80 and Space Station Gaming in the lower bracket. Loser here goes home. New Queen Street is the pick.
New Queen Street is not a push map that we see very often. A lot of teams opting to either play Esperanza or we get a chance to see Coliseo. But New Queen Street, this might just happen to be a map that trips some teams up. Maybe a little bit less practice.
Yeah, definitely coming out of left field. Like you said, we don't see it too often. M80 going to change here coming into this. I mean, Happy currently hovering at the Soj. You have a Hawk on the ramp.
No Malga right now, but it could become one depending on how they feel like the cards may fall. But both of these teams, as these gates unlock, know that their tournament lives are on the line. And for both Sparker and Happy, it's all going to come down to these long-range sight lines. Happy wanting to pick up the Sojourn. We know how deadly he can be with a hero like that. But Sparker taking to the tried and true, that Cassidy. Really help out with some of these closer engagements. Take a look at Happy, though. These Railgun charges are going to get charged up very quickly with this Reinhardt in the way.
You can also check the Tracer too, worth keeping in mind. One Railgun headshot can send you packing. Very defensive lab already used by Landon. Nice of M80 to kind of force that one out, but they are going to take high ground position. M80's stolen the bot for the time being. Oh, that boom bomb has landed Hardy off the map, but I think your backline needs a little bit of help, M80. Maya and Ultraviolet just run down. That's the problem with M80's comp, right? Or any kind of comp that you play against Space Station. You show a tiny bit of space between your front and back line, they're just going to get run at, and there is no chance for survivors.
Now, Ultraviolet was just on his own. Liar just unable to be able to come to his aid to skate him out of there. And so Hadi being able to seize that advantage. We're going to have to keep paying attention to how many opportunities Hadi finds to be able to go pin that back line. with that. And maybe we're able to make a little bit of progress there with that push bot, but not before Space Station are able to take back control. And as we take a look at the ultimates coming online, Sparker's been doing so much damage. Really a Deadeye and Ant Matrix ready to go for Space Station.
Yeah, they're in the perfect place to use it as well. Hardy looking to cause a little bit of panic on the left-hand side for Hawk. So he happens to play so passive, almost forcing Hawk into the sightline as well of that Cassidy.
Look at Sparker maybe trying to take an angle over in the train car. A little bit easier to just kind of strafe back and forth there, but look at the window use. So early underneath. No window yet from Ultraviolet as an answer.
I mean, they're going to wide swing this, but M80 are going to mash them, just going to wrap around them on that mega health pack, using the window of their own. Sound barrier comes through, trying to match this railgun. Hardy with the pin. Does he survive? Of course he does. Gets the lamp, hits the shatter. Ultraviolet, Liar, Hawk, all on their backs.
So much follow-up from the rest of the team. Hardy had that earth shatter, and despite the fact that he lost his own life in that fight, maybe even for the better. Actually switches off of the Reinhardt, goes over to the Ramatra as Space Station start to make their approach onto this very first objective. Touch coming in from Pelican just to be able to stall and stop that push bot before. Ends up reaching that objective, but now we see Hawk ready to go with this Annihilation. Pelican as well with this Pulse Bomb. And the barrier advantage in Liar's hands as M80 need to try to get themselves back into this. 7 minutes left on the clock though, so a lot of time left to play with.
A lot of time, not a lot of ult charge for Hardy, of course, like you mentioned, only just switching over to the ramp. Oh, cheeky. Gets the high ground, though.
This pushes them back. Sparker not really going to be able to maybe find so much purchase with that Deadeye.
You see M80's game plan, too. They want to make sure Sparker can't set up on high ground again. Sound barrier, rolled already used by Sparker there as they try and just dip out of there. Hardy receives the lamp to make sure he stays alive. Nice little hinder nade onto Happy, but it's going to get healed up pretty quick sharp. Hawk in the front line with the Annihilation surging, but kept alive with a lamp of his own. Ultraviolet saving him just for a brief moment. Ultimate not really finding all too much as they now take the fight to the stairs.
No, Hawk was forced to just play on the defensive with that ultimate. That's not how you want to play with the Annihilation.
Happy's 1 HP too. Look at the trickling health bars of M80 right now. They need desperate help. Space Station on the hand, looking golden. Easy team out here. Ashbrook making sure he doesn't get taken out either. Oh, the bots in their position, and they are smooth.
Back in their home field, now able to be able to get this checkpoint. Gonna help unlock those closer spawns as well for Space Station and keep this cart going with the sound barrier from Funny Astro too. Not a bad way to continue to snowball some of this momentum.
I mean, this is massive for Space Station right now. Look at the ultimates coming up. They got Pulse, Annihilation, Sound Barrier. They can, even if they want to, they can just beat him with the Annihilation and just roll them.
Oh! Okay, maybe not
really
now.
Early window from M80, and he still might go for it, Rose. They've done it before. They could do it again. They've always got to be careful. Sparker on the flank. Astro goes down. Can he win the 1v1? Happy needs to pay attention to 2 different angles at this point. Sparker still takes care of it. Takes care of Lion too. Oh, not quite.
Not quite, but still a very good effort here, and still the lead for Space Station as we enter into the halfway point of this map. M80 now able to start to make some meaningful progress here, but it's been a little bit slow to get going. Space Station able to hold on to all 4 of those ultimates, by the way, from that last fight. Have a lot to be able to attack this next one with. Really looking at Liar to try to get the sound barrier online as just a good answer to some of those things, but you can't stop everything with just that one ultimate either. Let's see what Sparker's Deadeye can give us.
Little High Noon cancels it early, rolls back up onto this high ground now where Happy is trying to make a home for himself. He's right on the edge. Oh, there he goes. Off the high ground with that Vortex. Drags him right down. Slowly but surely, Sparker trying to set up here. Pulse bomb. Oh, Lion didn't see that one coming. He was hiding in the trees, and that Annihilation from Hardy is just too much to bear for M80.
Another team fight swinging in their direction, and such a good angle that Sparky was able to find from the train car after they were able to bully M80 off of that. Happy having to give up those sight lines. Now Pelican though making a switch, going over to the Genji. This was so good for them in that last map to be able to bring us even to this map 5.
There's the high noon with a speed boost too. Oh, they're trying to get Hardy. Pops pretty much everything to stay alive, and Happy has to run out of there. That sound barrier a little bit too terrifying for him. Lands a nice Hindenay, but where's the follow-up? Where's the damage? Once again, Landon Spark just popping down this window, but the bot is running away from them. Good steal from M80 there.
Yeah, really good to be able to bring it back to the neutral. But Hawk giving him a chance to also come back into this one, but not before Happy and Ultraviolet are taken out, so the fight still goes the way of Space Station. Makes it a little bit harder for them to actually extend their lead, so good job to M80 to doing that, but Ultraviolet just coming back online. Liar as well, still having to come out of spawn. It's going to be on Hawk with this Annihilation, hoping to get anything done here. And Sparker has a Deadeye again, and make it more difficult for Hawk to actually approach.
Oh man, that's rough. I had to use a Nemesis form there. Quickly pops it. Gets back onto the high ground, but this checkpoint is just such a massive boon for Space Station. And Hawk wants to go aggressive here. Like you said, Rose is going to have to match with the Deadeye. Oh, so much damage. And Happy's isolated, gets pulse bombed. There's a lamp thrown out, hits the wall, helps Hawk out for the time being. But look at the team, they're so split. Even Lion now getting focused by Psycho, calls that he's won, but he finishes the job himself. Ultraviolet now in a whole heap of hurt. That Annihilation from Hawk doing absolutely nothing. Moving like an endangered species right now as he goes extinct. Space Station Gaming now looking to finish here. 2 minutes to go and the bot is still moving.
Such a late Annihilation from Hawk as well, hoping that it would be enough to turn the tides, but also just expending the ultimate to switch over to the Sigma. So yet another instance where we get a chance to see these tanks try to counteract each other. Sigma gonna be the hero of choice as this push bot inches closer and closer to the end, Jaws. It's gonna be the Ant Matrix here from Space Station. See if they can just close it out here.
Just disgusting angle on this Ant Matrix too. Sound barrier comes in. Where's the pulse? There it is. Happy moved up in the skies, isolated completely. Oh, they are just running over them. A full completion in sight. M80 just stomped on by Space Station. Blade from Pelicans, the only saving grace that they have, but he is quickly dealt with. A full cap for Space Station in their sights now as Hawk gets dominated and Space Station Gaming, they find the victory and continue their run in the lower brackets.
What a statement that they just made with a full cap on a push map we don't get a chance to see very often. New Queen Street, not necessarily the push map of choice for a lot of teams, but made it so impressive.
Just denying M80 there at the very end. That flashpoint map was a little reverse sweep by them. The mental, you're thinking, is going a little bit low, but it's all smiles across the board, always for Space Station. They take the map, take the series. They move on. M80 eliminated from the competition. Not as close as Hardy predicted, but a win is a win.
A win is a win, and M80 is a hard opponent to have to beat. This is a team full of exceptional players that we've all come to know and love from their time in the Overwatch League, and just being able to see them as a squad together has been so impressive for North America.
It has. Unfortunately, we're going to have to bow our heads and say goodbye to M80. Now Rose, Space Station Gaming. I mean, they've made a few more fans here today, that is for sure, if they didn't have enough already. And we're going to jump over to Danny. Dan on the... Oh, wait, no, not just yet. In a second, we'll get that interview lined up for you. But now Space Station just continuing that run in the lowers. I'm excited to see how the uppers end up turning out, Rose, because they're going to have to face one of Falcons or Crazy Raccoons at some point.
That's going to be such a tough one. I mean, I think all of these teams are hoping that they don't have to hit the Korean teams until much later in the tournament, but you're going to have to beat them to join them up on those upper tables.
Oh, yes, indeed. Space Station, they got the will, they got the way, and especially in this round, they got the tenacity as well. Let's get a quick listening, though, to the winning comms of that final map. We're going to go to Danny instead. Go, Danny.
Thank you, Jaws. Hi, everybody. I'm here with the Porsche Performance of the Match winner. It is none other than Chatty from Space Station Gaming. You're a fan favorite. Why is that? Why are you so popular? because you're the GOAT.
So, I guess so.
I mean, you're definitely the GOAT. I do want to ask you about this match. I believe this is some sort of, it is an upset, and I do feel like M80 sort of had the upper hand, but you guys did get the win. Very close match as well. So what were the winning conditions for Space Station Gaming?
I don't know. So at the start, we were like really on like the Sigma comp. We were like, okay, we're gonna counter the Mauga with the Sigma comp, keep our rest on the comfort heroes. But then when we were playing the Midtown, Laya posted in the chat that Sigma is not the play. Like he was shit talking us. But I actually took that as constructive criticism, and I was like, maybe there's another pick here. And I thought about a hero that never let me down, you know, Reinhardt.
Yeah.
And I realized Ryan just solves everything, and it just got us the victory easily.
I mean, yeah, I feel like Space Station Gaming, even in the past, like the Ryan composition, that Rush composition always came in clutch. Do you feel like you could continue to rely on that composition, even going towards more games?
Yeah, I think we can. I think we can. I think we really found something here, and I think it's going to be good.
All right. And one final question. Your next opponents are going to be, of course, the winner of Toronto or ENCE. Who do you think is going to move up and become your opponents?
I mean, I hope it's going to be ENCE, but I think it's going to be Toronto, unfortunately. I mean, I think Toronto, we're still going to beat them, but would have loved to play with the EU boys. But we will see.
Yeah. All right, everybody, give it one more time from Hadi from Space Station Gaming. That is it for us. Let's head back to the desk for a winning moment.
Thank you so much, Daniel. It's great to hear from the GOAT. Let's take a look at some of those highlights once more before we're breaking it down. And also, let's hear the winning moments.
Genji, do one. Genji.
Genji, one. Flip up, point out.
C9. Giving punch, guys, I'm sorry.
Cast right side.
C9. I'm giving punch, guys. I'm sorry. You're not supposed to give Doom power punch at the end, but Hadi's like, we can't lose this, guys. I'm giving him power punch. Give him something.
I love Hadi.
Oh, and again, this was the closest series we had thus far in this tournament. Also, you can see there's two types of fans here, clearly. Wait, what you got? That's it. Okay, that's it. Well, you know what? If you're not a fan of at least our Porsche performance of the match player, Hadi, then I don't know what you're doing with your life, to be honest. I love how he said in the interview with Danny that, and then we swapped to Reinhardt. I think we really found something, as if they only just discovered
We discovered that we're good at Reinhardt. There's two types of fans, Zoe.
Yeah.
There's Winston and there's not Winston. And you know, I know what side I'm on.
Winton Overwatch.
Winton Overwatch. This is actually a Space Station Winton, and they're doing a giveaway at their booth tomorrow. So be there.
Here you go.
We just can't get enough of Hadi, apparently.
Reinhardt, yeah!
Just more Reinhardt,
Porsche performance of the match.
This is really interesting, though. I do want to talk and touch on the compositions that we've seen here, and also just the way those teams play. I mean, we know that Space Station Gaming, they've been relying on their team synergy and their team play all throughout OWCS thus far. It is what has gotten them so far. And it's what makes them look so good. So even though if you're facing off against an M80, which obviously has like, you know, pop-off players like a Happy, like a Pelican, but if the team play isn't quite on point, you're looking like you're struggling against a team like Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, I think honestly that last map, taking the rush mirror, it's a lot of confidence from M80, but I think it's misplaced. I think you just played into Space Station's hands, you played Ram into Ryan, but then Hadi just takes the mirror. For me, it was the Malware comp. I think this is the way to beat Space Station Gaming. I think M80 actually figured it out on Flashpoint. As soon as Happy got off the Venture, I think the Tracer Genji actually should easily win this matchup. I think Ryan is really great against Venture. Basically a hard counter to Venture, very easy to stuff the ultimate, very easy if you have Shatter, you CC the Venture, can't use their skills, easy to pick off. For me, the Ryan is actually a great response to the Venture, but Falcons has already showed us this. You just go Tracer Genji. Whenever the Venture is not getting as much value against greedy heroes like Sig, where you can go past him and just ignore him, but you just go Tracer. It's such a more consistent hero. Flashpoint was an easy comeback for M80. Once they brought out this hero, they just won every single fight for the rest of the map. I think this is M80 honestly threw this series away from my perspective. I think strategically, they found the answer on Flashpoint, should have kept it rolling onto New Queen Street, but they were overconfident in the end, taking the rush mirror, wanting to beat SSG at their own game. Pride cometh before the fall, Zoe.
I think also as well, like Hadi was talking about, maybe this is something we can use for the future. Maybe we can play Reinhardt later on in the tournament. I just think that if you look at the Asia teams as well, like Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, they just play Mauga way better as well, more so than M80 did here. And I think like if you're playing like a Mauga against a Reinhardt, you're just going to play that matchup differently. And so I don't think that Space Station necessarily can get away playing this Reinhardt further in the tournament. I still think that Sigma most of is probably the answer, or trying to find an alternative on the Mauga. But that being said, Space Station, they're so comfortable playing this Reinhardt. It's going to serve them good probably against either ENCE or Toronto Defiant. That's where I think where you can really lean on the Reinhardt perhaps. But against some of the Asian teams, I think it's going to be quite difficult.
So you don't think that those Reinhardt compositions will be able to force Team Falcons or Crazy Raccoons off the Venture at the very least?
I mean, it can force them off the Venture, but they don't care. The Venture is not the point of the composition, right? Venture is great in some spots, but we're talking about some of the most flexible DPS in the game. It's not like, oh no, Stalker, he has to play Tracer. Oh, that's going to be, he's not so good at Tracer. Like, I mean, yeah, I feel like M80 even found the answer in the series. I'm honestly disappointed in them that they found the answer. It looked great. They brought it back on Flashpoint. And then I really feel like they just wanted to beat SSG at their own game. But on map 5, to take a gamble like that, I mean, it is New Queen Street. It's a long-range map. Maybe it's hard to connect with the Mauga. You know, I can see it. It's a unique map we haven't seen much of before, but I would have loved to see them at least try to keep making that Mauga work, because once they brought out the Tracer Genji, it was smooth sailing.
Let's actually take a look at the bracket here, because SSG obviously staying alive here, whilst we had to say goodbye to the star-studded M80, and now Space Station Gaming, they're waiting for their next opponent. It's going to be either ENCE or Toronto Defiant, and that is the next match we will be watching here on this very main stage. I'm going to be very interested to see what both of those teams are going to be bringing to the table in their elimination match. With their backs against the wall, which team will persevere? Do you feel like there's a clear favorite here?
I mean, I would take Toronto Defiant all day. I think the flexibility they have is really unmatched. But I think ENCE, their claim to fame here is I think they might be one of the best Sigma teams in this tournament. I think that's where Vastola has looked head and shoulders above the competition. But for me, I mean, I'm thinking back, this ENCE team even struggled against NRG when it came to like playing, okay, they got forced to a Gibraltar, forced to play a Winston map. And I mean, come on, you're talking about, this is NRG versus Toronto Defiant. You're going to be playing some more Winston map. If you win a map as ENCE, I mean, it's very obvious where they're going to take you. They're going to force Vastola out of this comfort zone, this hybrid and escort map picks. If you can survive those map picks, if you can get into those final, they're most likely going to be push and Flashpoint, maybe there's a way to win with the Sigma in the end, but I just think Toronto's flexibility is going to be it's going to really attack the Achilles heel of ENCE, which is that they're relying fully on Vistola's off-tank.
Yeah, it's a long series though, and I think if you're ENCE, you're probably betting that hopefully you can win out game modes like Flashpoint, for example, or push that maybe favor a bit more some kind of brawl compositions, right? So maybe you can like try to win those maps, and then, you know, if you get taken to Gibraltar, Escort, it's a bit of a wash. We don't really have the perfect tank in Vastola to win those type of maps, but I still think at ENCE Esports, they still have a pretty good chance against Toronto Defiant, even though Toronto Defiant, in my mind, are the favorites.
That's right. Well, as the players are getting ready, we will head into a quick break, and then afterwards, the three of us will set the stage for our last match of the day. Stick around.
One more time.
What? Booting up. Initializing system. Calling in the big guns. Let's make up this party.
I'm just loving this animation so much. I wish there was like a full movie-length version of it. For now, we make do with this, and of course, with a good look at the slick and clean Porsche we have right here by our stage. Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny. And if you're a big Porsche fan, you have an opportunity to actually win off their speakers. The 911 speaker here is up for grabs. All you have to do is sign up. You see right there on your screen a little URL. That's how you can participate in the raffle. You guys are doing great. Like, I'd buy a vacuum cleaner off of you for sure. Like, you're selling it.
A Porsche vacuum cleaner?
They should be making. I'd buy anything from Porsche.
Can you imagine the sound that thing would make? That would be amazing.
Oh my God.
That's
it could
right.
be cleaning my house every day.
You don't even know that you're cleaning the house. My cats would actually really appreciate it. It's something to think about. I think there's a market for sure. We gave you some time.
Join the
Sign
sweepstakes.
up right there. Join the sweepstake. So much cool stuff going on here at DreamHack. So many things to win. And just walking around here feels like a win because you bump into a lot of people you really love and like and know or not know. Strangers are great too. Of course, cosplay. We can't get enough of cosplay. We already got a good look at an Orisa, a Dallas Fuel Orisa, which was incredible. And a little earlier today, Danny was chatting up an Ash, which was absolutely phenomenal. And apparently he's found some more cosplayers for us. So let's send it over to Danny.
Hey guys, Danny here. I was walking around DreamHack, and guess who I found? My favorite friends. We got Lucio and Diva next to me. Look at this. I had to just, come and say hi. You guys, fantastic job doing the cosplay. I have to ask, did you make this costume by yourself or?
100% handmade. Did the wig, did the backpack, the gun, which actually is a speaker as you can listen. All made by yours truly.
How long did it take to come up with this costume?
Good question. Took about 2.5 weeks, working every day, few hours every day, staying up really late. You know what I mean?
Hey, the effort really shows. I mean, you did a fantastic job. I'm guessing you're a Dallas Fuel fan.
You know how it is. I've represented Dallas Fuel with a couple different cosplays, Lucio and Genji, but this is a fan favorite. I love it.
Right now, do you have a favorite team in the OWCS right now?
Favorite team? I wish all the teams the best of luck. We're actually wanting to go catch a couple matches ourselves and maybe get a new favorite. Who knows?
Just a couple more minutes. I'll let you go, and we could all watch the what's the games together. All right. How about you, Diva? How long did it take for you to come up with this costume?
Took me about 2 weeks to source everything.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
2 weeks to source everything, and I'm guessing Diva is your favorite hero. Can you give me a reason why?
She's definitely my favorite tank. I love that I can just go in and blast with her ult.
Good. I mean, Diva is one of my favorite tank heroes as well. Do you have a favorite team in the OWCS?
Well, being from Dallas, gotta love Dallas Fuel. So.
All right. Good call. All right, guys. I think the matches are starting again. So why don't we just all go and watch the games together? Yeah. Let's do it. Speed boost.
Speed boost, and he's out of here. Fantastic job. Those cosplays are just spot on, and it's just so much love in those details of all the cosplayers. So really phenomenal work. Make sure to chat them up, take some pictures with them as well. If you're down on the floor, there's plenty to see, plenty to do. One of the things to do is, of course, to watch some incredible Overwatch. And we got just the thing for you, another elimination game. We have to say goodbye to yet another team. I'm going to be very interested to see which one it will be. I think looking at the matchup here, ENCE and Toronto Defiant. Toronto Defiant has to be considered the favorite. It is by many. They were supposedly the team who can take it to the Korean rosters. Did they? Not yet. Well, first of all, they have to fight their way back up through the lower bracket. But let's look at who's in their way. ENCE. ENCE is the team to beat here. What were your thoughts thus far on ENCE's performance?
I mean, ENCE, so far, the only team to have anything other than a map loss to Team Falcons. They were able to secure a draw on Nabani, partially through heroics from somebody like Kevster, Kai as well, putting in big work. I think a lot of pressure, though, in this series will be on the tank, Vestola. He came out and looked amazing for Team Finland in the World Cup. His Sigma, I think, one of the very best in the world. But can he make his comfort picks work against a team in Toronto Defiant that has consistently found and exploited the weaknesses of every opponent who's gone up against them?
Yeah, and I feel like when it comes to ENCE as well, they have so much name value on this roster. Obviously, some like big-time veterans on this roster who's played in some amazing tournaments in the past, right? So we're kind of waiting for this team to truly click and play really well all together. Obviously, Kevster can be a top-tier damage player who can take it to some of the best in the world, whoever you're discussing there, really. As well as Kai, you know, legend who's been around the scene now for many, many years and taken some incredible hit performances throughout the years against some of the best, right? So you really want to see ENCE out, Esports come out here and click and just play their best game all at the same time. Ghost 91 has been really exciting to watch here on the Baptiste, and I feel like for the past 6 months, really, Ghost 91 has had a spectacular Baptiste that is going to aid this team in this series specifically. It is a bit of a limitation that we don't see this team flex enough. There is going to be a lot of Vestola Sigma, there's going to be a lot of Ghost 91 Baptiste, and a lot of Masa Lucio, right? So that is what this team does best. That is a limitation of theirs, but still, there's so mechanical skill, there's such good individuals that all these special heroes of theirs, they can really come out here and put up a good fight against Toronto Defiant.
The thing is, that potential lack of flexibility, especially in the tank department, can really hurt them because they're going up against the Toronto Defiant. And if we're looking at the tank department there, well, someone can just play it all. Like, they're not going to be limited whatsoever in what they want to play, how they can approach it. They can counter swap for days. It's not even a problem.
Yeah, they're a team that has consistently used that to their advantage. Whatever your opponent's weakest comp is, well, you better be ready to play it because that's what Toronto's going to make you play. If you want to have a compositional advantage, you're going to be taking it to your worst heroes against Toronto Defiant. They're ready for their opponents. They research them well, and they put them into a corner. This team in Toronto Defiant, there's a reason they're the #1 seed in NA, and frankly, that's with a few exclamation points. No one in NA has really, I mean, other than when they had a couple players sick, they lost to M80, came back in the grand finals, and just wiped them off the face of the earth, partially due to Merit, his ridiculous performances on Hitscan, Vega as well on your screen right now. This is one of the most exciting rookies out of NA. I think the best main support in the region by a pretty good margin. He looked even pretty good even against Crazy Raccoon. Yeah, he had an Ajax in the second map, but he was continuing to be aggressive, even as the series got really difficult, continuing to find kills.
Yeah, and even though they find themselves in the lower bracket, I still think based on their previous series today, they have that kind of like aura to them. You still feel like they're in the mix. You still feel like they can adapt accordingly to how the meta is evolving. If we're going to see a lot of Mauga, I don't think necessarily that is a big problem for this team. We saw them come out, they're willing to play these Fora compositions too. So when it comes to how the meta is developing, I don't think this team is going to have a big problem. I could very much see them going back to the room after the loss saying, hi, hey, how are we going to improvise? How are we going to change up our compositions? How are we going to adapt our play? And going into this series, having a fresh look because of their flexibility, right? And perhaps with that, they can give themselves a leg up against the competition. So I'm pretty confident in this Toronto Defiant squad. I think they have a good chance here today, and I'm looking forward for the rest of the tournament.
I mean, they look deadly. Yes, they suffered that loss, but I mean, certainly not for lack of skill. They almost managed to win on circuit there. It just was Crazy Raccoon absolutely refusing to lose, somehow edging it out. But we saw a lot of pop-up moments from Merit on the Cassidy and whatnot. Which of the players do you feel like have to step it up for this one?
I think there's going to be a little bit of pressure on Merit. If there's anyone on this squad who could have trouble against heroes like BAP, Sigma, D.Va, right? Like, these are ENCE's bread and butter heroes. And to be fair, they're quite good against Hitscan, right? In the past with Falcons, we saw them completely not using Hitscan. That was what enabled them to kind of get past this Vestola Sigma, not having any backline at all for Sigma to really contest. Merit almost always locks in the Hitscan. I mean, he's incredibly good on the roll. I want to emphasize that. He can make this work if you give him any kind of opening, but we need to see an incredible performance out of Merit today.
That's right. Well, we see that in just a little bit because we're ready. Is our audience ready? Are you ready for the last game of the day? That's what I saw. So let's get our teams out, Danny.
DreamHack Dallas, put your hands together for
are runner-ups in Stage 1 and Stage 2 of OWCS EMEA. Coming here, fighting for the hopes of EMEA. Can they put it all together now when it matters in the lower bracket? Some absolute stars on this roster. Kevster, of course, a hyperflex who can play every hero that is really asked of him, play at an insanely high level, and can be instrumental in this series. Kai as well. Can the hit scan come out and match someone like Merit? A lot of questions about this ENCE team, but they just need to put together in this one series to stay alive.
And their opponents, make some noise for Toronto Defiant!
North America's last hope standing before you on the stage. Let them know how you feel. Right here, Sugar Free, we've been waiting to see this guy at the top level for years, and he is delivering. Vega, RuPaul in the backline, holding it down, and who better to round this out than Merit and someone. Ridiculous performers in their roles. They can play absolutely anything, keep their opponents guessing. Let's hear it for Toronto Defiant.
Let's hear it indeed. The tournament live on the line. The stakes are high for this last elimination match of the day between ENCE and Toronto Defiant. And for all the action, we send it over to Jack and Necra.
Thank you very much, Desk. Yes, NA's last hopes and dreams now standing on stage facing ENCE, EU's #2 coming out of the region.
This is going to be such a good match, too. I mean, Toronto Defiant, they looked so good earlier today, even. Very, very close match that they were able to have versus the best team, dare we say, in the tournament so far, Crazy Raccoon. But
Yeah,
ENCE, like,
incredibly competitive series.
super good
And that's
team.
exact. They bring that same fire, that same energy. I mean, ENCE might have to level up a little bit, I think. Yeah, Kevster and Kai have always been a big talking point for this team, but kind of something we were talking about during the break, Rose, is Vestola's ability to kind of flex onto these main tanks roles as well as these off tanks. We know he's extremely proficient Sigma. It kind of hurts them a little bit, I think, that Chase isn't available for the team to play, but their backline is also something you can kind of incredibly rely on too. I like Johnny's point on the desk, picking up on Ghost, who has been kind of a standout performer for the team over the last stage.
really has been. We've seen a little bit more Ghost now as of late. Crimzo was actually stepping into the roster to play. Currently the coach of ENCE, but their hero pools are so similar. It's very difficult to kind of toss up like who would actually be able to play in that squad, but Ghost has really been impressive when it comes down to playing that Baptiste and really has to show up in a big way today here to make this ENCE team competitive into Toronto Defiant.
Will be an all EMEA lower bracket. They do manage to take it here and knock the NA teams out of the competition. Space Station have done it in their upper bracket match, and Hardy said on stage, you know, like, I think it's going to be Toronto. I want it to be ENCE for the EU boys, but I think I'm swaying towards Toronto Defiant. I think it's going to be an incredibly close one regardless. I mean, this was North America's best team, their #1 seed coming into the competition, and they have really been head and shoulders above the rest in that region. And, well, who's really surprised, especially with the caliber of the roster?
Well, that's the story, right? Which of these teams, if any, at this major can take down one of the Korean teams, Crazy Raccoon or Team Falcons? Both of them, behemoths of teams, and Toronto Defiant has consistently been a part of that conversation as a team that very well could take down one of those teams, and I made it look very close today.
Yeah, just quickly dealing with an audio issue Kai was having, but we'll get into the first map in just a moment. Already had a game 5 in our last series if you've only just joined us. But this series is going to be a banger. Landing on your screen right there. Having a little bit of fun the other day, right? Jumping over to the tank, the sugar-free tank. Pretty scary sometimes. And there was a rather fun match seeing someone on the Echo too, getting a lot of duplications. They've had their fun, but now is the chance and the really time to show up here in the lower bracket. Loser here is going home.
Loser is going home, so a lot of stakes on the line for both of these teams. They do not want their tournament to end here. So it's going to be a hard-fought battle between both of them. But the onus really is on ENCE right now to try to figure out how they're going to get the better of Toronto Defiant, a team that is super flexible, super capable when it comes to playing any type of composition. And you can see that the road doesn't get any easier when you get past this point.
No, it does not. Winner here will face Space Station Gaming. They're in the lower semi-final, and they'll meet one of the Korean teams in the lower final. Of course, we'll know who that is tomorrow on the final day on Championship Sunday. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of cheers for Toronto Defiant as they began to walk out. You can see a lot of representation too, a lot of jerseys in the audience, looking pretty good. And that upper finals there, Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon. I mean, Crazy Raccoon have done it once, can they do it again? Of course, that's all to be seen tomorrow.
Well, that was kind of the finals when we look at how Korea has gone down these past 2 stages. So, what are you going to do? I think that's kind of what people expected. Crazy Raccoon, as well as Team Falcons, to be able to make it to that match once again, and that'll be their 3rd time meeting. It's so exciting.
Look, I think everybody kind of predicted it, like you were saying, like Korean teams being on top. But Toronto Defiant, if they got a little revenge bone in them, maybe they do end up making it all the way, right? I mean, we're guaranteed at least one of the Korean teams in that grand final tomorrow. Question is, who is it going to be, and can someone upset them in the lower finals? Still kind of sorting out an issue right now on ENCE's side, but shouldn't be too much longer before we jump into the first map.
So maybe let's take stock a second of both of these teams. We've kind of hyped up every individual player, but maybe a macro lens of what these teams offer would be really good here. Toronto can kind of bring everything, and in fact, when we take a look at some of the way that they've approached a lot of these last matches, doing a lot of counter picking. They're not afraid to be able to switch things up, and it feels like they're going to get an upper hand over their competition in that way.
Yeah, and this is we're only seeing sweeps if it's not NA and EU games, which is also really exciting. So expecting this one to go to a game 5, and I'm hoping so. I know the audience is too, but I've got a good feeling I know which way they're going to be cheering. It's like I said, there's a lot of Toronto jerseys in the crowd right now, is all I'm saying.
There are. I mean, it's been so fun to watch how that team and organization has kind of followed us through Overwatch history.
Yeah.
Having a team in the Overwatch League, retaining it for the Overwatch Champions Series, backing just this stacked roster of talent.
Yeah, they came into OWCS and it was like, okay, this team's winning it for sure. And they have lived up to that. Like, they are stage champions. They're back-to-back stage champions. Our first ones in OWCS at the start of this year. I mean, I'm looking forward to see how this team kind of develops, but how could they really develop much more when they've already got the best team in the region? They have to develop at the lands, here at DreamHack Dallas, or in Sweden, obviously, nearer the end of the year, if they can kind of keep up their dominance in the region. Looks like Kai is ready to rock and roll by the looks of things. Back in the headset, back on, pulling the keyboard and mouse as close as possible, and I think we're about to get into map number 1. Here is the mode win percentage for both teams. Toronto Defiant, 86% win rate there on hybrid and control.
And Busan are going to be our first map of this series, but as we see the series extend, ENCE having a little bit of trouble on Esports so far. Not necessarily the best map type for them.
17% is low.
Maybe something Toronto can exploit a little bit later on in the series as we look at user picks.
Yeah, exactly. If Toronto do end up going down this first map, I mean, just take it to escort and maybe jobs are good in. 75% win rate there for Toronto Defiant. But of course, we do start on control, like you said, at Busan. What do you think we're going to see here? Obviously, kind of hard to tell sometimes, depending on the stage, but it looks like we're ready and raring to go. ENCE versus Toronto Defiant, NA versus EU once again. Are we seeing a map 5? I hope so. Downtown, our first stage here.
So you were just talking about maybe what do we get a chance to see with Busan having so many dynamic stages. At the very least, we know we're going to see a bird. You saw that bird.
No, I wasn't looking at it.
He wasn't actually looking at the bird.
Not to look.
He decided he did not want to see it. But we're about to see this as the gates open up. We've got ENCE hovering over the Sigma composition. Someone right now on the Winston. As we're on downtown, there's a lot of verticality to play around with. Something that Winston is going to be able to have great access to. But it's the DPS lineups on both of these teams that make a little bit of a difference here with the Ashe versus the Cassidy, but those backlines are so different.
I mean, I love this Ashe pick. Not a pick we usually see anymore. And maybe that's one of the reasons why. That range advantage from the Ashe is super nice and both incredibly effective in the scrappy fights. But Cassidy, not only the mobility from the roll and the damage reduction, but also the range potential there. It isn't to be scoffed at. Ghost doesn't end up falling over to someone of them. But Sugar Free just taking over the backline. Okay, lost the Ashe. It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter at all when you've got a player like Luke Paul that's able to just pump healing into the rest of the team. someone able to play a very hyper-aggressive play style, able to even up the score for players, and now be able to take control of this point. Kepster isn't even able to escape that either, as someone chases him down, gives him a fist in the face.
Yeah, what's my guy doing back there? Gets to near Toronto's spot.
Ends is switched. They switched over to the Mauga as Vistola makes that change off the Sig. We'll be able to get in a little bit easier as the cardiac overdrive as well to make Kepster just a little bit more menacing if he wants to play with the team. Typically, you're going to see that Tracer just try to take that off ankle.
On for RuPaul as well, worth mentioning too. No Suzu on the side of Ents. Of course, goes much preferring to run the Baptiste, so RuPaul a little bit more safe. He can be way more aggressive with the nades and the sleeps and whatnot, so worth keeping in mind too. I mean, someone is going to be hard to deal with now, especially with this Primal Rage. He spotted Ghost and he's out for blood. Meritor the first to fall though, but look at that collapse. The pulse bomb from Sugar Free and someone. This dynamic duo, unstoppable. Ents just crumble.
Great pulse bomb. Gonna use the nano boost here onto someone just as insurance. But that's because Kepster's in your back line. RuPaul's gonna go down after that point, and even though Toronto Defiant were able to get that flip,
Kepster's had enough. He's had enough. 63% is all you're gonna get, Toronto. Ents find the flip at the end. Sugar Free versus Kepster on the Tracer.
Just went crazy.
Yeah,
oh my
Kepster,
God.
European powerhouse on that pick.
Yeah, really alive for this series. Someone's going to switch off the Winston, though, after using that Primal Rage. Switching over to the Doom Fist. We've seen this combination before from Toronto Defiant, using the Nano Boost on something like the Doom Fist to just get some really explosive power. But here's the Bob from Merit.
Here comes Bob on the point. Winnow's going to get unleashed, and that Bob isn't going to survive long, I wouldn't imagine. Cardiac Overdrive just sustained through this dynamite damage. Kai's already taking care of the Bob and RuPaul. A swift headshot from the Cassidy. Going to make sure they take down that backline, but here comes someone, a punch into the wall, and well, someone of Merit just forming a pincer maneuver on Kai there as he just falls on over. Merit just unperturbed on the high ground, just completely understand, like, how do you even get rid of this guy? Kai is just trying to look every which way possible because someone is just hot on his tail. Doesn't want to give Kai any space.
Really doesn't, and that's why Vistola is actually going to go over to the Sigma now. The Sigma a little bit better to have that shield, but we also saw Vistola get no value from that cage, even just in that last fight. Vistola very well known for the Sigma, able to help protect one of these off angles for Kai to operate from. But Sugar Free is looking for another pulse bomb, gonna build one up in this next fight, and Vistola's already so low.
Already used the hands. Pulse bomb from Sugar Free. Found success before. Can he again? An aggressive roll by Kai. Looking straight at RuPaul, but can't quite get him down. Sound barrier comes in from Ents. Pulse bomb from Sugar Free. An uncharacteristic miss there, but he does manage to stay alive. Hits the recall as Kai, once again, the focus for someone. Kai just not able to do anything. Like I said before, Sugar Free's making it look one way, someone the other. 99% for Toronto now as they're going to find the flip yet again. That Bob helping secure that point as Ents are white.
First round going over to Toronto Defiant. A couple quick Doomfist punches to push that Sigma back. Really nice follow-up coming through, though, from Sugar Free. This is such a young talent as well. Someone we didn't get a chance to really see find the success we knew he could have during this time in the league. Now, though, really able to live up to that potential on a team like Toronto Defiant. And also with just such an all-star background in his team to be able to boost him up.
Yeah, he was really him right before he turned of age in the Overwatch League. Everybody was saying he was the next Proper in a way before Proper really reached the league. Like, he was the next superstar North American DPS, the one that was going to blow the Overwatch League wide open. But now he really can in the OWCS, and you can see how much him and his team have had success. Toronto Defiant playing Zen on a ball. I don't mind this whatsoever. It's been a comp that's been used sporadically. It's really nice, but the problem is you get rotated on extremely quickly, and there we go. Ideally, you're like pocket, like an island, right, with Merit, Vega, and RuPaul, but you've got quick rotations like this. From Ents, it's really tough to stay alive.
Well, there's great follow-up coming through from someone. Even though Vega kind of acted as the bait, someone is able to take them up on that offer, get those big picks. And this is one of the only points we can really see Wrecking Ball work. Of course, someone's going to try to do that.
Yeah, it's man of many talents and man of many tank picks. Someone can do it all, pretty much. Long have gone the days where tank players can only really play one role, right? The off tank or the main tank. You're going to be better at one of them at some point. Someone really just every single tank he's able to pick up, he finds exceptional success.
But Toronto haven't been able to find the flip yet. They're able to get some progress here. Maybe a pick onto Kai will help to open things up a little bit more, but the Wrecking Ball doesn't really have the same type of point presence as you would expect to have from something like the Sigma. So ENCE has had control of this point the whole time.
I mean, this is what this comp does too. Look at how much pressure they're putting on Master and Ghost in the backline. It is only someone in Sugarfree just running around them again. Different comp, same kind of style they want to play. They got mines, they got the pulse bomb. I mean, this Transcendence going to help them survive. Someone just hanging out right now.
He's waiting for the perfect opportunity to get the pounce on ENCE and drop that entire minefield. Mines are harder to take out now. You can kind of throw your body at them, but they're still going to deal a lot of damage.
There's them getting rocked. A little bit of damage, yeah, like you said, but no initial kill. Sky taking a face full of bullets there from someone who retreats back to his supports. A rotation here from Merit, Vega, and RuPaul now as they see ENCE approaching on their track line. Nice little rod, does hit RuPaul, but oh, that... I mean, there's nothing stopping Kai getting away with murder. Pops the overclock, hits Stu. Well, not even overclock, sorry, that's just the railgun. Doesn't need the ult, apparently. Toronto Defiant eventually gonna get taken down here. They get hurt a little bit. A few extra percentage points eked out. RuPaul falling early. It's a disaster for Toronto. They don't end up investing the Transcendence either. Know they can kind of come back, and they're gonna need a tool to deal with this flux.
Well, they got something really valuable out of ENCE, which led them to not have to use something like the Transcendence. Just take the eco push there. Masa Sound Barrier invested into that last fight. But you saw Kai able to get so aggressive and up in front of Merit's face because he just had the power of that Sound Barrier behind your sails. But now you got the Transcendence, the Nano, the targets on the other side here. Toronto can just use that Nano even just a little bit more defensively if they want to. Big pick! They get able to get the better of Ghost.
Look how aggressive Vega's playing too. Here comes the flux. Where's it gone? Oh, deleted by Merit. Don't use that Transcendence any longer. Vega can basically throw that one in when he likes. Festola tried to turn that fight around, just didn't find anything, and Merit just picked him out of the sky.
Absolutely. And now that the flux is off the table too, I mean, we're looking at a point where this might just be final fight. Toronto Defiant can invest the Transcendence here, the Nano, everything, maybe even to be able to get yet another minefield out from someone. This is so dangerous too. Take a look at where someone's coming from, knock somebody out of this room.
Oh, Kai playing a bit of defense here with Merit on the sideline. He does end up getting Nano pushed away. 3 people looking at him, not through the window, but enough damage to send him packing. Here comes the ult though from Kai, ripping the overclock. Merit didn't stand a chance, even with that nade, but that's a nice trade coming through. Someone just knocking him up, and, well, that mag nade did the work. Pulse bomb from Sugarfree. Toronto Defiant still controlling the point. Losing members of their team, however, as ENCE, they do find that flip. Someone just inting in there, just getting a reset going. As ENCE try and hold on now.
Trying to hold on. They have the opportunity to use the Pulse Bomb as one way to be able to do that. Masa's also going to have another Sound Barrier. Really helpful to deal with Toronto Defiant's ultimate economy. Still haven't used the Transcendence yet. Not seen a valuable enough opportunity to throw that ultimate into the mix. But this is final fight, so it's now or never.
Oh, Sugarfree forced a recall there, didn't want to take another bullet. Or another railgun. Ends up touching that point. Triggers OT. Pulse bomb comes in from Kevster. That's a big one. Transcendence coming through from Vega, the only healing source available now to Toronto Defiants. That Sound Barrier from ENCE might just see them through it. Merit on the sidelines here, but Kevster, the absolute demon on the sidelines, takes 2, almost 3 with him. It's bot Sugarfree, but it is Kai that does the dirty work as ENCE tie up Busan.
Able to really play to their strengths there on that second round of Busan, playing around Vestola's Sigma, able to make really nice work of that duo of Kevster and Kai. That's Sojourn. He's one of his best heroes. And with those sightlines, those flanks, Toronto Defiant not necessarily always being able to deliver a full lethal blow onto the team, ends up working in ENCE's favor, especially in the end there with some of those more heavy-hitting ultimates. But as we enter into this third point, we're going over to Mecha Base. This is a tricky one. you're gonna have to fight in some of these more close quarters environments. A little bit more cover to play around too when you take a look at the architecture of the map. But that's why we're gonna see a switch up here. No more Wrecking Ball on the table for Toronto Defiant. Someone switching over to the Mauga. You've got the Cassidy and the Genji to be able to beef that up too as ENCE try to stick to their tried and true.
Merit with the first blood though onto Marta. And like you were saying at the very top of this series as well, Rose, we know kind of what ENCE are going to be playing. Toronto Defiant, they're the team that can flex so heavily onto different compositions. And it's working wonders so far. Point unlocks. Toronto find an almost team kill there. They claim the first cap.
They just swarmed him, overwhelmed him with the force that you can have with the cardiac overdrive on top of just the insta-kill pressure of Merit and Sugar Free, able to clean up all of those picks.
Oh, here we go again.
Already into the thick of
Kev's
things.
on the wrong side of the team fight there, has to back off and join the rest of his squad. Vestola just left on a little island. You're basically just seeing Sugar Free being an impenetrable wall in front of ENCE, and then they're just isolating Vestola and just pushing him down. Toronto's aggression and their speed here is really being the Achilles heel of ENCE. It's really tough to set up Kai here for success.
Someone's just driving right into the enemy lines to be able to help out with that isolation too. But ENCE, they're able to come back with some tools of their own. Kevster now going to be on the Genji. One way to try to get into the mix of things with Sugar Free on the Genji too.
Oh, good, perfectly timed grasp there from Vestola. You see all that overhealth coming through. That window is going to aid in the kill of someone. Here we go. Here's ENCE coming back in this map. Unless Sugar Free's got anything to say about it. Don't think he's going to be able to find anything. There you go. 2 taps, 2 kills for Kai at the very end.
That's going to be where Kai's going to find the most value. Vestola finally able to actually get in on the action, giving that valuable shield over to Kai so we can just have that major source of damage be a little bit more up close and personal. But Toronto, they're coming back in with so many ultimates into this fight. The cage to be able to pair with something like the blade. You've got the blade barrier. Very difficult to take out any of these things. So Masa Sound Barrier is going to have to be huge.
Really early. This is the Suzu there, but RuPaul has got the Kitsune rush, and you can see him trying to set up on this high ground, Rose. A really straight shot. However, Kai might have a better shot on the back line here. As the sound barrier comes through from Toronto Defiant to try and make sure they survive this oncoming onslaught of damage. Kevs has pulled out the blade, though, and it's easy pickings for the Genji. 40% of building now for ENCE as Toronto Defiant get team kill.
Wow, that was so expensive, but what a great reaction from Kai to use the Deadeye just to help try to push back this team after RuPaul used the Kitsune Rush. Now I'm going to go over to the Baptiste himself. Has the option for the Immortality Field as with some really good burst healing, but this is also to help out someone who has switched over to the Ramatra.
Sugar Free's going to have to go crazy, ends up whipping it out, however. Look at the boot, look at the peel, spots the Lucio. Master a little bit too far up, and Ghost also falls to a similar fate. Now a run down from someone who's got the Fist of Laren, but I mean, look, oh, what a block with the rock, but Kevster appears out of nowhere, kills someone. However, Toronto Defiant, they're still winning this fight. They're going to get the flip here.
A little bit of stall coming through, though. ENCE is able to come back as Toronto Defiant had to give up this space.
Oh,
Kevster on the flank, gets taken out by Merit.
And they can't get the flip either. It was so close to going over. That Kevster death is going to cost them dearly. Oh, the grasp, he's waiting it out, trying to get an angle. Oh, narrowly missing that shot onto the back line. But now it's Toronto Defiant in full control.
But ENCE can actually at least break out of here. They have the amplification matrix to help out with that just in case they need it. But it's coming down to the wire.
Big disengage. Toronto Defiant using that Lucio speed boost to get out of there. And they're not going to peek. It's going to force ENCE to try and touch the point here. Toronto Defiant going to have to react. Is Kevster on there? And you can see now Toronto Defiant just letting that point go.
They don't want to play into this flux. They know that Vestola's going to have this soon, as well as both DPS ultimates.
Well, they've got the regenerative burst as well as that lamp to keep everybody alive in the front line. Vega hitting the sound barrier behind the shield, and now is their time to strike. Where now that grasp is Merit, just dashes behind the shield. A little roll and a smack kills Vestola, but here comes Kevster with a blade yet again. Swedish gift to Esports as Kevster finds 3 with the Genji blade and ends with the latest sound barrier rolling over the Toronto Defiant. Sugar Free the only one left standing. And it looks like it's going to be ENCE taking claim of Busan.
What a perfectly timed blade that came up right as that sound barrier was expiring on Toronto Defiant. So Kevster found the almost perfect window of opportunity to let that go, get the picks he needed, and get into that incredible victory.
Man, Kevster is just lights out right now on this Genji. If he can continue this blade, if he can continue the Genji up and just keep getting big multi-kills with the blades like this, I mean, they're looking at a 3-0 maybe, but Toronto Defiant, they won't be beaten down that easily, Rose. We're going to jump over to the desk. They're going to break down that map and then see where we're going to send us for the next one.
Thank you so much, and Negra, and I got caught in action there. Just patting the Winton. That's
There's nothing wrong with that.
All right. Yeah.
I like Winton. Winton Overwatch.
We're here for it. We're here for it. We're also here for some fantastic Overwatch, and this was certainly a display of just that. Very early on in this series, round 1 here on Busan, it did look like ENCE is just getting counterpicked. It just looked like they didn't have the flexibility, and then towards the very end of round 2, things started to look up for them. And then on round 3, obviously, like they found their stride. They switched things up and showed us a flexibility that we might not have expected here, Jake.
Yeah, they look great. Honestly, I think Merit's hit scan on the 3rd map, it really struggled to have impact. I think it's really difficult to get past the Sigma on an immobile hero like Cassidy. I mean, Merit, one of the best to do it, but it's a tough matchup to play. I mean, we've only seen other teams win versus that matchup by cutting the hit scan entirely. And so I think, if anything, ENCE found a bit of an advantage there. This is a map, though, I will say, where round 1, Winston's a very, very effective hero. A lot of high ground to really utilize, but maps 2 and 3, they're just not effective for Winston. There's not enough high-low ground to play around. And so, yes, you win here, but I think this is, if anything, a particularly good map for ENCE, where the Sigma actually functions decently well on at least 2 of 3 points, gives them a fair fight. Now, I have to imagine with the success that someone did find on our lovable Winston hero, I've seen a Gibraltar pick on the cards. I don't actually know if that's the case, but if I'm Kasaurus, I'm 100% going Gibraltar. I watched NRG get the win on this map and think, yeah, we can. If you can do it, I can do it better.
Absolutely. I agree with that Gibraltar pick, but looking at this series as well, Toronto Defiant, they can learn from this. They saw, especially here on Mecha Base, I think Vestola, he peeled back beautifully, extracting resources from the Brawl composition. And so you saw ENCE Esports, they started out on the high ground, they started pressuring Toronto Defiant in those choke points, trying to get resources out. And then Vestola would just keep backing towards that bridge area, which allows Kevster to take the wide angle as well, or dive deep with Genji into the back line and put pressure on Merit, like you said, Jake. So I think it was beautifully played by ENCE Esports, especially with that Sigma composition, the way they withdraw from the fight, they get resources out, and then they pounce on you when you're already pushed in.
Yeah, because early on in the series, it was very clear that the big strength here for Toronto Defiant was their aggressive play. They were just dictating when and where to take those fights. So for the opposition of ENCE here to, take a step back and let them come in and trap them there was a really, really great adjustment. Now, big question, of course, where are we heading? It is going to be Toronto Defiant's map pick. You want to see Gibraltar here, Jay?
There's no.
I put my money on
sure.
Gibraltar. If it's not Gibraltar, I'll be really surprised. There's an option, maybe if they have like a hybrid they think is going to be really, really dominant. But for me, Gibraltar's the obvious choice. I feel really, really confident. Yeah,
there you go.
Winston,
And again,
just a Winston map.
Yeah, exactly. Just to recap for the audience who might not be familiar, Vestola primarily likes those Brawl heroes or the Sigma composition, whereas Toronto Defiant, of course, with someone exceptional Winston player. And so this map, because it is so good for the dive compositions, it really does favor Toronto Defiant. And so it's no surprise to see them go towards these high ground maps.
So on the other side here of ENCE, what do you see them doing? Do you think they're just gonna toss away, or they're just gonna stick to those Brawl or / rush compositions, or do you feel like they have to try and match them into Winston?
I think
is that a good idea against someone? I don't think so.
What we've seen from them before is playing D.Va and Baptiste. And honestly, for people at home, like if you wanted to match a Winston dive and you're not confident on the Winston, not confident on the Ana, D.Va Bap, I mean, this style definitely works. It's pretty decent, but for me at this level of the game, Winston is way too good, and when it's really executed to this maximal perfection that we can expect from a team like Toronto Defiant, I don't really think it's possible to compete. Frankly, I think this is like an 80-20 comp matchup at the elite professional level. But I think, to be honest, this D.Va Bap with Kevster's explosive Genji, it's not easy to do, but if anyone can do it, I believe in Kevster. He finds incredible openings, sometimes without much support from the team. Sometimes he's that one-man army. You know better than most, John.
Yeah. absolutely. I 100% agree, but looking towards the rest of the series too, like Hybrid, Push, Flashpoint, these are all good map types, I feel like, for ENCE as well. They can get familiar with those map types. So even though we very much favor Toronto Defiant on this particular map, Gibraltar here in Escort, I think this is still going to be a really competitive series throughout.
Absolutely. Well, we'll find out what both of those teams have in store for us in just a little bit. But for now, we're heading back over to our casters to set the stage for this. We have winning Gibraltar here.
Thank you very much, Desk. Yes, we're going to Watch Point Gibraltar now for our Escort map. Rose, Toronto, you know, thinking ahead a little bit here, it seems.
They really are, though, because when you take a look at that Escort pool, you see Circuit Royale and you go, oh, Sigma map. May as well deny that opportunity for ENCE to potentially better the win rate that they have on Escort right now, which is 17%. Not looking so great, but if you allow them to pick Circuit Royale on their own map pick, then you're giving them a huge boon.
Yeah, it feels like a really smart decision to go here. You can play dive. Someone can play ball if he wants to. He can play Winston. I'd imagine the Winston, unless they want to just do some sort of variation of the rush, but Winston and dive is just so good on this map. Not the game type as well, but definitely the strongest here. Yeah, all right, let's go. Map number 2 coming up. It's ENCE. It's Toronto Defiant. ENCE taking the lead fairly early, taking Busan, as we load into map number 2 here in the lower brackets.
When you think about their map pools, you definitely expect that Toronto Defiant are going to have the upper hand. Watchpoint Gibraltar is a very classic dive map. A lot of teams liking to rely on the Winston. Sometimes we see teams like Space Station Gaming maybe like not play the Winston dive, maybe opting to play even just the Reinhardt with the Symmetra. So we've seen teams do it before, not match a dive on this map, but it's going to be so difficult to not do that when you know that someone is waiting for you with that Winston. So the Dust talked about this. Maybe just lean into the Diva with the bat. Diva Kiriko.
Got to be pretty scared as well of Kevster's Widow. Gates unlocked. What can Kevster show us today on the Widowmaker? Not sure it's going to be too much. Maybe he just goes for a quick swap, but he plays super far back. Oh, ooh. He's actually jumping over to Echo here, just aiding in the dive. Vestola and Kai. Going to be a hard-fought battle, though, against Merit on Cassidy, who's already holding this high ground. Can retreat to blue box if he wants to as well.
Vestola's a really good Diva. So you're going to see these opportunities for Vestola to try to work with these dive units. But as Toronto have this high ground control, that's really have to force them to make their own agency. Force them down to the cart. That's why they're going to just play down here at the moment. Let Toronto come to them.
Yeah, getting it through the car wash is normally quite difficult. If you can force them all the way back like this, it should be pretty easy. Oh, that was 2 quick kills there from Toronto, just eliminating the backline off screen. If they can get this DMF, it'll be large. So they're so low. Should have enough Matrix here to survive. In fact, it will be a quick, swift step in the Suzu from Ghost to keep him up.
Vestola is at least giving a lot of healing opportunity over to both Masa and Ghost. To help work up to those ultimates just a little bit faster. For RuPaul Vega, they're playing such a defensive backline. It's going to be very difficult for Vestola to actually find an opening to dive onto either of those targets. We've got a shield bash waiting to go, a
Yeah, you just get bullied if you're the Diva there, unfortunately. Even with the Matrix, it's so hard to get stuff done. The biggest thing you're doing right now is probably looking to eat the nade, eat the sleep, or eat some damage that's flung towards Kevster's way. Oh, nice mag nade there from there. I mean, all the damage thrown at both Kai and Kevster. This is a mountain to climb by the looks of it for ENCE. Half the time it's gone already. Might be able to get D-Mag. They do.
That's a big deal. Means that Vestola is going to have to give up all of that charge to try to switch to another hero and come back. Look at that. Gives up a lot of momentum there just to be able to get back out of spawn a little bit faster. Sub 2 minutes now for ENCE to try to capture this first objective. And Toronto Defiant, they're not giving up an inch. Still with this high ground control, Merit having the Deadeye, making that even more difficult to assail.
I mean, Merit is immortal on this high ground. Tries on a duplication. Vega pops the rally back. Has been antied by the Duke Ana. They've got to try and find something here. They eventually kill Merit. And this free nano boost from Kevster might just be good enough to get the payload going again. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go now as they around this final corner. and have that round circle, that letter A in their sights. But the nano boost from RuPaul is going to make it a little bit more difficult than they wanted.
Yep, big contest coming through here from Toronto.
3 minutes to go, Rose. The guy's already dead. A DreamHack on Vestola. The perfect re-engage from Toronto to fight. Mary does end up falling, but I think someone's just done enough damage. The bubble to block off all the healing. A little stagger potentially on Kevster too. Not quite. Sugar Free wants to end it right there. 1 minute to go. Toronto Defiant looking like they're going to hold this first point.
The ultimate investment from ENCE was really good there. They had to throw 3 things, though, at that last fight in order to even get close to being able to touch that first objective. All the while, Toronto, they took those L's really quickly. They were able to come back in with that nano boost from RuPaul that meant that there was too much survivability there from someone so that ENCE just couldn't have anything else to throw at that. Still looking for something else to help push them over this line. As there's only 30 seconds left, this is going to be ENCE's final shot here if they don't do it now, and Vestola's going to get DreamHack before he has the ult.
There's nothing left. Sugar Free's dead. They do end up trading, but it doesn't matter. Rally. Sugar Free's going to come back with Pulse Bomb. Is that it? Is that all ENCE can muster on this first point? Vestola's going to come back in just a moment. Kevster, Kai, they're going to have to keep it alive, but a sleep onto Kevster's dupe and a quick kill by RuPaul. Only a second remains. The Toronto Defiant are holding strong on this first point.
That last second contest with 30 seconds left was so good from Toronto to find that nano boost, just sealing the deal there for them to be able to keep that defense alive. The full hold comes through on Watchpoint Gibraltar. ENCE having to match that is going to be a tall ask.
Only takes a couple of clean fights, and the issue there for ENCE too, the fights weren't exactly clean. When they did end up winning them, it was extremely scrappy, and they weren't able to kind of press the issue, press that advantage. And 83 meters, we'll basically call it first. The payload was pretty much there. Toronto Defiant, you can see why they wanted to come here and take away a choice from ENCE too, like you were talking about at the very top.
Yeah,
not giving them a chance to go to a map they maybe prefer, like Circuit.
Yeah, well, exactly. If you give them the opportunity to pick the escort, they pick the best escort in the pool for them. So may as well take that away, pick Gibraltar, pick the Winston map, and make ENCE have a lot of difficulty with this one. Look, ENCE, actually, they don't even want to play the dive here when they come out on the defense. They're going to have the Ramatra.
Yeah, going to play Rush with May. We'll see if Toronto have any idea this is going on. We'll get a quick listening.
First point.
Yeah.
Mega really happy point.
Yeah. Up by so.
3, 2, 1. Attackers in.
Touch point. May. Okay. After walk with that, I'm gonna need it. Mesa.
계속. 람다 포.
No block.
도스를 끼워. 오케이. 도스 끼워.
3, 2, 8.
매.
Shooting ram. Ram shot
앞플라 빼. 슛라.
Shooting ram. Ramlo. Shoot him. Push ram one. Nice. Wait, take our. That's us.
됐다. 왜 위니트 블락 해. 언더. 대건어 롯데.
Yeah, you guys do it. You can block on it. Okay.
It's as easy as that for Toronto Defiant to break that spawn hold from ENCE. They called out the nade instantly, then that's a big nade. Huge lamp from Ghost, but they're also low. Regenerative burst and a couple of right clicks on the floor should see them through this initial bit of damage. But look at this, Sugar Free with a stick. Kai dead. Toronto Defiant taking ENCE to the slaughterhouse.
It was the best effort that they could give, though, with that close hold. And they're still giving it all they've got with this May, helping to stall out this card just a little bit. But as you heard the comms, Toronto calling out all of those cooldowns to keep this defense alive from ENCE and punish them as soon as they are off the board. And with that, yet another clean fight win for Toronto, and one more away from being able to take this map and even up our series.
Look at those ults from Toronto Defiant as well, and look at someone playing in the spawn. Oh, I've got Primal Rage, don't you worry about it. Oh, don't you worry about the payload either. We've got it. Toronto Defiant lock that map in with ease.
Just easy as that. You call it 1, 2, 3. Get the nades, get the pounce, Get the Tesla cannon picks. It's all as simple as that for Toronto Defiant.
You wouldn't have guessed that there, Matt PK. One apiece now in this lower bracket. Loser here does go home. Like we said before, a couple of maps ago, NA and EU, they've been just at each other's throats this whole time. Some of the only games that haven't been pure sweeps here, and this isn't exactly looking like a sweep. Well, if Toronto Defiant repeat that performance, maybe it will be, but look, Busan end up taking it, and Toronto Defiant picking a map they know they can excel at. Vestola just unable to get much stuff done on the D.Va at all. Even the Ram too, he rolled out on the Ram and the Mei, and Toronto Defiant sniffed it out. I was like, okay, well, we'll nade, we'll bubble. Like, yeah, it's so.
Well, it's so unfortunate because even on their first attack push, Vestola actually had an opportunity to potentially even get back into the mech. That D.Va ultimate not coming online quite in time, but that's where you saw that D-mech a couple of fights ago really come back to bite them, having to actually go back in, spawn, change heroes, and come back out.
There you go, a little speed run from Toronto Defiant and Watch Point Gibraltar. We'll jump over to the desk though. They'll break that one down.
Yeah, well, Jack, not too much to break down here. That was a quick one, and it went pretty much exactly like we expected when we were setting this one up. Gibraltar is where Toronto Defiant took us. They got to play their game there, looking good on that Winston. Vistola's D.Va just couldn't quite get the job done there.
I mean, he's a great D.Va player. He's one of the best in the world,
Absolutely.
but I think it just proves that it's not a winnable matchup at this level of play. I mean, number one, I think, is honestly Brig, right? Like, as a D.Va, you can eat a lot of those Ana cooldowns. You could eat some of the Tracer damage. Cassidy, you could deal with him too, but Brig just feasts on you as D.Va, permanently proccing that heal for your teammates. Every time you fly, you're getting booped away. At least as Winston, you can drop the bubble, sometimes block Brig's heals. You could block her shield bash with the bubble. D.Va just has no favorable interactions in that matchup, and honestly, for a player like Vega, it's easy pickings.
Yeah, I mean, also, when you put someone like Kai on Tracer, who's mostly known for hitscan as well, it's just a suboptimal composition. I like the idea maybe of putting Kevster on the Echo is also another hero that he's really strong at, and maybe if you're thinking, well, we're going to play D.Va, which puts a lot of pressure onto a Winston, maybe we'll play Echo too, which also puts a lot of pressure onto the enemy tank as well. But, you know, this just wasn't the map for Ents that you're looking towards. And now I'm looking towards the next maps in the pool, right? I don't really, if I'm a player on Ents as well, I'm not like really into this match. I'm not just like overreacting to this match. Like, oh, like I feel like you should have won this one. No, of course not. Like this is a map you know that you're not really strong at. Mentally, you look forward towards the rest of the series. Beautiful on-nade here from RuPaul when the rotation comes in from NC Esports trying to take that high ground. So, you know, flawless play by Toronto Defiant. That's what we expect from them. But now looking forward, are we going to see Numbani? That is the big question for me. It is the map that Ents picked against Falcons. And remember, that was a very competitive Numbani where Kevster had that phenomenal backup, of course, which, you know, a bit of a failure on Falcons' part. So I don't know how much credit you want to give to Kevster. But it was a really competitive Numbani. It went into overtime. Both teams ended up capping Numbani. So now, on that map, you could potentially, as I say that, it was all for nothing, Jay.
You know, I was going to say this is for me.
I love where you tried to go with this one, but we're going to Pride Town instead.
They were competitive with Falcons. You can put Sigmas on the high ground. It's gonna they're playing Midtown.
Sorry.
All right. Well,
I mean, this is the other Sigma map on the board. I mean,
True.
This is really the Sigma, the most I think dominant Sigma map. I think this is actually a pretty tough map to play Winston for Toronto Defiant. I don't think the same tricks are going to work again. That being said, I think Toronto, they could like to go with the Sigma mirror. They could try and bring out maybe a faster rush style, maybe with the Mauga. One hero I do want to see, we talked about this on Busan, how, okay, Vestola keeps pulling back with that Sigma. He's kiting you out. He's farming out your resources, and you can't ever really threaten him because he's positioning so well. I'd love to see Sugar Free actually bring out the Mei. If you want to keep Merit on hit scan, that's a way to actually isolate Sigma and turn what would have been just this unstoppable wall into a legitimate kill target by cutting off Sig from his supports, Mei's damage unblockable through kinetic grasp. I think this is actually potentially a really, really good matchup for Toronto. If you want to play a rush style, if you want to confirm lock-in hit scan, then Mei is another way to put a ton of pressure on Vestola and really punish him for his hero pool.
Yeah.
I mean, we've definitely seen a lot of teams taking different approaches to Midtown in general. Iliari is definitely something we've also seen as Jack's face lighting up
to get all the
here
in there.
with joy. Interested, of course, the series 1-1 right now, so everything is still up for grabs as they are fighting for their tournament lives. Jack and Rose, how are we feeling about Midtown?
I love Midtown.
I don't want to see his Alari. That's what I don't want to see.
Yeah, Alari goes crazy on Midtown. Probably the only map you can really play Alari right now, to be fair.
Well, that's why we see students the game on it. Yeah, Alari, Lifeweaver.
I wish you could play it on more maps, honestly, but it's just too easy to isolate, sadly. I don't think we'll see it here. If we do, I'll be one happy boy, but we'll have to wait and see what Toronto Defiant want to pull out here. Of course, Ents, Rose, they got flattened on Watch Point Gibraltar. We're going to jump into Midtown, though. Map number 3 here in the lower brackets. Loser goes home. Toronto Defiant want to continue their speed run.
But you heard it from the desk. Watch Point Gibraltar, not necessarily a map that Ents were ever expected to win. They still had an opportunity to put a good fight out there, but look forward to the next one. Look forward to the birds. More birds on Midtown.
Do they just keep adding more birds every single match? I've never seen those birds. When were they under the Pizza Bowl?
Maybe that's just the Pride.
Yeah, they updated the Pride one and they added
with more birds.
Midtown with more birds.
That's gonna be the next April Fool's patch, you know, just for you.
Yeah. God, that'd be terrifying. Eric, once again, locking this Astros. Something we mentioned on Busan, it's not really seen a whole bunch. If you can play this very extended range, it's super clean. Cassidy, a bit more favorable, a bit more survivable, and the Magnate is very annoying to play around if you're like a dive hero. But when you have a backline with like RuPaul and Vega on the break in the back, so hard to deal with.
It is very difficult to deal with, but maybe one way you can do that, just run at it. That's why we're gonna see Ents actually switch off of the Sigma that Vestola is so well known for and think about this Ramatra to attack this first point. You've got the Lucio behind you, Masa can make those rotations much faster, and you have the shield from Vestola to at least also help make sure you're not taking too much poke from something like that Ashe. But they're taking a train car approach to this first point.
Yeah, they really want to get someone off of this high ground and just set Kai up with a nice angle. Sometimes it's kind of frustrating to duel the Ashe as the Sojourn. She can routinely just pop shots and you have to go for one of those charge up railgun shots, but that's a good first kill for Ents. Pushing in, pushing onto someone, popping the Nemesis form and just clocking him. Now the Mega Health Pack room is where Toronto Defiant will scurry to. However, look at the speed, the aggression from Ents. Vega is in a whole heap of hurt here. Just shoved in the fridge, pushed out of the room. And there we go, that should be the first point. I'm started capping, however, for these late kills should almost guarantee it.
Wow, that was a huge immortality field from Ghost, though. While everybody was hunkered down in that small room, that immortality field able to keep everybody alive, allowed Kai to be able to get such a big pick and Kevster to follow up that damage as well. So even though it took a little bit while to get off the ground, you do have this first point capture going the way of Ents. They unlock this payload and they can start to get the ball rolling. And so much to work with. Ghost being alive with all of that burst healing as well has been able to net him this amplification matrix. Not a bad way to be able to try to pressure Toronto off of this high ground or even just help boost up some of this damage here from Kai. Annihilation on the board too. Honestly, Ents is going to have everything to throw at this next fight as someone has also switched to the Mauga. Big switch up here for Toronto to try to deal with this Ramatra mano a mano.
Yeah, just waiting for that speed, waiting for the payload to get a little bit of distance here, then potentially push this high ground. See, slowly but surely, Kevster is moving the bot as Vestola takes an off angle. Still building towards that Annihilation, 5% away. Quite easy to get damaged in though against the Malva. No shield there, so.
Look at that. RuPaul 2 actually has the amplification matrix to answer to Ghosts when that gets laid down. But this card has been making progress this entire time. Already going to be underneath this tunnel as we now see everything get let loose.
Yeah, there's the Annihilation. Unfortunately, Kevster forced to recall, but he's having his own little 1v1 in the tunnels. And it's Vestola that ends up going down. That sound barrier from Barca not quite saving the frontliners. And, well, Kevster, like I said, wasn't really in that fight at all. Was having to duel Sugar-Free. Both Pulse Bombs in the hands. Just want to be able to join the team fight, pop the Pulse Bomb, and then run back to the payload. But unfortunately, Kevster couldn't play aggressive in that recall.
It's going to be tough now for Toronto to find to actually get taken off of this high ground too. Vega's going to have this rally. One of the advantages of having the Brigitte, not necessarily Lucio, is that you can actually take these brawls a little bit better knowing that you have that extra rally health. That's going to get popped now in response.
Really nice boot there from Vega. You see the whip shot come out as soon as that railgun goes overclock. Oh, spot. It connected. Oh, and it connected with Vestola. The perfect target for Toronto Defiant there. Guy trying to get round Mauga, just somehow just weaving around him and attempting to get shots in, but Toronto Defiant are going to stand tall. That post bomb from Sugarberry couldn't have been better.
Kevster's on 1 HP. Someone please heal him.
Hello.
Okay, all good. Able to get back to the team, gives over a little bit more healing over to Masa and Ghost as well, since now making another rotation. Vestola over to the Sigma. They're using that Annihilation and not getting much with it. Goes back to something that's a little bit more comfortable to deal with this Mauga. The shield gonna fare a little bit better to stop a lot of that incoming gun damage. But this cart is so awkward because you have to figure out a way to actually pressure Toronto off of this. You're hoping maybe the Amplification Matrix is one way to help you, or just brute force your way through.
Merit's been farming damage to these bobs, are coming up so rapidly. Good stick onto Vega. Better lamp though from RuPaul, saving the brig. Here comes the sound barrier in amongst that cage. Oh! By the way, Kev's stealing the bot the whole time. End state, come at us, bros. No problem. Kevster and Sugarfree just deciding not to 1v1 there as Kevster just steals the bot. Merit unable to even throw the bob out either. Everyone just piled onto that corner and Kevster took perfect advantage of it and just stole it away from him.
If it was anybody I would expect to do that, it's Kevster to do it twice in the Dallas Major so far. Kevster, though, going to switch to the Kenji. A little bit better in these vertical areas that you have on this third point, but yeah, Bob not being used in that last fight means that they do have it now. It's a little bit more of an insurance policy to have as his payload to get ever closer to that final point. But here's the Amplification Matrix first from Ghost, as everybody just kites away from it from Toronto until you see this Gravitic Flux.
Or they catch two, and those picks are so separated too. That lamp had to go one way or the other, and it did not go someone's way. They used it to save Merit in the end. Merit gets the ball off, but I mean, the bob's going to get insta-killed. They focus it down perfectly, and then just continue this payload going. Vega's on the point. Had to use that bash to get out of there. Pops the rally, trying to save RuPaul, but Sugarfree with this overhealth might be the difference maker with this pulse bomb, but Vega just permanently under 50% HP as then springboard back into this fight.
It's a slow burn, but Enter continuing to whittle away at this car progress. Kai with overclock too, he just wants to wait for those sights to line up.
Pulse bomb going wide too. I mean, Sugarfree needed to connect that onto Kai. Here comes the overclock. Escort service by Vestola here as he walks Kai around this sideline. She's trying to get an angle on the back line. Vega taking a railgun shot to the chest, ends up bashing away and using their own window as sort of a pseudo cover. No one's going to pick that at your end. You can see them kind of lining up behind this large pillar, but now is the time to strike. A beat into the back line as Kevster spots his prey. A rock onto Merit, but he still stands tall. Kevster with a nice little deflect kill onto Merit there. A final Shuriken landing directly in his skull. And Ents are going to push on forward. Kevster with 2 kills already in this fight. A small position is good for Toronto Defiant here, and Kevster's keeping them in this fight, but it's taking too long to end.
Taking way too long to end, which means that all of these respawns from Toronto Defiant are going to overwhelm the rest of the forces here from Ents. They've got to go back to the drawing board. They held onto this blade. It is going to be over a minute left in the clock for them to still try to get that extra little bit of meterage. The Amplification Matrix, one great way to be able to open up this fight. And then the blade and the Gravitic Flux too. Pretty powerful combination on board here for Ents, but they're going to have to get through this rally from Vega that's coming up very shortly.
Yeah, 1 minute to go, like you mentioned. This lamp cannot go wide here if you're Ghost. You have to just be patient with it. Patient he was. Everybody crashes back down, but it's actually Ghost that ends up getting taken out by Merit in the skies. 30 seconds, Ents need to find a reset here, but look at the low health on their entire roster. Master and Vestola chase down, and Sugarfree's trying to make it a little bit more difficult to come back, but Kai narrowly escapes with his life.
He does, but that's the important thing. They get a chance to attack this once again as a full team of 5. But for Masa to come back out means that they do have a huge potential to get in here quickly. And they still have all those tools to work with. Only getting the Gravitic Flux out of Toronto is still one less ultimate to have to worry about as the clock starts to wind down.
Oh, Merit on the sidelines too with a bomb. Do they know? I don't think so. Bob through the window, and now you have to deal with him and Merit on a flank. Vestola just isolated. Bob just doing so much work there for Toronto Defiant. And there's the payload. Stopped just before third. Ents didn't see that one coming one bit.
But Bob, such a great tool to split up the team, split up their focus. They need the rally on top of that too, which made it easy pickings to go after the side that you wanted to the most. Fantastic way for Toronto Defiant to end that map, and still made that payload go very far. Almost hit the finish line for their attack push.
Well, the map will end here. That is exactly what we know right now, at least. Ents now get their chance to attack. I really like it, Merit. How is that possible? What dev is in the audience right now making sure they put more pigeons in the mid-dev?
The next April Fool's patch will be more pigeons, and you can use them as Overwatch heroes. I don't know, throw them, hey, see, look!
The audience agrees.
Throw
The
them at
audience
people.
definitely agrees with that. God.
The bullets are pigeons
Instead of the
now.
googly eyes, it's just like a pigeon hat or like a pigeon mask.
All the pigeon cosmetics. It's your worst nightmare. Take a look at Ents on the defense. Kevster going over to the May. Really survivable hero, and also going to make these close quarter fights just a little bit harder if you see the match. Something that Des talked about. Kevster very good at this May pick, able to help create a little bit more territory for Ents to work around with. But look at this. Toronto Defiant maybe pulling their best Space Station Gaming look right now, as someone's going to be coming out on the Reinhardt.
Yeah, a little cosplay. Wrap around, onto the point. Exactly their game. I mean, Ents have so much experience, though, against this cold fight playing Space Station Gaming over in EU. Lamp used pretty early by RuPaul. What a shot by Ghost, taking down Sugar Free. And look at this. A fight in the laundromat. Exactly where you want to be. Oh, my word. You're not going to survive that, unfortunately, even with that giant Rhine hammer. You see someone, only 20% ult charge. You're expecting him to have like 50, 60 if he was swinging that whole time, but he's trying to hold the shield, protect the rest of his team. Maybe helping Merit to secure kills, but not to be. Ents collapse and crush it.
And still is able to take these really long off angles too with Kai on Sojourn. Have a little bit more one-shot potential with those charge-up railgun shots. But you're looking at Toronto taking a different approach to things now. Don't want to go to the laundry. They're going to see where Ents are coming from and actually just bamboozle and go underneath the car.
Yeah, they're just going to go directly under. More of a default route to take. They know Vestola is off of the high ground right now, but she's taking a lot of damage. Just jumping there. There is a small little gap. You can kind of shoot someone's feet under there.
They're taking a lot of time.
They are. 2.5 minutes to go. Vestola gets eliminated, but it's a Kai looking for this off angle here. Disrupt shot in the doorway. 3 HP. Narrowly escapes. Oh, and look at that. That wall is perfect. RuPaul gets isolated. A perfectly placed wall by Kevster stops him from rejoining the rest of his team. They do end up killing Ghost, but not sure it mattered all too much. Merit on the high ground. A very scrappy affair so far. As Merit trying to take names and numbers as Toronto Defiant. They're trying to move towards that point. Look at someone's HP. It's all the Merit show right now. Muscle with the Cheerios. Can't get it done. Oh!
Drop in the bag. Deserved, I think, though, that he's able to actually earn the first point there for Toronto Defiant. Breaks through such a difficult hold that Ents had. Any of those close quarter fights going the way of Ents so far, but Toronto Defiant opening up this payload. Ents falling so quickly, though, means that they aren't able to get very forward position on the second point defense. And they have so many tools to work with. Kevster, though, goes down with a blizzard.
Man, Kevster got popped there. Yeah, you can see the game plan there was keep the corner, throw the blizzard out, and hopefully find some kills. But, I mean, Merit, he's the sheriff in this town. Kai popping the overclock, but he does not care. My God, he is lights out. Just give it to him. Let him hang, Merit.
Merit's just another day in the office. Look at that. No smile, no nothing. So cool, calm, and collected as they gear up for this next fight. Toronto taking the high ground away from Ents. Still unable to use the Blizzard or the Flux. Here comes the Flux, though.
That is so early.
It's gonna get
Can
nobody.
they actually catch anybody? If they stick on the doorway, yes, it can. Another beautiful wall by Kevster, but now they're locked in here with a Blizzard. Sound barriers on either side. They need to come out, but Vegas, I think that may have been an AG. I'm not entirely sure, but Ents They ended up just cleaning up here with the help of Kai. Merit eventually shut down. The wall comes up from Kevster again, isolating someone. They eventually slay him. They've stopped the payload, but for how long?
I really like the game plan, though, from Toronto Defiant. The fact that they're able to freeze through the blizzard. They use the amplification matrix once everybody in ENT was also caught up by that. But we're going to see Sugar Free switch over to the Tracer, so no more Mei that side. Someone's still sticking to the Ramacha. The Annihilation coming up for them very quickly. But 2.5 minutes left for them to try to make some progress on the second point. And look at that, Sugar Free actually trying to push the pressure. That payload is moving. Finally, and sniff out what's happening here, but maybe not before Sugar Free's able to get away.
Create so much space though, look. I would just take this high ground. Master and Kevster just chase Sugar Free through a recall. Managed to claim the kill too, and now they have to fight this high ground. Walls, no one can escape. Unfortunately there, Merit rolled on top of it after getting boomed up into the sky, and I think that aided him more than it actually hindered him. The Annihilation from someone is going to rip and tear him on this high ground. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go for Toronto. And they got firm control of this payload now.
Give them a much better vantage point to be able to get those picks. Well, they can. They've got the Deadeye. They're also just going to be able to push them all back here.
Speed boost, Deadeye, dodges the rod. There's the grass pushed out of it. Oh, eventually slain. 2 meters to go. Kevster's got the touch here, so they don't get a free cap. But he's need to perform a miracle at this point to keep him alive. And maybe a miracle is what is seen in his future. RuPaul ends up going down, but someone in Sugar Free eventually come back. Another scrappy affair on this point. It's only Vega, the Lucio player, just trying to dance, trying to get that 1 meter in. Eventually they claim the point again and secure it, but look at how close it is. 1.16 meters. And just a miracle that they managed to come back in that one. But now they have to deal with this sound barrier coming through from Vega. If they go fast here, Rose, it could be all over.
Not a bad strategy for Toronto, though, to try to give enough time for this payload to make its way to that checkpoint before having to use anything. But now they have ultimates in order to ensure that it's going to be able to get the job done. And don't have the sound barrier up quite yet. Kai has the overclock build that he can shit now, but you do have the sound barrier that Vega's held on to.
Now they're just going to dodge away from this overclock. Kai finding a nice couple of angles here, but is still scared to peek that window. Sound barrier coming through from Vega and Marshall at the same time there. So both beats utilised. It's up to Sugar Free to put pressure on this backline. A nice little boop onto Ghost, and someone follows it up with a kill. A little haymaker there, knocking Ghost for 6. And Sugar Free chasing down Master. A nice little cherry on top with the stick too, but Bestower's arms were crisscrossed. He managed to survive that pulse bomb, but with not much health remaining. There's the point. And Toronto have victory in their sights now, but they haven't got a lot of time to do it in.
Not a lot of time, but maybe exactly what they need is someone who's going to have that Annihilation up soon for this next fight. Ghost, though, with his amplification matrix, might be able to help turn the tides in Ence's favor. But these team fights need to be clean, they need to be fast, these eliminations need to also be swift if Toronto Defiant want to make it through with this time bank. A minute's not a lot left to work with.
Not a lot of time at all, Rose. Here comes the window. Deadly in the right hands. And Kai is those hands, most definitely. Fully charged railgun. Oh, but Merit takes down Ghost. He's on a nice little angle. Oh, the double tap onto Kevster is disgusting. That lamb is going to save him. Is there nothing this man can't do? Stone cold killer. Face with zero emotion. Blood running through his veins, as hot as anything. I mean, there is nothing that can stop Merit when he is on fire like this.
But he knows the job isn't done just yet. He's going to try to push the advantage just a little bit forward, but there's only one more fight that Toronto Defiant need in order to take this map and take the lead in the series.
Time to step right up, that high noon being pushed forward with that speed boost. A blue box of victory in their sights as the Annihilations are pulled on the point. Both brands staring at each other, but the sound barrier from Vega might just be the one to do it. A pulse bomb coming through from Sugar Free in just a moment as Nestola's health bar is getting torn apart. However, the Master sound barrier comes in just in time. A Hail Mary pulse bomb goes wide as OT ticks down as Ents come up clutch. Master's sound barrier saves them at the final hurdle as Ents secure the map.
That came down to the wire there. Toronto Defiant just not able to put enough pressure onto that defensive ends in order to bully their way through. The respawn's too much for them, and then that sound barrier at the end from Masa, as you put it, just the final nail in the coffin for them to be able to secure that defense and the map. They're going to lead the series right now.
So clutch there at the very end to keep Vestola alive in that annihilation. Pretty hard to take down a Ram when he's crossing his arms like that with all that extra armor and whatnot, but Masa coming in clutch. I mean, Sugar Free's post bomb, if that connected, maybe they turned that one around as well, but it was such a Hail Mary, and Ghost almost predicted that one as well. You can see him kind of backing up as soon as he saw Sugar Free getting close. Ents on match point now, 2-1 in the series. All toss to the desk, they can break that one down and set us up for the next one.
We will indeed. Thank you so much, Necra and Jack, Jake and Johnny. What a series this has been. Ents is playing this one so very close. In fact, they are now pulling ahead and are finding themselves on match point, heading into this map, or rather into the series as a whole. Merit, Jake, you said, is the player you're watching out for here, and not just because there's a lot of personal connection for you. It is the player you wanted to see popping off. That's exactly what he's been delivering.
I mean, I think he's one of the most exciting players in the game right now, and that's because of what he can do in matches. This guy pops off to another level sometimes in these clutch scenarios. I mean, that attack, it's like a 1v5. I mean, I think he got almost all 5 elims, all headshots, back to back to back. I mean, when this guy catches fire, he reaches a level that I've rarely seen any player in the history of the game attain and attain consistently. And so he's someone I'm very, very interested to watch as the series progresses. If he can continue to play at this level, I think Toronto Defiant, they might be down in the series, but I still have so much confidence in them.
Also, one thing I really like about Toronto Defiant, it's the playmaking that they're doing as well. We saw, for example, on the defense, Merit comes in clutch with a huge flank, putting the bob, of course. And if you can keep those flanks going, if you can make plays like that, if you can be the aggressor and initiator in that regard, I think that's a really good sign. Because for the most part, did feel like Ents was in control of that series. Kevster had a really good May. The Blizzards, the Walls made a big difference, especially as Toronto Defiant came out playing that Reinhardt composition. You saw the Kevster separated the tank from the backline, and that set up some plays. But even on point B, you know, the Blizzard from Kevster, really good. So I do think that as Esports, they're kind of in control of this series now. Of course, this was their map pick after losing Gibraltar, so it's a map they're really comfortable on. But if I'm Toronto Defiant now, we can't, like, in the post-game, Jake, talk about Merit 1 versus 5. I feel like it's for the rest of Toronto Defiant as well here, to come up clutch and start to figure out how do we deal with the compositions and what NC Sports are doing.
I'd love to hit on those compositions, actually. Let's go bigger picture here at what we saw, because there was a lot of counter-swapping happening.
I mean, to be honest, I think what this map showed me is that when Toronto doesn't have a decisive comp advantage and on Midtown, they're, for the most part, mirroring, like a little bit of Ram, a little bit of Sig, a few swaps here and there. I think Kevster's flexibility, I'm glad you hit that, Johnny, because I think, you know, when we talk about DPS flexibility as we have all tournament long, I mean, who better to represent that than Kevster? This guy's the original Hyperflex player, has been playing every DPS hero in the game for as long as I can remember playing against this guy. I mean, I think the May is one of those you don't see as often, but it's a vintage Kevster pick. He's elite on the hero. And when Toronto does not generate the advantage off of their picks, individual play-wise, Ents is going toe-to-toe. They are no easy opponent. And so Toronto needs to keep that advantage going based on the strategy, based on the pick. That's their road to get a decisive win. If Ents can just force things into a mirror, they've proven that they have what it takes to win the series.
Absolutely. Now, it is going to be Toronto's map pick. Obviously, we are now down to a lot fewer choices, if you will, for them. Is there any particular map you feel like they have their eyes set on? Anything they could really strategically pull out of the hat, which would give them the advantage?
I feel like you were probably leaning that you get more kind of value out of picking a push map here, because there is some difference to the push maps. I'd shy away from Colosseo personally, because that maybe opens the door for Ents to play maybe a Sigma. We've seen some of the teams, they like to play the longer hit scan heroes on there. You know, they like to get onto the high ground of Colosseo, slow things down, and then find those opening picks before the opponent really has a chance to push into your territory, right? I do feel like maybe you want to go to an Esperanza here. It's a map we haven't really seen so far this tournament, but it's a map you're really comfortable on. And if memory serves me right, NC Sports is a map that they primarily played Chase on in the past, you know, especially in a very different meta back then, because you actually were able to play stuff besides Mauga, for example. But I do feel like Esperanza could be a pretty solid pick here. Or, you know, we've seen a couple of teams like Space Station, they're happy to go to a flashpoint pick like New Junk City, for example, if you don't want to play Saravasa, which usually is the default.
I mean, I think Toronto, they're a very strategic team. I think they will go with the push map. I would pick Esperanza if I was in their position. I think that gives them the closest range engagements, the best option to run over Vistola, get him off Sigma, or at least if he's going to be on Sigma, he's going to have to cross difficult corners where, you know, it's super easy to get your backline just completely dominated. Whether it's the Mauga, whether it's the Winston. Esperanza, I think, is the best Winston map of the push 3. And so if you wanted to bring it back to the Winston that's been so successful for you on Toronto Defiant, I think you go to Esperanza, even if it is the Mauga, whether they want to take it as with the May rush into the Sigma, whatever their strategic choice is, I think all in all, you're putting Ents on the back foot, picking Esperanza. So that's what I expect to see.
And we haven't really seen the Mauga pick come out from NC Esports at all, right? So there's no guarantee that even if you go to Esperanza and maybe you're in danger of facing that Mauga, maybe it's not a composition that NC Esports want to play, right? But it does seem like after, especially map 1 and now Midtown as well, Toronto Defiant, they're happy to settle into that Ramato composition. So maybe that's something they want to keep doing with some more minor adjustments. I just do think that Toronto Defiant, they have so many options here. I'd honestly like to see the Mauga, but if, again, it's not something they've really practiced going into this tournament, maybe they didn't expect Mauga to be that powerful. I'm not sure. Maybe they don't feel like they can be quite as aggressive as some of the Korean teams we've seen, who execute the overrun strat perfectly for you to go deep with the overrun, right? Maybe Toronto Defiant not as comfortable with those deep pushes. I feel like Esperanza should be the map pick here. It's overall been a really played map, and I think it would serve the compositions that we've seen from Toronto so far.
Right on. So that's what you guys want to see. You know what I want to see? You want to? That's what I want to see.
What is this pizza doing? They're eating the frame.
It's rough out here, and the streets are real on Midtown.
How they got so much strength to break a bird pizza box?
Birds, Jaws.
What?
Wait.
I love how it's got the confetti too. Like
they're celebrating the pigeons.
Are they?
Yeah.
Do we really need to celebrate the pigeons, really?
Yeah, we do actually. I mean, it is on Midtown, which is based on New York, and that's the biggest pigeon population of the world.
It
exceeds 1 million pigeons in New York.
I'm surprised it's not like
Pigeon
Italy
facts
or
with
something. It's really not Italy or like Rome?
It's New York.
It's New York. We need Matt for a fact check, I think.
Go ahead.
He's not going to give me an answer at all.
No.
He's
never outside. He doesn't know.
You know, after that, I need to see someone make a pigeon fan cam.
Like a fan edit?
Yeah, exactly. We need a pigeon fan
You've
cam.
said it, it's going to be real.
All right, yeah, I'm speaking into existence. Well, look at that, though. We've got our next map in the series. Johnny was talking maybe about being able to see Esperanza, but we've got Coliseo, push map, coming up next.
All right, chosen by Toronto Defiant too. What do you expect we're going to see here from Toronto? Because Ents, a bit more of a telegraph in terms of competition here. As we head into our 4th map. Still Ents are looking good. Toronto Defiant and Ents EU versus NA. They've been slugfest so far, and this is no different.
Maybe what is different, though, is seeing Toronto Defiant in this position. This has been the hardest series for them so far in the tournament. And Ents, they're sitting right now at the potential of sending them home. Cannot believe that this is maybe where Toronto Defiant's end could run, but this is their pick. This is where they believe that they can start to turn things around. And maybe it's all off the back of some Mauga.
4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, Ents and Toronto, they're out the doors on the way to the bot. Mauga versus the Sigma. And Toronto, again, kind of picking the Mauga to try and counteract the Sigma comp. They want to just get behind them as quickly as possible.
But how easy is it going to be knowing that Kevster has picked up the May? This May going to be a great tool to isolate out this Mauga and even just be able to slow down some of that aggression.
We're going to have to go quickly, force out the wall first. There it is. Big cooldown already gone. Nice rock. I think maybe got hit by that rock there. Look at those headshots coming through from Merit, though. No land, no nothing is going to save you from that, unfortunately. Ghost land going quite by the wayside there. As Kai just slides on in. Oh, Merit. His aim is crispy clean. Even on a bad day, he looks too good. Switching over to the Genji now, just foregoing the Mei completely. There's not many, I mean, in mid, you can definitely play a pick like that, but as it gets more wide and open, it's so much more tough.
Oh, it is, but Yeah, you can't even try when Vega takes you down like that.
Nice.
So close the doors wide open here for Toronto to just keep making this progress. At least the spawns are close. Kepster can come back into the conversation very quickly, but not before RuPaul might have this Kitsune rush.
Yeah, 10% away. And counting. I mean, look, they ripped this early. They know N-Tong going to have ults here. Because of how much fighting they've been doing, how much damage they've been doing too. But it's actually Kai that settles the score with RuPaul there. With a railgun shot to the back. And a window. Just a nice little victory firework there for Ents. That rush pulled by RuPaul. I mean, that's exactly what you want to do, right? You want to be able to get up in their faces and just push them over to get that free checkpoint, but not to be. A perfect placed railgun shot there from Kai ended it all.
That is going to be the danger of Toronto Defiant picking this map. You've just gifted over maybe one of the best maps for Sojourn over to one of those lethal Sojourns that we have. Kai, gonna have this overclock very soon. Maybe able to pair that with something like this Gravitic Flux. But Vega with a sound barrier. That's what I'm looking at right now to see how Vega might use this. To bolster up the blade from Sugar Free or just as a response.
Instead of getting booped away, has to deal with the lamp first, but oh, not if Ghost just walks out of it. 1, 2, 3 slashes, can't quite take down the Sojourn, but Vega was there with the backup. Only Kevster and Vestola now. Vestola trying to find a target, but everybody's just running rings around it. Nice little rock onto the Lucio. There should be an easy kill. Vega just taxiing the box and taxiing the rest of his team. Vestola does need to die here at some point. There we go. Late death, actually. Might cost him a little bit.
A little bit of a late death. This bot's not moving too much further, though. Even with that, Vega overextended. That's not something that Kai is going to let go unpunished. So just like that, maybe a lead Toronto we're able to get has been squandered. And it's able to take back control of this bot and at least push it back to the neutral.
Let's show Sugar Free how it's done with this blade in just a moment. Double headshot there with the Shurikens. He's just playing on this little bit of high ground here, using that glass.
This ends now.
They're going to the railgun first. They're going to try and force some cooldowns out and then maybe finish the job off. High noon bombed by Merit. Look at all that support too. We can pop the cardiac overdrive to make sure he can stay alive in that one. There goes the Magnet a little bit wide as Kevster pulls the blade. Sugar Free already dead. Sound barrier take. Kevster sustained through the fight. That cage disappearing almost instantly there.
Got no value, even though it was trying to lock Kevster down, and even still, Ents going to be able to get the better of that fight. Sound barrier invested by both Vega and Mazu leaves the field even to be for the next few moments.
Big death as well there at the very end. They're going to take the lead. And if they hold forward, Rose, if they get this flux, they might even take checkpoint.
That's what I was thinking. It's like even up until the moments that Kevster is able to get that triple. So, ends with the lead. Maybe even a checkpoint coming up soon. But Vestola with the flux now. Does he have a prime opportunity to use it? He gets moved away.
As you managed to kill Kai, Kevster might be next on the chopping block. A little bit of that speed boost there is Sugar Free running through that rush up. He's in a small room. Resets galore if he can find the initial kill, but it's RuPaul and someone just kind of hinting into the back line. There's no support. The bot has been stolen though by Vega. That's going to hold this push quite considerably. They're not going to be able to get checkpoint now. I think Ents are going to be able to, well, are going to now have to fight Toronto Defiant coming off of respawns.
Yeah, and luckily, Vega's able to escape with his life after doing such a risky play, but it did allow Toronto Defiant to actually get another contest and chance at this.
Don't let him get it.
Ooh. Very, very close.
Like 0.1 meters or something crazy. There's the blade, the flux too. Where's the targets for Sugar Free? The lamp's gone, but so is he. Takes one with him, however, but Kai and Kevster, of course they're filling the kill feed. Nice deflect kill onto Merit, and that is the checkpoint for Ents.
Checkpoint off the back of the blade. The sound barrier as well. Okay, Vega leading the score a little bit, but the fact that they have this checkpoint means that they do have these forward spawns for now. Can they get back into this before Toronto make it past this midway point? They've got to walk into this Deadeye from Merit. And it's not going to be too much longer until Vega has this sound barrier up as well as another cage. But tussling over the point again, maybe Kai can open things up with this overclock.
Little high noon, sped up with the speed boost plus sustained with the beats. Here comes the soundbar from Vega, though, from Toronto Defiant. Sugar Free first of all. Ents pressing the issue now. You can see how trapped someone is. Has to earn this ultimate ASAP. No cardiac overdrive. There it is, eventually popped, but it's not early enough. Can't sustain the rest of his team through that fight. And Ents are going to win the mid-fight once again.
They can just keep playing on the defense here too. Ents, they have the lead. Starting to get under sub 3.5 minute territory. They don't have any ultimates right now, but they just have to keep Toronto Defiant from getting any sort of meaningful progress with this push bot. They still don't have their own checkpoint unlocked. Ents move that bot forward, give up that space to allow Toronto Defiant to come back into this. But someone has this cage to throw at this next fight on top of even this rush, so Toronto Defiant have multiple ways they can close the gap here onto Ents.
And Ents, ideally, right? You just stall this out here for as long as you humanly possible.
They want this midpoint.
Exactly. There's the rush. Oh, already Rupaul ends up going down. Cage is popped by someone, however, as Vestola was just dominating in that cage. Really hard to do anything from up on the high ground. You see Ghost was trying to lob the healing nades in, but it is Sugar Free that is cleaning out right now. 75+ meters for Ents, and the checkpoint, mind you. Toronto Defiant, they're going to have a blade to work with and maybe a sound barrier. But a quick regroup from Ents here might just stop them from doing so.
Vestola has the flux. Ents have a chance to come back in to get this contest. Vestola has the flux. It makes it a little bit more difficult for Toronto to have that point presence, but Sugar Free just goes after the backline with this blade.
They're going to go early. Oh, he finds Kevster lacking on the sidelines, but Kai makes sure he makes it even. As Vestola jumps down from the low ground, and there's isolation with the flux there, and Toronto Defiant, they are bleeding out. They're stuck in the mini health pack room, and I mean, a nice headshot onto Ghost, but they've lost control of the box. Cardiac overdrive, but a sound barrier onto 3-4 Ents. It's going to force them to invest a whole lot more in here to win this fight. A nice shot from Merritt, but immediately shut down.
That's going to be no clean team fight win for Toronto just yet. Ents able to keep this defense up now. 2 minutes off the clock to 1.5 minutes left. Potentially 2 more fights here if they are taken fast enough, but Ents have the ultimate economy, which means that they could just win out this map. If they win here, Jaws, that's a series for Ents. Biggest upset of the tournament so far.
2 DPS ultimates for Ents as well. One to force out the beat, the one to finish him up. And with only a minute to go, Toronto Defiant know they got their backs up against the wall. NA's last hopes and dreams lying in this fight. 1 minute to go, and the railgun has been popped, but so is that beat. Rupaul with the rush could help them survive. However, look at how quickly they were to disengage. The blade's been popped by Kevster, and there's the rush. Okay, Kevster now has to play safe. No additional damage coming in, has to just back out. That's 2 giant ultimates for Toronto used.
They don't want to overextend here because they know that means going to a map number 5, and Ents have the opportunity to win it out here and now. They want to get this Privitic Flux online, but someone's going to have this cage up first.
80% and building, but yes, someone with the cage and only 5%. Looking towards Vestola, there's the window, cage comes in! Ghost is already dead, but Kevster and Master are going to do it! The Flux is hitting! And they clean them up, Toronto Defiant have only got Rupaul left. And Ents, they don't need to touch the bot any longer with 10 seconds to go.
With 10 seconds left, someone has the quick pick over to the Doomfist in order to try to get back to the point, but where in the world are Toronto Defiant?
Can't get there, and they've still got a beat to contend with, and NA's hopes and dreams have been dashed. Ents take the series, and they will advance in the lower bracket to meet their brothers, with a chance in the finals on the line.
What a show! What a match! What a win for Ents! Toronto Defiant were that one team everybody was looking at to be the hopes and the dreams of taking down a Korean team. And they're knocked out here in the lower bracket. That's it for them. What an all-star performance by Ents. That is crazy.
And NA's domination coming to an end. It's official. EMEA over NA. You've seen it here first. Toronto goes home. We say goodbye to every NA team in the tournament now. It is just an EU versus Korea tournament. Maybe an EU team can make it to the finals. It's going to be a hard-fought battle. But after that ends, they've got to be feeling indestructible.
The road does not get any easier after this point. They have earned themselves, though, a rematch versus their EU counterparts, Space Station. That was a 7-map grand finals the last time they faced each other, and they get a chance at revenge coming up next.
I mean, Hardy wanted
tomorrow,
it, right?
But still.
He wanted ENCE to make it. He thought Toronto was gonna. And I'm sure he's grinning ear to ear backstage right now. ENCE take the win. Toronto Defiant, the true kings of NA. There was a large tier break in between them and every other team, it felt like. But EU handed it to them in the lower bracket.
It's coming up EU for now. Oh man, it might be coming up for EU even further in this tournament, but what a fantastic performance by them so far.
Let's jump down to the stage. You've got Masa and Danny to give us a few words.
Johnson and Nico, thank you very much. Yep, I am here with Masa from ENCE, coming out from a big win against Toronto Defiant. What a match that was. I mean, you guys did a fantastic job. Toronto Defiant, though, they weren't an easy opponent, and you know they played 2 matches, including this one. Was there anything that you guys learned from Toronto Defiant's first match that sort of helped you get the win today?
Yeah, we watched a lot of VODs. We tried to like get their game plan going and see like what they want to do and how to like just play against them and their style. And I think we got a pretty good read on them during the whole like series.
And let's be honest, you know, right before we started this interview, you asked me, hey, the North American teams are all out, right? And I was like, yeah, they are. So I guess
near airport.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are definitely the superior region, I guess. But, I mean, there is still Korea on top, and you still do have one more match tomorrow. It's going to be battle for EU, I guess, because you guys are going up against Space Station Gaming. Masa, how do you think that game is going to be played out tomorrow?
It's going to be an absolute dogfight, to be honest. We've been going like back and forth in EU, like all the way, and now like playing against them on stage here, it's going to be like really great game.
Yeah. All right, everybody, give it up one more time for Masa from ENCE. That is it for the post-match interview. I think we are going to the desk.
You're thinking correctly, Danny. What an upset, what a victory. EMEA representing many people on this desk are very happy.
We had nothing to do with it, but
we had really nothing to lose. Hey, listen, like even heading into this all stage long, you were yapping, my friend. You were.
Are you calling out Jake?
What is Jake?
I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in my North American brethren. We lost. In the end, winning is the only thing that matters.
You didn't do anything.
I mean,
maybe if Gilbert's Nightmare was here on stage.
Yeah, well, I don't know if that's going to happen. Someday we can dream.
One day. Yeah.
He's just taking notes for his upcoming match against Toronto. You know, like you see the cracks in the armor there. But Masa said in the interview, right? They came prepared. They went into the bot dungeon. They had a good idea of what style they're going to go up against. They came prepared.
I think when it comes to flexibility, for me, Kevster was just a monster performer this series on every single hero he touched. The Tracer, the Genji, the Mei, just delivering time and time again. Yeah, they hit a speed bump on Gibraltar, a map that frankly they were destined to lose based on those comps. But on every other map, they forced their will on the match, and Toronto Defiant just could not find the answers that a team like Falcons was able to bring. I think Barrett on the hit scan was an incredible performer. I mean, he had huge pop-off moments, and yet against a Sigma, no matter how good your aim is, just tactically, it's so much more difficult to get to that backline. I mean, just not really what hit scan heroes do, and Toronto Defiant, they didn't have any more answers. When it came to the mirror, ENCE was just the better team, hands down.
Yeah, obviously they had a game plan going into Colosseo, and you know, I'll trust them on that because Casours, I mean, he's been in so many winning situations, so they had a game plan, weren't able to pull off the victory on Colosseo, and now they'll have to go back and reflect on this because, I mean, there's still lots of Overwatch to be played this year, of course. We've got Face It going on, OWCS Stage 3 kicking off later this fall as well. So it's got to be said that this is a disappointment for Toronto Defiant. They come into this tournament and we're thinking top 3, maybe we can compete with the Asia teams, and now you go out here against ENCE, an opponent that we felt for the most part was maybe a bit hamstrung by the fact that they have Vestola playing the tank and they don't have Chase available to play some of those different heroes, right? But ENCE Esports, they come out on top here, and now Toronto Defiant, with so many star players on this roster, going out here in the lower bracket, I feel like, where do you kind of go from here?
Well, we'll find out very soon. One thing's for sure, though, if we're looking at the upper bracket here, Falcons as well as Raccoon, they were the teams that really expected to see Toronto defined again, if anything. So now they have to shift gears and have to prepare for one of the EMEA teams, which is certainly very exciting, as they come in with some different flavors, which have been bringing to the tournament. But let's talk about Toronto Defined, a team we're going to say goodbye to on day number 2 in this tournament.
You know, I think Toronto has just been impressive all season long in NA. They've been the kings of NA. It's been their flexibility. That was their biggest strength. But today, I feel like Kevster kind of had them on that front, right? Like it was ENCE who had the strategic advantage. In a lot of these maps, Toronto's forced to mirror. And traditionally, that's not their true strength of always being able to counterpick, always coming up with a strategic edge. Today, they weren't able to bring that level of advantage. And I think it showed.
And they had some good looks. I mean, even though they lost 3-0 to Crazy Raccoon, I did feel like that was a pretty competitive series. They were so close to winning Circuit Real. Hollywood, yes, they weren't that competitive in Hollywood, but they're still able to bring out a pretty competitive Mauga and Fora composition, right? So you just kind of wonder, like, where did it all go wrong? I mean, ENCE Esports are a really tough opponent because they are so specialized on these compositions. I think they do a perfect job, ENCE Esports, at playing these Sigma compositions, and they make it really difficult for the opponent. I think that someone, to some degree, was not playing his A game. He wasn't truly comfortable on the Ramatra and Mauga, and someone is arguably the most hyped up tank prospect we have right now because we talk about his versatility. Maybe not the case anymore.
Well, the thing is, in a lot of the games I think we saw today and also yesterday, it was individuals who took over the server. And one of those individuals earned themselves the Porsche performance of the match. This time, the honor has to go to Kevster.
He's racking them up at this point, but come on. I mean, if anybody was watching that game, it's pretty clear where this Porsche performance of the match was going to go. Kevster, I think he's been one of the longest running superstars. We talked a little bit earlier in the tournament about GOATs of Overwatch, and if you're not thinking Kevster is in this conversation, then think again. Just an incredible player, an aspirational player, frankly, for pretty much any DPS in the world. This is the future of Overwatch. You got to play it all.
Yeah, but I feel like he's really hungry for some of those wins, right? He had a really good stint on the Los Angeles Gladiators, and they won a couple of stage championships. But for the most part, they haven't really been able to come true, Kevster, in these big playoffs, right? And this is another tournament where backs is against the wall. You're really hungry to win some of these championships if you want to contest with that GOAT status, right? But it's about making deep playoff runs. And now ENCE Esports again in the lower bracket. They're playing against Space Station Gaming next, which could be a good matchup for them. We've heard Christopher, for example, say that ENCE has played really well in scrims. They've been really competitive in scrims. So that is a good sign for ENCE, whereas we consider Space Station to be a bit on top. So it should be a really even series with two opponents that are really familiar with each other tomorrow.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at our brackets, both the upper as well as the lower bracket, to set the stage for day number 3 of our tournament. In the lower bracket, of course, we're going to see the EMEA battle. It's been a long day. Between ENCE and Space Station. It's going to be a dogfight. I can't wait for this one.
It's going to be so good.
They're very familiar with each other, so this is bound to be a good one.
And it's going to be a clash of styles. The Sigma versus potentially the Ryan from Hadi. I think this could be explosive.
Yeah, I actually agree with that. I think we might see more Reinhardt if that is the solution for some of the Sigma that we've seen. Of course, you can flex over. You can have someone play that, or not someone. You can have Hadi. You can have Hadi play that Winston. But then I do think that Nestola is swapping over to that Mauga. It's something we saw, for example, against Falcons. If they were swapping over to the Winston, then yeah, we're going to see the Mauga come out. But this upper bracket match, Zoe, between Falcons and Crazy Raccoon tomorrow, oh man, I mean, that could be the match of the year so far.
It might very well be, or it's going to be a complete blowout because, quite frankly, I mean, thus far in this stage in their own region, Team Falcons has not been playing what they've been showing in this very tournament. So this is going to be a new thing that the Crazy Raccoon have to go up against.
It's a new look in the match, and honestly, as much as I think Crazy Raccoon over the course of the season have been the stronger team, they've had the edge over Falcons, I think it's fair to say at this point. For me, I take Falcons in this series. I think cutting the hit scan is the way to go when it comes to the Mauga mirror. And I think while Lip is insane on the Tracer, he basically invented the modern playstyle of Sombra, at least in the old rework of Sombra. He's an incredibly flexible player, but can he match Genji and Venture? I mean, that's a really odd team comp. Genji Tracer, it's possible. I think it's gonna be a very, very competitive series with a lot of counter picking back and forth. But I do expect to see the Mauga really decide not only this semi, but to be fair, based on what we've seen, I think we have to say that's a preview of the grand finals. That's these teams' first chance to run against each other, and so far, no one has had an answer for either of them when it comes to that lower bracket final.
Yeah, historically, we've seen some of these teams sometimes they're pretty happy to take the dive mirror and just play the Winston mirror. But because Mauga is so strong this tournament, I don't think that is going to be the case. And I think that Mauga will have a lot of say in this matchup between these two teams. Is any of the teams going to be comfortable? Perhaps try to outpick the Mauga, try to play the Sigma themselves? It's going to be really hard to know. I would love to see, well, we're actually going to see it tomorrow, but I can't wait to see, Zoe. I can't wait to see what they have in store for us tomorrow.
Just have to go to bed one more time, Reinforce,
One more
then
time.
you will
One
go
more
and
sleep.
get to see all of the action. Of course, we also have to formally say goodbye to M80, who haven't had an opportunity to do just that. M80, so many phenomenal players in that team. I mean, I'm sure we're not going to see the last of them.
Yeah, I think they were really hoping to have that match for the title of NA against Toronto Defiant.
Oh, come on now. NA,
I wasn't going to comment on the production. That's rude.
Really?
I wasn't going to comment on the production. That's
You
unnecessary.
gotta own it. You gotta own it.
Unbelievable.
You know, if we know one thing in NA, it's talking smack, and you don't dish it out if you can't take it. That's how it goes.
Well, no one dished out against production.
I mean, I think it's fair to say NA is doing its fair share of dishing out trash talk.
That's true. That's true. They can take it. They can take it. It's all in good fun, of course. We know them. We love them. And we know that they're going to pop off in stage 3.
Yeah, look, I think maybe even though they didn't put their best foot forward here, I do think that still they have such a lethal damage duo on this team. We'll see, if they make any changes to this team at all. I do feel like Toronto Defiant is a team we have to talk about more because, they've been so competitive so far, but they weren't really able to put it all together in this series right here. Toronto Defiant, in the off-season, they got the first pickings. They got to pick up all the players before some of the other teams, right? And they made it clear, we want to go with someone and we want to go with merit because we really believe in them after winning the Overwatch League playoffs last year in 2023. But now falling up short in the OWCS Major. This Toronto Defiant franchise, they just can't go deep in the playoffs.
I do want to say just one last thing. In fairness to Toronto Defiant, for me, my perspective is this is the first time in 3-4 years where I think the real top level meta doesn't include a hit scan hero, and I think that's where the tournament will land. Maybe I'll be wrong on that, but that's my current take. And to be fair to Merit, I mean, he's an absolute monster on the roll. 99% of the time, he's in his comfort zone, tearing apart the opposition. Today he wasn't, and I think that's just a very unlucky circumstance for a team building a roster around a player.
The good news is it's going to be a little bit of a break after this tournament to the start of stage number 3, so they have plenty of time to fill gaps if they feel like it needs to be filling. It's a different meta this time around. It's very flexible. It's very versatile, what the teams have been showing us thus far, and I can't wait to see the clashes tomorrow. We will, of course, be back with more action on day number 3. We're starting things up at 10:45. Yeah, it says so there. 10:45 CT is when we're back in action, so make sure to tune in. For now, we're going to say goodbye. Thank you so much for watching. We hope to see you again for all the action tomorrow. Thank you.
Winter Leap!
Winter, no!
you.